Hey guys, welcome into some more amazing content from PUBG where we get to do the face morph. We've been joined in by myself, Mark Powell, the amazing Luca Rux. It's Chris is back for another time. And the amazing Vard joins us in as well. Guys, how is everyone doing? Luca Rux, you ready for this one?
Of course.
It's Chris, you're back for a second time, mate. You're going to get the win this time?
Hopefully not last again, yeah?
Yeah, you.
Oh, don't worry, bro. I've got you covered.
Okay, and there's some confidence from Vard. Nice. We'll wait and see. In this game show, this is going to be super fun. Where we have more players that everyone would know in the EMEA region. We're going to be taking a body and a face and morphing them into one amazing, outstanding dating profile picture for PUBG. So you have a point if you get the body correct, and also a point for the face. Let's get things going though. Here is image number 1. We're all in. Let's kick things off though. We're starting at the top of my screen. Luke Rux, you under pressure, mate. Who did you pick?
I mean, I think body is Spyro and face is T-Bone.
It's Chris.
I only saw T-Bone, to be honest.
I got the same two as Luca. I said T-Bone and Spyro.
So yeah, Luca and Vard, you did get both parts right. Yeah, it is Spyro though, obviously with the wonderful hair, and then obviously the eyes, the soul was T-Bone. Image number 2 coming up. Right, let's start with Vard this time. Come on, Vard. Give me.
I only said PlayerUnknown for the hair and the face. I actually have no idea who it is, so I didn't guess anyone.
Yeah, I only see Kili as well. PlayerUnknown. I have no idea about the face.
Luca Rux, who are you going for?
I also got PlayerUnknown, but I didn't pick anyone for face.
PlayerUnknown is there, but it's also so sedate. It is the stance. That one was good. 12 hours of photoshopping, and that's what you get. That was image number 2. So you guys all get 1 point on the board there. Image number 3. Don't forget, we need to know who the bodies are, but merged. Come on, Chris. Come on, give me the answers. Who do you think these are?
Aduzi, and I did go for Bimi, but it's not Bimi.
I picked Aduzi and Battlegrounds. I think it's Battlegrounds face.
I said Aduzi for the hair, and then I just said Levante for the face because I had no idea. I just picked a random name. I think Luca's got it.
Yeah.
On it, bro.
Battlegrounds is really good, bro. Nice.
Children's and a doozy. Moving on to image number 4. Okay, we're locked in.
I went with my 2 last competitors, Gustav and Bimi.
The exact two same. Gustav and Bimi.
Yeah, same. I got same. This one was pretty easy.
I can confirm you are all right. 2 points all the way around. It is Bimi and our wonderful Gustav. Final image though, image number 5. Let's start with Vard. Who have you got?
For like the eyes, I think, but I don't even know. And apart from that,
okay, you've gone with Ainsley for the eyes. Okay, Luca, you've got one.
I have same. I like Ainsley for the head, eyes, and then I don't know body.
I see a little bit of Lou and Aitzi.
Chris is right. It is Ainsley and it is Lou. I don't think it was that difficult, but we're going to end it here. We'll come back though with episode number 2. We have 5 more amazing images before we get to crown ourselves a champion of the face morph.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey. And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
a new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hey guys, welcome back to PUBG Face Morph, where we take two amazing faces, merge them into the all-star player, where we're joined by the amazing Luke. It's Chris and Vant. The store all to play for, guys. We've got 5 more amazing images that we need to get into. Image number 6 is coming up now. We are looking for the body and the face. And 2 points up for grabs.
I put Quizzy face, but I'm not sure. And I put like the hair Molotov, but I think it's not him.
I just said PWD for the hair, but I don't think it's right.
I go for Levante and Diffix.
Levante and Diffix. So I can tell you the rich is getting richer. It is Molotov,
Luca.
and it is Quizzy. So Luca Rux, well done.
That is crazy.
Jeez. Moving on to image number 7, guys. I think this one is a little bit more easier. So let's start with Vard. Vard, give me your
I said Nedex.
answers.
That was the only one I
Nedex
had.
for the face. Did you have any guess for the body?
No.
I go with the body from the mat.
And then did you guess the face at all?
No, I didn't, but I get the
Okay.
point with Nidix, to be honest.
I only got the man, the body, and I
Okay.
don't know the face.
Technically, we're between you guys, you figured it out. Nedex is the face and the mad is the body. Moving on to image number 8. Luke Rice, let's start with you, mate.
It's EPN Perfectix from Twisted.
You've been
Yep,
perfect.
I got the same.
Same for Vaughn. Chris?
Yes, 1000%.
1000% correct. 2 points all the way around, though. Image number 9.
I think it's Hakatori body and Bestoloch face.
I went with Luca Hooks and Bestaloch.
Okay. And Vard?
I just got Besto.
Just got Besto. Okay. So I confirm Besto is the right answer.
Oh.
He got the second one. Best of luck, though, is in there as well. Moving on to our final question. Image number 10. Okay, let's start with the champion so far. Luke Rice.
I think it's Nixie, my teammate, the body, and Ward face.
I think it's a VP player named like Nixie and Vard.
You come for Vard as well. Vard, who have you got the guessing for?
I only got Nixie, bro. I didn't even see my stuff.
I knew it. I knew it. That's why I didn't go to first.
I feel like the Nixie one was super easy, but yeah, I didn't even recognize myself.
Yes, it is right. Nixie is the body. Vard, you are the face, mate. So you had the perfect opportunity to try and take the lead on Chris, but it's not going to be the case. That, though, is our final image, unfortunately, guys. And we do have a pip at the post as the champion is going to be Luca Ruck with an amazing 17 points. And that's it from us, though. Thank you very much for joining in. It has been PUBG Face More for the amazing players. But Luca Ruck does take the win. We'll see all you guys and girls next time.
Hello and welcome to PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. It is grand final weekend. We started 3 weeks ago and here we are. I'm so excited that we get to watch the best teams in the region battle it out now to crown a champion. Starting the day off, Toby and Mark are on the desk. And I mean, Toby, we've had 2 really good weeks of PUBG. I expect only better now.
I like to think that we've actually, I don't want to say for once, but definitely this time around, gotten the best and most capable teams into the grand finals. What we saw on the group stage alongside Last Chance were really some heavy-hitting performances, and I'm excited to see what they can bring here in the finals.
Mark, for you, I mean, what are you expecting? And you can't say chaos. I'm taking that word away from you today.
Control, absolute control. No, it's gonna be fun, Sam, because we have some big hitters, and I like the re-energized phase that we saw in the group stages. So I'm hoping they can bring the fun action again today.
Okay, so we're moving from chaos to fun. I'll take it. Let's see if we can add a third word to Mark's vocab by the end of the weekend. Let's take a look at the format and how we got here, because I know some of you only pop up for Grand Finals Day. So we started, of course, with our group stages. We got to see a bunch of teams battle it out. Some of them were not able to qualify for Grand Finals early on, so they played in last chance qualifiers last week. And now here we are. 16 teams, the best of the best from the region, are now going to be competing for their share of that $50,000 prize pool. And even my dog is getting excited. I don't know if you heard that, but he started barking as I said 50,000. Toby, he was like, damn straight, I like that a lot.
That's good. That's some good teaching right there. Bark when I tell you to, and then you snap your fingers, and he brings the excitement.
I wish.
You know what? In lack of a live crowd for online broadcast, dog barks will have to make do.
I mean, you say that, it's basically the same way with the desk. I can't handle you guys. I can't handle my dog. It's chaos. I'm stealing Mark's word, but there you go. I'm actually a bit embarrassed now. Let's move on to what is up for grabs. That $50,000. I mean, Mark, this is what all the teams wanted to do, right? Because even if you come 16th, you get a piece of this prize pool.
Yeah, look, the prize pool is there, and these teams will have a somewhat a fixed part to try and achieve as high up they can, to try and get as much money as they can of the prize pool, the lion's share of the prize pool, should we say. I think the big one, though, is that PGC points that are going to be coming with this one event as well. We saw Geeky walk away earlier part of this year with huge amounts of points and also prize pool, Sam. So not just the money they're looking for, it's also those additional points.
So you mentioned those PGC points. I mean, Toby, this is something we talk about throughout every PEC that we do. It's something that we talk about at the beginning of the group stages, the beginning of the last chance qualifiers, but we're going to talk about it again. Explain to us all why PGC points are just so damn important.
Well, because you need some of them, if not a lot, if you want to make it through to PGC, the PUBG Global Championship, at the end of the year. And yeah, this is the way that you do it. You finish up on the top, you get yourself 250 alongside PGS qualification spots, which are, well, at this moment right now, equally important, because for the most part, if not near all teams here, they need to make PGS in order to make it through to PGC as well. So a lot on the line for both the regional circuit, the global circuit, and then of course the global finals at the end of the year.
For sure. And obviously the end goal, Mark, for all of these teams is that they want to make it through to these global tournaments, because it is just so vitally important if you want more game time, if you want to compete more, and if you want to put yourself up against the best in the world, right?
And that is it. They want to make sure they're on the top stage, and there's some teams already here which should argue that they're potentially already booked most of their bags to get there. Another high victory here will maybe secure that spot, then has a bigger dynamic on the rest of the teams that are in the lobby, and also the ones that are going to PGC, because we might find some teams like EK that sit in the top here be qualifying through PGC points. Obviously, there are other ways to get themselves there. So I'm really keen. This one's going to unfold at the end of the year. Really exciting. We are looking for some of these big teams to kind of bag as many points as they can and top up what they've got. But when you've got the likes of Win or Die, they'll be eager, again, just to kind of bolster some of these points they've got. But more importantly, try and get themselves a ticket to a LAN.
I mean, Toby, am I correct in saying a team like Foot Esports could very well sort of drop out of this top 8 standing after this weekend?
I would actually go as far as to say they're almost guaranteed to be dropping out. Having said that, nothing is ever guaranteed in the world of esports, but we are on the border between nigh on impossible and literally impossible.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so this is a little bit depressing if you're a Foot Esports fan watching this right now. For anyone else, I hope you're really excited because it's Grand Finals weekend. Let's get hyped all over again and try and bring it right back. Let's take a look now at the point system. This is also pretty self-explanatory, Mark, but I like to run through it every time just to make sure everyone is on the same page. Obviously, you want to place as high as you can, but then also you want to shoot as many people as you can because that's how you get the most points.
Where you get the points. But it's definitely worth a recap because a lot of mid part of the year we changed format. We had these two different styles going through the other circuits. We had this kind of half price chicken dinner, and now we kind of had this kind of Super V 2.10 where it's not as many placement points. So it's back to Super, back to what we know. So yeah, get as much as you can. You want to make sure you get the win. If you can't get towards the win, get as many kills as you can because it's going to be consistent teams over the next 3 days that are going to walk away with most of the prize money.
There we go. I tell you what, let's now take a look at the teams that you get to see. Before we do that, we'll focus on the group stages because obviously this was how we got our first teams to get in here. And it was a reckoning from FaZe Clan. Toby, to see them back at the top, so vitally important for this team, so vitally important for fans of this team. This was what we've been waiting for, and it's what we wanted from this specific PUBG organization at the beginning of the year already.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen FaZe come out and actually dominate a lobby. They did it a couple of years back, and now they're back in good form. At least, I don't want to, curse anything, but I don't want to call this as like a one-time thing. But they were looking very, very good alongside the rest of the regional partner teams.
I mean, obviously the big concern was Twisted Minds throughout the group stages, Mark, because they weren't really climbing up the leaderboard at the speed that we were seeing from the likes of BB Team and Eternal Fire, who was sponging up those points when they were playing. But it was enough to qualify, which means the rest of the lobby should be terrified because they are arguably the best team in the world right now.
I did feel sorry for you, Sam, as well, because we were sitting in the green room and I was screaming like a little girl in that final game with Twisted Mind with a pistol coming back from a recall trying to get a victory. But
I've worked.
Yeah.
But I have worked with Avenger for a long time, so screaming little girls is a noise that I'm used to.
Okay, cool. Just one in each room. Keep it consistent for you, Sam. That's what you're saying. But look, Twisted Mind didn't get the start they wanted in the groups, but they did get it over the line. So they weren't playing last weekend. I think there is a big question around their performance because they did come off back of EWC and with that victory. And you'd expect them to sort of place high. Were they ready for the pace? And we had all those questions around that. Did we expect the groups or the qualifying teams to sort of pace a little bit faster? But then FaZe came out and sponged up so many points. So I'll be intrigued because we know Twisted Minds have got the analytical team and the department to go away and look back at the group stages and go, okay, what didn't we do well? Where can we perform? Where can we catch teams out on rotations, etc.? And especially with some of the land shifts now and obviously these zones are moving away. Twisted Minds for me, I think, got a massive opportunity to gain more points in like a Miramar. So I'll be intrigued to see how they kind of break down this first day because they are a team that will break the finals over 3. And as I say, look at that consistency approach for them. But they need to make sure they get into those top 4s more. They will get more kills out of it and expect it to be a little bit higher. So I don't think we're going to see them in 8th place in the final. Definitely feel like they're going to be a little bit higher up that table.
Toby, any surprises for you from the group stages with these 8 teams that made it through?
You know what? Not really. Eternal Fire finishing second was definitely beyond expectation, but did I see them coming top 8? Yes. Maybe Slam G being able to deliver as well as they did on their final day of groups, I thought was incredibly impressive. But overly, like, completely blown away surprised? Not quite so. I mean, I love the fact that we actually have our regional partner teams, almost all of them, able to live up to not just expectation, but live up to the fact that they have been selected regional partner, get to carry that banner, but also show that they're worthy of it. I thought that's absolutely amazing.
The surprise for me was the teams that didn't make it through. after the group stages. It was some of the teams that ended up having to go into the last chance qualifiers, Mark, and fight for their life. It was the fact that Foot Esports was down there and then didn't even qualify for grand finals. It was the fact that Virtus Pro was down there having to battle their way through. And then on the first day of the group of the last chance qualifiers, VP looked... They just didn't look good. I was trying to think of a nicer way to say they looked really disappointing, you know?
Like chaos.
I mean, yeah. It's like I was trying to think of like a way to temper it so it wasn't too much salt in the wound. But the point is that some teams maybe didn't deliver in the group stages. And why do you think that was?
Again, I think before that last game, we expected even a twist in minds to come in. So we expected a big, heavy hitter. And then obviously some of these big teams, when they come into the lower last chance or lower qualifying brackets, they're like, okay, well, we should be in control. And some of the zone shifts for these teams really forced them away. So they had to fight harder to get to the zones. I know we've already spoken about Foot Esports, but they were one of those teams. I'd even argue to say I expected maybe Hypebeast to go through. They were looking good as they came through. And again, for the open qualifiers, even, okay, they didn't get the performance on the group stage, Sam, but I kind of thought they weren't going to end up in the 12th. But you can't blame the circles. There's lots of obviously things that are not happening. I know I spoke to T-Bone after, and he was like, well, look, we wasn't getting the IGL in right. We didn't make the right calls. We weren't being aggressive enough. And then on the other side of things, when you've got Bushido and VP and Wanna Die doing pretty well, and I think the big surprise for me in the last chance qualifiers was Joga Benito. Like, yes, they didn't have the hot drops. We had that whole fun about if they don't do a hot drop, they seem to be getting a win, but they farmed so many points up early on that first day that actually the rest of the teams were trying to share half mills, and it wasn't quite working out for them.
Toby, for you, I mean, what did you think of the last chance qualifiers? I just want to like inject my opinion in here, where I was surprised at how sort of even field it was for most of those days, and it did feel like it could be anyone's game, and that surprised me. I really did believe that there would be 2 or 3 teams that would sponge up the points at the top like we saw during the group stages and kind of run away with qualification.
No, I mean, I echo that sentiment 100%. I think we're blessed in EMEA to have a very good, like, second tier of teams that are fighting in these groups, last chance qualifiers, you name it. And we got to see that in the last week. I thought they were all doing really good. I love the fact that Bushido, they were the ones that were, like, 1 point outed in group stage by actually on a tie by Twisted Minds, and then they just came back the very next week when the guys, you know what, we might not have qualified, but we're doing it here. Came in first place. I thought that was incredible. Circus Crew as well. Honestly, went above my expectations. I know it's last chance. I know that they had opportunities, but I think, as Mark was saying as well, I would have thought that would have been your Foot, your Hypebeast, some of the teams that didn't make it that would have been able to contest for a top 3. They didn't even make top 10. Instead, Circus Crew was able to really deliver.
What did you think about Bushido? Obviously, they were our top qualifier here in the last chance qualifiers, Toby.
I thought they were amazing. I mean, I thought they played incredibly well. I mean, seeing who finished ahead of them in group stages, I'm not surprised they didn't make it into that top 8, because again, all the teams that we want to see play well all delivered, except for maybe the Virtus Pro. So not having them top 8 then didn't matter to me that much, but the fact that they came back into last chance and then really popped off, I thought was exactly what we were not only expecting from them, let me rephrase, not only hoping for them, but maybe now also expecting from them. They have been really well, really good in some of these, I don't want to say chaotic, but some of these more unpredictable lobbies. Bushido has been able to kind of find a way to maneuver their way through that unpredictability, and I think that's something that worked for them last chance. And honestly, I think come the first couple of games here in Grand Finals, it could work for them as well.
So we do have an opportunity now to check in with Avenger and Kylaris. So the whole crew is all together. And I mean, Avenger, straight off the bat, when you take a look at the Grand Final team lineup in this particular lobby, what are you thinking?
I mean, first of all, it's not so much about the teams. Also, it's just so awesome that these teams are going to have this last chance to go to PGS, to make their way to PGC, right? And that's, I think, is the biggest thing is these teams are focusing on. Sure, there's a prize pool too as well, but that opportunity to get the last glory of 2025, right? And that's really an interesting thing. And when you get into the games and when things gets going, like, it's just about building confidence from the get-go, because so many, we've been talking about it again and again, right? We have so much depth here that I would say at this point, it's like something like 10, maybe 12 of these teams have a pretty good chance of going to PGS, and a lot of them also obviously going to PGC too.
What are you expecting from day number 1 of the Grand Finals, Kylaris?
I expect the FaZe boys to hit the ground running and keep it going after a disastrous start to the year. I want to see them continue what we saw in the group stage, because if they can do that, I think they're hungry. I think there's a fire under them. I want to see that continue.
I'm agreeing with you. I believe in the FaZe dream here. So let's see if it happens. Thanks so much, gents. We'll obviously head on over to you a little later once we start the game. Now we're going to talk a bit about what is up for grabs if you're watching from home, because there is some prizes for you. We got a ton of G coins on the way. So the first thing, of course, is your final opportunity to make us laugh. And you haven't done a very good job. I don't want to be critical so early on in the show, but we really need you to up your game here. It's just not up to scratch. So please, we want memes, we want funny jokes. You have an opportunity to share them on social media. You got to make the boys laugh. And unfortunately for you, for grand finals, you will have to make Avenger and Kylaris laugh. I know you've got used to Mark and Toby being easy, but it's going to be tough. So I hope that you're ready for that. And then, of course, your last opportunity is actually today to win some G coins through the history books, which is sharing your favorite moments from PEC. We'll be sharing those winning moments tomorrow. So you've got 24 hours. I'm giving you the heads up. Head on over to social media. This is your opportunity. Share your favorite moments. Find those old school clips. Put them up, and you could win some G coins if we choose yours to feature tomorrow. Then there's the art contest, which was designing your own skin. Toby, your favorite color?
Just of all colors in the world, all
colors in the world.
All kinds of green.
All kinds of green. So if you put all kinds of green
there you go.
into your skin design, it won't matter because Toby's not a judge. But there you go. You can do that if you like. And that's an opportunity for you to win. And then finally, of course, my favorite is you get to ask us questions, which we'll be answering at the end of the show. It is obviously our post-show conversation, so send those through on social media as well. You basically just need to spend all your time on X during the ad breaks, just spamming the PUBG channels, and you should be good to go, and there's a good opportunity that you can win some G-Coins, which is always nice. Mark, let's talk about those 6 games we're about to see. Obviously, it is 3 days of competition for these teams, every opportunity to play. We started Miramar here. Is it, I mean, we joke about the chaos, but historically, it's very slow paced at the start of day number 1 of the grand finals. Do you think that'll be the case today?
I said this in the group stage, and it just wasn't. It was just everyone trying to set the good step forward, and it was Havoc, Pandemonium. It was mental day number 1. So, would we expect a slower start? Normally, I'd say yes. We also have to factor in another bit, Sam. Team Ascend are playing from the Ascend HQ as well, so those boys are actually together. So I wouldn't mind them potentially starting a little bit aggressive, and Miramar's a game which we know they can be aggressive on. So actually, maybe the boys in the same room might bring a bit of action, and we get those Rise Up Ascend emotes spamming in chat.
Toby, Yoga Benita, are they going to hot drop? Because this is the conversation, these young guns feeling like if they just keep pushing, the other teams will move out of their way. Probably the worst strategy for day number 1, but do you think that is the strategy?
You know what? I mean, Martin said that he talked to them last week, and as far as I remember, Martin promised us that they were going to do that, so I expect so too.
That's going to be messy, though. I mean, what is your opinion on that sort of strategy, Toby?
It's really not very smart, but that's a whole other story with 30 seconds left to go. I did dislike hot drop to such a degree that you can't even begin to understand it.
Really? And yet I love it, Mark. I enjoy a little hot drop to start a game. Where do you stand here?
We're Agents of Chaos, Sam. We love it.
Yeah, we love it.
Look, there's the other half of the coin, which is they want to prove their point. They want to show the world who they are. They've got NADUP as the IGL, so they've got the depth of understanding knowledge. They've got the young gunners that are eager to prove, and it feels like there's no hold bars here, Sam. It's like, hey, if we want to take it, let's take it and try and prove to the world that we're good enough to be in the lobby.
Do you think that I mean, we'll take a look at the playing path now, but I do think, Toby, for the most part, they've probably watched some of these segments, had conversations, and are now choosing to change their strategy, I'm hoping.
Well, I mean, we'll see in just about 4 seconds, but I will just say for reference, like looking back at history, just because people know that hot dropping is not smart doesn't mean that they stop doing it necessarily. So it's not always something you can take for granted, but it does, in fact, seem like they have opted not to drop Twisted Minds and Power Grid, Yogo Benito, that is. So good on you, boys. You're flying to the east. You learned that staying alive can be helpful if you want to win tournaments. And would you look at that? There they are.
It's almost like the last chance qualifiers were a good lesson for them, Mark. They were like, damn, we're actually quite good at this game if we stay away from Trusted Minds.
Oh, it's a longer game than just the hot drop, eh? Look, they're taking that Foot Esports drop, so they're going to go past Navi, going to pick up the cars and potentially rotate to Impala. So maybe there's an opportunity there. They deserve themselves in the finals lobby, and that's opened up a loot spot for them to take. But yeah, they're not rolling the dice. There's no organised chaos here, unfortunately, at the moment, Sam.
No, who would have thought it? There you go, the circles just popped. This is it. PUBG EMEA Championships. It's the grand finals. Day number 1, game number 1. Avenger and Kalaris are going to tell you a little bit more about what you're seeing.
That's right, Rhea. Thank you very much. That is correct. Game number 1 as we descend onto the Battlegrounds for the most fiercely competitive region in the world when it comes to PUBG Esports. Joining me, Avenger, to talk about everything that is going on. And already, unfortunate for Rox, he is down.
This is a rough spot to be in here, but hopefully you can get this out of the way. Open the door and then maybe let him sneak in. Yeah, that's great. It's
Nice.
going to work out. And you know what? I am so happy they won Esports World Cup. I am so happy that we can call ourselves the best region in the world until, let's say, until PGC is over. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll take that. I
That's
mean,
good.
even then, I would have called us, pretty high on that list, to say the least. But we are on board currently. You can see here FaZe Clan, who came out of that group stage in number 1. I did not expect them to take number 1, Avenger. However, they've cloned James as well for the occasion. This is ridiculous. But I think what's important is that this is do or die really for them for the year, right? It did not go well at the start of the year. They've got a great opportunity to be able to kind of meander that group stage performance into this grand final and get themselves back on land.
Yeah, and they need to be, obviously. There's huge expectations of them coming in after their performance in Esports World Cup last year, but also for themselves missing Esports World Cup this year and the first 2 PGSs of the year. It's just very difficult. Here we go. It's Vex. He's in there. Look at that. He got a fresh haircut for the occasion as well. Meanwhile, Gustav's forehead is 50% of his entire face on this webcam angle.
Yeah, big focus on the brain of Gustav here, as you can see there, in going into game number 1. But one thing's for sure, as you can see, the cutoff point, of course, 3 teams will get direct qualification towards PGS 9 and 10, which will obviously potentially give you a path also towards PGC. However, you want to finish as high as possible across these next 18 games, Avenger, to try and get yourself some PGC points on the board, just in case you don't get to PGS.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's more teams going to PGC than there is to PGS, but it's a huge focus. And this is also why PEC Fall is also so interesting, so awesome to watch, because we have the pleasure of sending both teams to PGS, but also to PGC at the end of the year. And obviously the teams that are qualifying to PGC and just on the cusp are rooting on the teams that are going to PGS, because that might be their ticket to come to PGC once we get to December as well here. First, to start things off here, obviously a decent spot here for FaZe to get into it, and we have a more western plane here as we get things going. Again here, FaZe obviously getting 124 points in a group stage, but you only need to get top 8 there. There's no prize for being first, but it's going to give us a hint to what we can expect. But there was also 4 other teams that managed to get triple digit. We actually had a super stacked top of our lobby with Eternal Fire, BB Team, Geeky, and Navi obviously doing well. And as I said in the beginning here, I think realistically we have 10 or 12 teams that have a pretty damn good shot at getting to PGS and PGC by the end of the year.
Oh, absolutely. And bear in mind, when it came off the group stage, of course, the EWC champions got by the skin of their teeth in that very last game of the group stage, right, into this grand final. So, yeah, you can be the EWC champions, but you're not invincible at the moment when it comes to potentially getting knocked down to that last chance. It was very close, Avenger.
Yeah, it was. It was actually one of the most awesome games to watch, and I mean, even the chat was popping off like, can they do it? Is it possible? And then example getting the reses off, and they landed in 3 corners, and yeah, obviously being able to survive, getting the placement points in there was awesome. Somewhat vanilla circle to start things off with here, with obviously centering just west of San Martin, so a more kind of calm start to get things going here, which is also going to give us a good idea of how our lobby is going to watch us as well. As we see Kref rotating in here, as they also rotated in through our last chance. What an awesome last game we were blessed with there as well.
Yeah, between Twisted Minds and Kref, I've had 2 heart attacks in the last 2 weeks. It was very, very close, suffice to say. I do feel was it Hands of Hope? Who was it that was so close as well? I think it was
TMO.
It was 0-1-0, right?
TMO.
Oh, yes. The Mythov. Yes. I'm just naming all the names and hoping I'm right.
I mean,
no,
you're correct, though. 0-2 was the guys that got knocked out, but TMO were on the eastern side of that North George ending, right? And if they had the circle, it would have been a chance for them. They also had a banger last game, like double-digit kills and everything, but yeah, it was just Kref that managed to win that, and all of a sudden there's a small sand dune there that stopped the match just a little bit. I mean, in this lobby here, as we see a lot of teams rotating, as you can see here with the plane path, such an eastern plane path compared to where we see the circle. So with BB team and all these other teams here, they are correctly guesstimating that the majority of the teams are going to be on that eastern side. So I really love these western rotations, getting far on the west side, either going through the south or the north, obviously with Kref coming in there. It's really smart. That's really something you can use, even in your normal and ranked games yourselves, but just by having, 64 players in 16 teams, that's just, method of elimination by guesstimating here. So it's good.
Ooh. True. Neilcop looking for a bolting shot. What do you make of Yogaminito's drop location? I think it's smart, right? Kind of going where obviously Foot kind of gave up land. They did not make it into that final. An easy peasy choice.
I think, there's so many chances of where it's like, okay, we can hot drop, we can show what we're worth of. If you're in the finals, you've already shown what you're made of. You've already garnered some respect from your, opponents and players in the scene here. So I think that's smart. You don't need to come in here. Now we want to come in and see what they're capable of in the finals. It's a way stronger lobby, and obviously them in the last chance doing as well as they did is cool. They kind of let the foot off the gas in the second day, but other than that, I think they're going to be able to tussle in our mid pack, and with a good day or two, they should be able to get in and potentially come up close. They have the experience, they have the fragging roster, but they need to stand their ground and play together as a team here for sure for Jogo Bonito. There are some crazy players. We talked about the absolute goats of the scene, Hakatori obviously being one of them, when you're coming to like mechanical power, and that's what you're going up against as a team like that.
Trying to pop some tires here against Na'Vi as Hakatori is trying to reposition and getting away with it. One last question I have before really things kick off, Avenger, is Circus Crew, man. I did not expect them to give it triple digits off the back of last chance. They're the biggest glow up for me. They were 21st in group stage, and they managed to finish in second place in the last chance. That's a huge jump up for them.
For me, that's talking two very specific stories. Group stage was difficult, had very, very good teams, and also with the swapping lobbies, it makes it harder than when you get into last chance. You're like, we can set out a strategy, we can play these next 2 days, it's not going to change, we're not going to have anyone meddling with our loot spots and everything, and that stability is helped Circus Crew a lot, and it is something that Circus Crew is kind of leeching off of. And now that we're in the finals, it's going to be the same for them, but they don't have as good spots. So that's really, for me, that's something that I'm really considering, that their spots was decent. Ooh. And the lobby was easier. But a P90 here in Lucarus, give it to Beamy already, okay? After we saw that insane 1v4 clutch on Hive.
Yeah, and if you didn't see it as well, that was on socials. We saw the reaction from Virtus Pro when they were able to take the 1v4 from Beamy going up against Hive, and he ended up with 8 kills, and then a little bit more, I think, in that game as well. But anyway, they are starting off this this grand final stage strong, with a crate, with a BRDM in hand as well, moving in on the side of Power Grid here, as now things are going to start kicking off. We've got our second circle shift to get things rolling. Moves over towards El Pozo.
Insane shift.
There's quite a bit of those hills. And Twisted Minds is just watching as teams try pass them by.
Yeah, as we started saying, it's a pretty vanilla circle. Like, it barely touched the plane path, the first circle. And now we're going west even further away. All those teams that we were talking about in the start here that was in the eastern side, they now have to move. And the teams that took a chance rotating far west, they actually have fantastic spots now. BB team, one of them, GK, Ascend, all looking really strong here. Now the other teams are going to have to try to get into things. They're actually getting taken down here by Lou. Rosberg finding Nate. Nailed it too.
Yeah, it's a really good start for him. Yoga Benito coming in late, considering that they were coming in from that foot drop, and that they're trying to make a bit of a mad dash. They don't necessarily want to be lurking around on the edges, and they're actually being punished for it significantly. Cristiani's down. He gets stolen away by Gedrox, though, and now it's all or nada here to try and make a mad dash through to start things off, alongside Simon, who looks to have stopped and turned around and maybe looking for shots himself, who was spectacular in that last chance stage.
Yeah.
Was Simon. Good to see some of these up-and-comers.
Yeah, really looking good from them for sure. But they're trying to run the gauntlet, and there's going to be so many teams sitting here. And I'm actually surprised that they didn't go for one of those kind of northern or southern rotates to try to get in space here. So many teams congested in the middle already. And we have multiple spots that's considered land ratio that's going to move away from phase 4. So you can actually take it slower here until phase 3 pop and kind of work your way towards some of those spots here, because there's a pretty big chance that we might be popping off those high ground rocks once we see phase 3 pop here and where we're ending up going here. Some teams are already set up in El Pozo, BP team being that most Eastern team. We could see some fights later on here. Winner Die getting close to Bushido though in this compound too.
I will say a mad dash from Yoga Benito this early on doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me. I mean, maybe they felt like they had no other option whatsoever. However, with a circle like this, I feel like wide wraps could have worked better than this, right? When you have a circle shifting like this just did, you know there's potentially a barrier of teams on the east side of a circle like this, and you're just going through and losing people. I think it's a little bit ham-fisted for me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, running the gauntlet is not something I personally would prefer or would consider, especially as we're talking about here. Like, the center of the old circle is usually the most congested, and that happened to be the eastern side of the new circle, right? So that's also kind of the thought process of most of the teams. Sure, they might have seen some teams move away or rotate, but that this slow rotation kind of saying, okay, guys, we had an eastern plane path, we had a western shift by, the elimination method of logic, there should be less teams on the west. Just try to rotate around and get onto the other side there, or at least get on the south and the north side and try to scout for some information if you got time.
Yeah. I mean, considering that it was so early in the game, there should have been some, but we'll see what's going to happen here. Where's the shift going to go? Are we going towards El Pozo? Ooh, kind of 50-50 here for all of things. It centers up, so it does favor some of these teams. At the same time, though, it gets a bit precarious with that field that's south of El Pozo. Some of those hills, Kref is in a pretty decent spot to try and start exerting themselves on the rest of this lobby, as already Virtus Pro is abandoning the BRDM and going for an emergency pickup here, Avenger.
Tulin spotted that and is actually going maybe to go grab it. Slam G's back in that position though, Hive as well. So let's see if he manages to grab that and get away. I'm not sure, but yeah, I should say here, and as we pointed out, there's 2 spots here that's actually land ratio, so it's going to move away from that. And as you pointed out here, that BRDM that's been left is now just up for grabs, and Hive spotted that. Are they going to stop and shoot, or they're just going to try to get away? They are driving straight towards Slam. So I'm really curious to see where VP landed up. It might be on the top. Oh, look at that chasing. Okay, do they have a Panzerfaust in the car? They do.
They do.
That's one. Oh,
he missed.
He hit. He either hit the corner of the back or he hit the bottom of it or outside. Yeah, it did blow up. It was low already. Okay. So yeah, obviously being hit by a Panzerfaust is going to do that. But this next circle, it should move towards El Pozo. It should go southwest by those rules that's set up in the esports mode already. So let's see what happens with that. Batulin's losing his life there. It's just not optimal for a start of Twisted Minds here, though.
Yeah, tough stuff to start things off indeed. I understand why you would go back and say, hey, they've abandoned the BRDM. Why on earth not would we try and get that? But at the same time, though, it felt like those wide rotates that we were kind of talking about before for those teams that knew that they were going to be caught off on a side kind of scuppered their plans a little bit. Good use of the Panzerfaust to really deal with that overall. But meanwhile, Geeke is completely locked down. What is in this bowl of this field area, which can be difficult to play early in inverted commas, I would say.
Yeah.
And early like this, right? There's going to be a lot of lines of sight on you down in this area.
It's definitely a winning spot, but is it too early for them to go there? It might be. They've obviously identified here, and also, if you want to survive, like, you need some soft cover in terms of a smoke. The Doritos already down, but they have Mirados. Like, it's not even Broncos. They have a few folded shields here and there. It's going to work out, but let's see how it's going to fare for them as we follow Na'Vi going into the more southern side here. Taking some control over the field is going to be great. As I said, I think it's going to go southwest here. VP ended up going on top of the rocks, which is also great. I think they might be able to get a good amount of kills from there, but then again, they should only have a sliver, if any, of the new circle that's about to pop here in 20 seconds.
I mean, it gives rise to, thinking about why they would abandon something like a BRDM, right?
Yeah.
They've clearly decided this is our value spot to just try and shoot at everything if people expose themselves. One thing that is for certain, though, Avenger, is that EMEA and some of these other professional lobbies have gotten really good about eliminating those lines of sights in circles like this, and it does shift over towards El Pozo as well. So we'll see if Virtus Pro can kind of capitalize off what they've chosen here.
Yeah, as I said here, more northern than I thought, but it's on the western side here, definitely for the teams. And obviously, BB team being set up on the most to eastern of those parts, they might be able to have a great game here. Circus Crew also having a fight with Eternal Fire at this point here inside the city. They're kind of the next team in line, and they might be the last team to kind of push towards. A lot of more teams are sending it now. Twisted Minds, Hive. A lot of teams are trying to set up, and this might be one of the cases where it's like, yeah, it's a Hail Mary to try to get in. We might be able to survive for a little longer, but in the end, it might be the case of the number one unwritten rule of don't go into a city unless you're guaranteed that it ends there. But if you're able to get in and get placement points, I'm fine with it. Bushido going for dips here, potentially outside on this side, actually definitely worth it. With 2 buses, I like that. That's a great setup for them. It's very deep, these dips out here.
Yeah, if you're going to set up any kind of fortification, those buses are very tanky, and also obviously quite bulky. Oh dear me! C4 Slam G smashing into Ascent straight away, and here they come the reinforcements to try and completely finish them off. Boostic coming around the corner. Can he find Brexco? Panzerfaust in hand as well for Arctic on the other side. Sees Brexco instantaneously demolished.
Okay, and VP just completely cleaning that up. That's just 1 player left on Slam G. Look at that. Great play here for Virtus Pro. They managed to not get any steals just yet, but that's 1 kill for them, and they might be able to get in on this eastern side and control the entirety of it, and I think that's their plan right now. They're considering that this might be the factor as they're paragliding in. Get in, lads. Get in and get the points.
The thing is, Ascend summoned a BRDM. As soon as this circle popped and they were outside of it, they summoned one. So Virtus Pro is getting back the BRDM that they had before.
With 0 damage.
This is ridiculous. And Navi's pushing against Geeky. Good shot. Whoa! Spiro to start things off. Navi's going for a mad crash. It's not working out, though. Spiro takes the second one. No way. All on Sausage to try and do something against this, but he's gone. The fact that Geeky was being peppered in this position and has outlasted and taken kills. Good stuff.
Yeah, really well executed here by Geeky. I guess a difficult pull-up for Navi. That's also the team that shot at them. And now Hive is re-crashing this. They saw the knock. They saw the opportunity. Presenti finds PDD. And there's oh my god, it's flying in with cars here as we see. More shots coming in. Hive with a perfect execution onto this pull-up. A great third-party opportunity for them here.
Panzer came in, did some damage. Rox follows up with the kill as well. Brilliant little execution, and now that wrestles it away. Lovely stuff here by Hive. We had question marks around what they were going to do, considering what they did in group stage, because it was not good. Last chance, they managed to scrape on through, and now here, they're here to play to get things rolling. We need to see the PPT Hive, really. Where's our circle going? We go north. It's been constant west-northwest shifts. For these teams on the east, they're having to scramble to keep up.
Yeah, super difficult circle here, but obviously going a little bit north here. Winnerdie is going to be happy with that. Virtus Pro has a great fighting line in toward from the eastern side. They can play the Riches and potentially hold out Krafton and take that out. Nixie has to beard them too, so they have quite playable line for that. That's a Panzerfaust on James as well.
I can't believe they have a BRDM back, mate.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, we'll leave one, but here's the new one. Yeah. It's great. It's great. Let's see how much they get. Imagine if they had 2 though. That would have been crazy, but I don't think they would have been able to grab the one from Ascent if they weren't up there, obviously.
Right. Saw some little weapon switches around here for Circus Crew as well. They need every potential going into these later stages, because the problem for these teams in Pozo is now eventually they're going to get pushed out of Pozo slowly here. And into the jaws of teams like Bushido that already took the dips on the outside of this. It gets really difficult to take all these fights between these buildings and then transition out of a landmark like El Pozo, because the area outside of it is quite open.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's see if Twisted Minds is going to be able to get to Circus Crew here, though. They have it's a really difficult spot to push. Obviously, 5 stacks, often very unpushable. A Doozy taking down their entirety. Actually, Monodog help with FaZe Clan here. James and Gustav being that last 2 players left alive here. Unfortunate start for them. And you might have cast cursed them.
Yeah, so they got shots on Silas, and I think maybe they're going to try and move on that or something. Because, I mean, they had to... Yeah, okay, so they actually were able to smoke up, get towards this building. That's good transition. Oh, good damage. Panzer does a bit of damage, quite a lot, in fact, but Lou is vulnerable. Closes the door, decides, you know what, explosive, not for me.
Knock, knock. Oh, Panzer, no thanks, bye.
He's got another one, by the way. I think.
Yeah, I saw one in the bottom as well. Oh. Masters might be able to connect here, but it's a 4 versus 3 again. Batulin's is live early, and you having footable shields and you know, a line to get in and get deep a little bit here is obviously great. Godfrey has one at least of those lovely Panzerfaust. You know, can't really do anything against it if you just run into it, but if you get close enough, you might have anything else. Rox gets found by Lukaruk since an opening fight. Great fight here for VP towards Hive, actually.
Win or Die is actually moving in above that as well, so there's potential that they could actually third party this, knowing that there will be vulnerability here on the side of Virtus Pro, but they are completely cleaning up Hive. They have gone, but Win or Die, you can see them on the minimap at the moment, looking directly this way. I think, though, they might have just heard a BRDM and decided, you know what, nah, maybe
yeah, that's not. Yeah, we don't have a Panzerfaust. Let's not fight that. That's not worth it. We might just go back to our, I would say, almost winning spot or something like that. Godfrey now pulls out the Panzerfaust. Did he see Lou? He saw him. Oh, he jumped and missed it a little bit. Marses with a great follow-up with the nade, though. Perfectix finds 1, finds 2. Gets Marses and Godfrey down. And now... Oh my god, he finds our last one as well. Twisted Minds. What a great clutch there. Great salvage, you could say, for Twisted Minds. Getting the points in there and also placement points. 5 points, obviously, in a situation where they could have gone out with, you know, 0 or 1.
Yeah, both of these teams knew it was going to be deadly coming out of El Pozo. Just go for the fight, try and make something work. And when you're down to the last man, what are you supposed to do? As BB team here is going to be experiencing that pretty soon, I would suspect. I mean, they were going to be the gatekeepers for anybody coming in from El Pozo proper for the most part. But eventually, they're going to have to make a move. Now, they do have some containers outside of their warehouse to the north, as well as maybe even a crate if they actually run on into that. But like, they're going to be open to high ground. They'll eventually be open to the Bushido dip if the circle continues to move in that direction. I'm concerned for BB team.
I'm a little bit worried for them as well. Let's see how they kind of set up. Bushido, actually, they might be able to lay low for some time here, but a Panzerfaust and a BRDM potential pull-up here could be huge. Does Lukarux have a... No, I didn't see a C4 on it. It's a rolling car as well. And that's unfortunate. That's the P90 as well. Shots coming in, though. Nixie gets found as well by the distance. Here's One-Eyed King from Warbled Swords. Now Utility's coming in. It's raining down onto Nixie. Smokes are coming in, too. Pull him up and take him in. Put him in and drive away. Could be a play here. Utility's raining onto them. Great flush here by Bushido. Not much to do for VP right now. Subila, follows up. It's actually 2 knocks. This is the opportunity for VP to might be able to get in and get some points here. Gone. That's Nail Cup. Takes tons of damage from up and top.
Yeah, Volpassault's moved in on the corner just above where BB team is to try and get these nades forwards, and it did a lot of damage here against Bushido, and they are taking huge casualties at the same time, so this is going to trigger the BB team to move in behind Volpassault. Another nade goes forwards here. Somehow, some way, Virtus Pro is going to survive this. It's really thanks to that BRDM being able to take cover in that when those nades came across from it, but Volpassault are dealing with BB team going for the backfill.
This is why you have more blue zones than you should. Oh, great. Oh, Celtic turn onto Beamy. Beamy got shot from the distance as well. Should have found Beamy, and now, the bleed out happened on as well. Celtic, last player alive here now with an 8. He's going to throw it right towards him. Doesn't connect. 38 damage on Corexi.
Oh, not really connecting either. Curexi's going to have to back off here. He now does the cover of the BRDM that is Dunzo. So at least he'll be able to survive a little bit longer unless an off angle presents itself from like Win or Die if they poke over the hills. But if they do, they know they're going to be vulnerable to some of the angles that still reside in that El Pozo kind of area that still exists in this circle. But where are we going? It's been such a weird game. So many west shifts and these teams trying to battle things out in El Pozo to get on out. Not the most common of scenarios here for Miramar.
Yeah, very difficult circle to kind of approach with, you know, the majority of the teams, they can't be inside El Pozo. The majority of teams really can't play these riches, but And again, win or die, they're hoping for that shift towards him. But yeah, it's... Oh, was that himself that threw that? I'm not sure. That would have been a great...
not sure.
That would have been a great kill if you throw it against the team that you were going up against here. I think Corexi or Celtic, or even both of them, might be able to get him 1 or 2 more placement points if win or die decides to crash one or the other of it. Wobblesword's surely looking great here.
Who has been quite as well has been Eternal Fire, but they know that they're kind of held on angles by Vorpal Swords. They're still looking their way, as we just saw Zubila take some shots at the Mad down in the bottom there. So they know exactly where they need to come from. It's going to be difficult to deal with that Vorpal Swords building at the moment there, but the timer's ticking. This circle's going to get moving soon, Avenger, and what are you supposed to do but win or die? Is making a big move against this.
With a Groza and a Panzerfaust driving straight down in. Corexi actually has it. He has it in hand. Could he find one? He finds one. Great Panzerfaust. The other guy sent it into the other dip here, so Winterdi managed to get one down, but Corexi is the last player now on VP. And he managed to get 1 more placement point and 1 kill, obviously, on Winterdi. That's a... Oh, I thought it's going to roll a little bit further now. It did not. Groza in hand on Gedrox.
Not easy to hit those Panzers on a flying target. That was fantastic stuff coming in from Corexi. 11 points for them so far in this game. Eternal Fire still trying to solve this puzzle themselves. A lot of smokes go down for the transition. Will they be able to make it through the mad dash through the gauntlet of potential bullets flying their way from Vorpal Swords?
It was also so lucky that they decided to go 3-man in that dip rather than swapped around. He would have gotten 3 kills with the Panzer instead of that, but now they're able to survive for a little bit, right? And this is, I mean, a great opportunity for them. If everything goes right for them, they could win the game.
Yeah, Sloy Jacket actually used his deployable cover there to try and get a better angle on that window. It's a smart move, but Eternal Fire's already moved. You can see him here, up at the window.
Oh, Sloy!
Little play to go for. And it's a brilliant little angle to exploit as well. Good stuff, not commonly used at all. Brilliant here.
The best of luck special. Perfected once in the warehouse, and then like, oh, that's smart. The Doozy getting Schiller down is huge. A blue zone here onto Quidpad is good as well. Gonna do some damage. Correction trying to fend off this push here. Shots coming in. Oh my god, that's just a straight drive-by with the Groza. Correction goes down, but still a great effort for him to get both placement points and kills here.
I mean, Vorpal Swords must be very, very happy with the fact that this building is somehow, some way still in this circle. I thought El Pozo was going to be completely shoved out, but this one building has been a lifeline for them to try and hold down this game and potentially not have to make any huge, crazy transitions away from this spot. X-Razor finds a doozy. Now it's up to BB team to try and make a move. I feel like Win or Die needs to do something as soon as this fight starts breaking out, right? They do have a little bit of that area that Levante is kind of anchoring on, so maybe they can just kind of harness that and exploit that position. Oh! Already Slow Jacket's down.
This might be the time for the other teams to make a move. The King of the Hill currently 1 man down. Shots coming in. Great shot with the AUG here, destroying Molotov. And BB team is down to just 1 player, and Bestelog is trying to fend off the guys. Doesn't have a lot of time. I don't think he has too much util either. He would have to make a smoke path all the way over to a Doozy to make anything happen.
Definitely. And while this has been going on, extra reinforcements, Gedrox and Leosh are moving towards what is effectively closer toward the center of this circle. Although they have backed off a little bit. Wonder what they're going to be doing here from this. Vorpal Swords still holding on tight, waiting for Bestelog to make a move. And actually, they've looped around a little bit to try and find some different off angles here. Bestelog taking damage, though, against the blue. Time's against him. I guess he's just going to sacrifice himself on that corner.
I don't think he's 10 seconds. I don't think he's going to be in either, so it's just going to be the question of trying to survive for as long as possible. Oh, he actually got a placement point from that, so great decision to try to survive for just a little bit longer. Got them 1 more placement points, and now it's going to be a 4 versus 3 for Win or Die and Vorpal Swords. And I actually think Win or Die, with these small riches and how everything's kind of worked out, unless we see a full util dump with blue zones and nades and everything as we see Vorpal Swords has available to them, it might be a pretty decent game here for Win or Die to potentially take things home. Oh, okay.
Vorpal Swords is already making the move, though, with the cars. Very quick. A bit more quick than I was going to be imagining, considering that Win or Die had the circle center. I thought maybe they were just going to buy time as long as possible and then go for the fight, but 4v3, they probably know it as well. And then with this, they're going to try and exploit some of those off angles as well. One Night King already takes out Layoff. That means it's 4v2. They do know exactly where One Night King, though, is. 1-for-1, but Nade goes forward, shutting him down. He's down to one man here as we're going to die.
Levante, last player alive. Oh, that's a great nade. It's going to do a lot of damage on him. 10, another one straight towards him. That's going to connect surely. He runs out with the Groza. X-rays on One-Eyed King. Close this one out. Super well executed here by Warble Swords. Defending this big red brick building. Very hard to push as well. But yeah, 10 kills along with it really talks a story for them fighting all the way through it.
Yeah, very important holdout, and what a way to start off the grand final for Vorpal Swords. They're not a name at the tip of the tongue for a lot of kind of spectators and pundits coming into this grand final here, but being able to hold down this position, this compound, Martin, will be able to pay dividends to start off the grand final.
And obviously starting the grand final like this, with we expected it'll be a little bit more of a vanilla and chill circle here, but then we had the Western ships with tons of BRDMs. The Agents of Chaos on the desk obviously probably loved this game.
Definitely. Flawless, confused, topsy-turvy, it was everywhere. But let's head over to the desk to break down our first Miramar of the day.
Okay, let's break this down, because before we get into sort of the final fights that we saw, I mean, Avenger gave us the shout out there, Mark. He mentioned with that shift, the chaos began, and that the Agents of Chaos must have loved it. We were here in our little green room, and Mark and I were getting mad excited, so Avenger was correct. We enjoyed that very much. Why did we enjoy it so much, Mark?
Fact, it was all to do with the shifts. Felt for a couple of teams. Obviously, we saw that El Pozo, and obviously everyone had to get shifting. Really good play from Smithy. I did feel a little bit for Ascent. I'll give him a shout there. Chris was trying to hold an angle, and little to him know the car was going to finish him off behind. And then we saw this. It became a full send, full chaos end circle. I did like Win or Die's position at the end, but Vorpal Sword. Well won.
How did they win it, Toby?
I mean, they were able to weather the set chaos by being able to stay in the city for the vast majority of it, so didn't have to take part in too much until the very end, where they came out and took home the win. They were able to dodge and weave and avoid all of what we saw in those highlight reels of just non-stop vehicles being full sended into other people's faces with Panzerfaust waiting.
Was there a way, Toby, for Win or Die to switch this narrative and potentially be able to take it in, and something that they maybe could have done earlier on to secure a victory?
Definitely. I mean, honestly, I think even though it's Vorpal Sword that comes out victorious, good on them for a 20-point game. I think Win or Die played a really good game. Yes, they were on the quiet side of the circle, but they had a good counterplay kind of strategy ready for the Virtus Pro push when they came up with their second BRDM, by the way. Able to come over the headline. They had a plan all the way through. Win or Die, they backed off, they fell into the trenches, then they anticipated pushes coming in on them from there as well. So even if Vorpal Swords come out victorious with 10 kills, which is very good, I think there's more to take away from Win or Die's win and how they were able to get the 13 points that they did.
Let's talk about the match results now on your screen. Obviously, it is the first game of the first day of PEC Fall 2025 Grand Finals, Mark. So it's still easy to kind of have a look at this and realize that it's going to move considerably as the days progress. But overall, when you're taking a look at the match results, where's your brain going?
It was a good, I think it was quite a split game, so a lot of teams picking up multiple kills. I think we saw, as the guy said, in the town, it was we've got to get some kills here. We're not going to make it out of El Pozo. It's going to be difficult. And we saw that fight from Circus Crew, trying to get their stand up against Twisted Minds. Great plays from them. They was able to pick up 4 kills from a very difficult position. It is game 1 though, Sam. So obviously there's an element of pacing. Joko Benito went out a bit early on that rotation, despite taking away Footy's Sports drop spot. FaZe getting caught on that rotation as well. But come to the very, very end of it, like for me, I think Win or Die played a really good game. Back to your question before with Toby, could they have done anything else? I don't think so. I think they were in the better position to win that game out. It's just they somehow let Vorpal Sword get out that building and wrap around and use that ridge. If they were able to try and contain that, they might have got a couple of extra kills though to end things off.
Toby, for you, looking at the match results and sort of recapping the first game, where's your brain heading?
I think it's exciting that we didn't necessarily have the usual top performers up in the top early on. I also love the fact that up until I believe there were 2 or 3 teams left, no team had over like 6 kills. No one was able to really separate themselves up until that very end of the game, because just of how chaotic the games were. They kept shifting west, we kept going into the city, and the teams that were getting points were also losing a lot of players in doing so. Therefore, it got very even through the vast majority of it, up until, again, the very end, like the last 5 teams alive.
So Kalaris and Avenger touched on this when they were commentating, and I mean, we'll bring it up again, that Vorpal Swords isn't necessarily the name, Mark, that you would expect to see sitting there at the top now on day number 1, taking that victory as well. But I do think we need to give them their flowers. So tell me a little bit about this team.
They're a good team. Yeah, they're not the household name, I suppose, that a lot of people, if they just tune into this. But they're a team that's been about for a while. They've obviously been working their way through the circuits. They're always in the scrims, so good to see. Razor is a big hitter for them. Sloy obviously steering around as well. So I think they're a good mix individually. They seem to be gelling together, and that's why we're seeing them getting progressively towards the later stages of events, and that's why we're now seeing like the sort of PEC final. Expectations, I think a lot of people would think, oh, well, they might just fade away, but they're definitely an underdog. They're a wild card for me. If they're given the opportunity to get points and take zone, you just saw in that last game, they've got the discipline. They will go sit in the middle of a compound. They know how to defend it. They also know some really cheeky angles, which they've tried and tested through the scrims. So I wouldn't always count them out, Sam. Definitely a new name, but they can be creative when it comes down to getting conversion.
So if we were to categorize teams or put them in boxes, Toby, I would confidently say that Win or Die is a gatekeeper, in the sense that they're a team that you kind of always see in the last chance qualifiers, but they almost always grab one of those spots in the grand finals. We see it on the regular. They always make sure that they're in that spot. They're sort of in a place of getting points and kind of stopping newer names from getting into the mix. I mean, would you categorize them in the same way?
Not necessarily. I like what you're saying with Win or Die, though, and how they're gatekeepers from like a macro perspective, because in the in-game itself, they'd also very much play that way. The way that they were playing this specific game, staying up on the high ground, controlling that entire east side up until the point where Virtus Pro came in. They were literally gatekeeping multiple teams, forcing them through the fields and into, I mean, as we were seeing, cars flying off cliffs and exploding midair, and very Michael Bay style. So no, I think Win or Die definitely fits that bracket. Vorpal Swords, I wouldn't necessarily say does so as well. Not yet, at least. Yes, we've seen them come into the top multiple times now, but I don't think it's in a... They took the spot away from other teams, like preventing other teams from doing so. I think with the way they do it, other teams could do as well.
Vorpal Swords is the up-and-comers, if we were to categorize. Win or Die, the gatekeepers. But now I'm curious, how does Win or Die move from being a gatekeeper, Mark, to being one of the teams that we're talking about contesting for a championship? To be spoken about in the same breath as a FaZe or as a Virtus Pro or a Twisted Minds?
So if we look back, obviously, again, at the end of last year or the beginning of last year, Win or Die with this team that were kind of always in practicing. They were in all regions, playing all tournaments they could do before the start of the season, and they just missed out. So they've had that kind of major loss. So if I go back to that Vorpal Sword, we've not seen that Vorpal Sword of the up and coming. They kind of need to get close and have a bit of a, oh, we didn't quite make it. Win or Die have gone past that point now. So now it's just about driving to the next step. Now, we're so lucky in the region that we actually have a lot of teams, a lot of players, and I suppose our high tier is quite gapped between the sort of tier 1 and pro. And Win or Die are trying to find their position in that tier 1 and trying to break through to kind of that pro scene. And that only comes from potentially getting themselves again back to another land. We've seen them before there. So they need to have a good result here. And I feel like if Win or Die get a victory here and they find their way through to a PGS, that's going to set them up potentially for next year and the coming years. And that will be the change for me, Sam, that they become a household name compared to just being this kind of team that is now making the grand finals look good, but can never get quite across that finish line.
We're getting ready to jump into our second Miramar of the day and our second game of the first day here at PEC Full Grand Finals. Toby, Mark mentioned the LAN, and I think that is something that must be playing in the back of all of these teams, the desperate need to get to LAN. It's what they all want.
Yeah, definitely. And in this tournament, more than ever, I mean, as we were saying during both groups and last chance, it's quite kind of wild to think about the fact that after this weekend is done, for some of these teams that aren't playing in the TPP tournaments and whatnot, they are not seeing another like top-end regional PUBG tournament until maybe March next year. Like, we're looking at potentially a half year until these guys get to play again.
which is mental. Mark, tell me what we're looking at on our screen right now.
Some PUBG. No, Miramar. We're coming in from game
That's
number
helpful.
2. We're in a... I'm helping out. Always here. From the west, across towards the east, we go through the heart, the soul of the sandy dunes. It's a really good flight path. Most of these teams are going to be able to get those prior spots, Sam. If not, there's going to be a couple extending out and just going to get those cars and extend across. But go back to that kind of Jogger Benito conversation we had in the last plane path. This is a lot easier drop for them. They're not trying to overextend and get the cars from Navi. So be intrigued to see actually if they get looted quicker and if they get shifting, depending on where this zone pops.
Toby, is it fair to say, I mean, we'll obviously be able to define this better when the zone pops, but for the most part, we've given them a really nice Miramar to start, and the second one could be much of the same, really allowing these teams to settle in.
This is no doubt, like if you were to put 100 plane paths on the screen right now, I think this would be in the top 5 planes that would cater to most teams possible. Miramar has a lot of the like prioritized looting spots very central on the map if you draw like a line straight west to east. So, I mean, as you can see here, literally everyone got to go pretty much where they wanted, outside of Ascent, who's on a bit of a journey, but still they're there practically now. So as good of a plane path as you could possibly hope for.
Happy teams, happy life for us, and now happy commentators as well as we get into game.
You heard it from Toby. Top 5 plane paths of all time. Make that shorts list. Get that on your reels. Very important stuff here. Coming into the PEC Fall Grand Finals. Also, Avenger, I can't believe One-Eyed King has 2 eyes. This is ridiculous.
The one-eyed jacket.
Yeah, don't you start. The Sloy King.
Don't give us that. The Sloy King. Yeah, that's obviously your last chance meme. If you weren't here, you missed out. That was a great time. But I actually thought Toby was going to go a different way with that top 5 plane path. I thought he was going to go off his the Eastern Island. The top 5 plane for the Eastern Island. I've never seen it. I've never casted it. But yeah, I agree. This is obviously a fantastic plane path to get things rolling here, with the majority of teams either getting into their prior spot or a decent spot. Another somewhat vanilla start zone here, but again, we can't really take anything away from these Miramar circles in the grand finals, as we've seen 1 out of 1 go absolutely ballistic with the shifts. And I would say, even in what we've seen in ranked and some of the recent patches, we've had a lot of hard shifts. It's actually been very, very hard shifty recently here, and that's obviously some tendencies that the big analysts and coaches that we see in the teams, once you're deep diving into some of the numbers, there's a lot of shifts that's kind of going away from the first and second shifts. So right now, that second, like this center prio in phase 1 is actually not as highly regarded as most other spots here.
He's looking around here. One thing that I take away from this plane path, this drop, compared to our previous game, is actually, already we just saw Vorpal Swords come off a win. They didn't get to drop what has become their kind of drop spot, because other things on the eastern side have been taken. This for them, they're back down to Puerto Paraiso, and they have an opportunity to rotate in nice and south into a circle like this as well. So we could see a back-to-back good game from Vorpal Swords after, having to solve the puzzle from the previous one and getting the circle shifts on their building.
Yeah, and sure, they weren't, one of the top teams in the group stage. They weren't the absolute best teams coming out of the last chance, but it's still a team that can swing. They can still get in and really get things going for them. And, with 20 points to get things going here, that's exactly the confidence and morale boost you need to get things going in a finals. But it is, I will say this, 18 games. It's going to be difficult to hold on to a lead for longer unless you really get, out and absolutely smashing both in placement points and kills. There are some teams in this lobby here that, if they give you the chance, they're going to absolutely destroy you here. You need to time your third parties. You need to make sure you're in positions where you don't get third parties, because I think some of the teams in here, and in my opinion, the top and the pro teams are so good at knowing when to strike in that window of opportunity when they see, 1 knock, 2 knock. We saw it with DK and Navi. Hive, what a perfect timing in the last game to come in. First car goes straight through, throws a spanner in the works to get everything going, and then the other guys pull up. There's no more bullets because everyone is shooting at the car that was swinging in, right? And it's just like the window of opportunity timing for these guys, absolutely fantastic.
Oh, definitely. We're going to see some high-level players across the grand final and see what's going on for all of these teams. Obviously, Kref, not the best starts for them. No, he's stuck. No, not the Murado.
It's the back wheel drive. Oh,
he's done it.
His gun is so long, it's sticking out the bottom as well.
Yep, it's an extra exhaust. But anyway, we'll get unlodged as also Circle Crew coming in on the far west side for a circle like this. Not too bad trying to find themselves an entry point. They knew that potentially entry locations like Monte Nuevo might still be kind of looted, still kind of camped in a circle like this, so want to be a bit more cautious about their entry position.
Entry position. I like this. This is a good sniff out from FaZe. You know, plane path being middle. There's not going to be too many teams in Valdemar, but they need to be quick about it. Some teams are already coming close and sniffing about. Wobble Swords and Circus Crew being one of them, but they should be able to get cars and kind of backfill loot. And with this, I mean, off the southern side, if they're quick about it, they could get up and get ahead of both Circus Crews and Wobble Swords to get into a pretty decent spots here. Joker Benito this time around with the BDM on Nailup, also somewhat slow in from the eastern side alongside Slam G as well.
Now for sure, I'm hoping there's no mad dash sends. But I mean, they have a BRDM, so it's like a bit easier, right? Like compared to our previous game, but there's just so much room in a circle like this. They can play it slow, see where the circles go for Yoga Benito, and be okay.
Should be fine indeed. Obviously setting up a little split across here, hoping for a northern side, but also getting info on Batulins. After being a little bit greedy on the last one, trying to grab a free BRDM, he got punished immediately. All the boys here on screen. Oh, I love how it's, you know, two types of angles. Either it's, you know, straight on face first on the cams, or it's down left for the other guys. That's kind of coming in here. There's two options we go with. It's great.
Of course, good old Batulins. Good to see them kind of repping on the cams as well. Of course, Batulins and Shrimzy just finished up a podcast with Kobo, which is now live. You can find it over on his YouTube. I have not had chance to be able to listen to it yet, but I would love to have chance. I've been a bit busy, but obviously when you're getting insights from people like Batulins and Shrimzy, and Kobo's there as well, you know, it's always a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been some good podcasts throughout the times. I love when he did the live ones when he was at the lands being a coach and all. It was cool.
Yeah.
But obviously getting insights from some of the two best players in the world is always awesome. And I think Kobo has some great ideas and good constructive criticism throughout. So it's always a great time to go in and go listen to that for sure.
Absolutely. Let's see what is going to be happening with the circle. Of course, Ascend is coming in a little later to pivot off where Kovo is. And for Ascend, though, brilliant group stage, right? Like, I was thoroughly impressed with them. I think Aniko has been a great addition to the team so far, not only in PPT, but also here so far. He had a pop-off on that first day of group stage as well. So, interested to see if they can kind of follow on through with that. Because the first game wasn't great, but again, the smallest of sample sizes, only one game. Really not much we can take from it.
There is, you know, situations where you're coming in after changing players and you're kind of upgrading and changing that, and you're like a little bit worried, but this paid off. Like them being in, there were 95 points, I believe.
True.
That was great.
What's also really cool is that they've been boot camping in person together, really taking this seriously, really kind of grinding down, not only kind of playing out the games, but building synergy together, doing tier lists, things like that and everything. So I think the Ascend boys have really kind of been on the grind. It's very clear, and it really does show, and I'm hoping for success for them here in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. It's always awesome to see those guys. Also great support, obviously, throughout from the Ascend organization. That you're able to still, you know, get into spots and locations together in real life and, you know, grind things out and get focused. You see multiple other regions that has, you know, huge success doing that prior to going to LAN, so prior to going to playing qualifiers, you know, getting that extra focus and removing all other issues. You know, they even have some of them have chefs, you know, making sure you get the proper diets and everything. But we're gonna see another shift west here, and Descent is laughing, or even like, guys, this is just perfect. How are we gonna set up this? Because it might not end in Monte, but Monte is damn central right now, and yeah, they could set up for a pretty decent, and also to make sure they have cars to kind of leave later, pretty decent spot in the center circle right now.
You know what G-Dragon would say right now?
No.
He would say this is the Ubermensch position. Come on, Avenger. You're not down with your G-Dragon lingo.
No, I don't know too much G-Dragon. I haven't heard too many songs except for some of the in-game ones. It's just, but obviously great album for him to put out. I think one or two of the songs from there is actually pretty banger, but not my style. Just throughout.
You don't like K-pop?
No, K-pop is not really my. It's not really my jam. No, not really. It's not really my jam. I know Paper Thin is a thorough enjoyer of K-pop, but not myself.
He is a top-level career boo, is Paper Thin. He moved there, for Christ's sake. But anyway, he loves his K-pop. Another person who's a big fan of K-pop, Beamy, who's driving through... I don't know if he is or not.
I don't think so.
Maybe looking for Brickyard as a position. We'll see where they want to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this send here, they're going full caravan here. If they could do a 4-man pull-up on anyone that might be split, might, punish them or anything, that's great. And they might be thinking, guys, there's no way there's a team or more than 1 or 2 players in Brickyard already. And at this point, there's no one, and they're actually able to easily pick that up and grab that away. Kref still being in a split is a little bit scary for Kref, also having lost 1 player. Daquel is up there alone. I'm not really sure he's going to be able to get over to the other guys.
Yeah, 2-1's tough.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do. Toygar obviously was able to do a lot for Kref. We watched him pop off in the last chance. And yeah, I mean, if you're 2-1 at the moment, Daquel is getting in a car and is trying to drive. So I like that they're trying to group up, considering there are only 3. So it gets a little bit sketchy, a little bit scary as a 2-1. Na'Vi, meanwhile, going big move north, looking to get in a big wide wrap. And again, when it comes to these big wide wraps, early on in the game, you've got time for it. There is an opportunity for this to work out here for Na'Vi, to find some space. Maybe they come in northwest side of Monty, or at least northwest, and then go south from that kind of position, or along that west side.
That could definitely be the case here. Another chance for SlamG to get another BRDM kill under wraps. They're drilling a little bit, yeah. This is going to be difficult for Naleb. Those BRDMs, they crawl so slowly up the hills. The elevation is very difficult for them. They might be able to get in, or Naleb's actually just jumping out, taking shots, connecting quite a lot onto Artex. He's low himself, but he has the Panzerfaust. He wants to get in, and now, that's going to be an easy one. That's actually fantastic for them, but not because they didn't have to shoot a Panzerfaust at them. And now they grab that BRDM for free.
Yeah. Little unfortunate the rest of Yogo Benito abandoned that kind of convoy style. As you mentioned, though, exactly. There's so much temptation for it, right? The fact that it can't really climb these hills that quickly. So you're like, well, you catch up, you'll get there eventually, and then it becomes vulnerable.
Yeah. There are some spots here that is actually too elevated for them. This is great. I actually like this. This is fantastic. They're canceling it. Okay. They decided to not go for it in case, if it went even further. But they feel like they have a fighting line. I could see it going, north through Daquel and onto the kind of ridges west of Bushido. That's where they're considering their fighting line is going to be. Daquel is leaving, is actually going over to Kref here. So they're going to have an easy path into fighting in towards the kind of deeper parts of the circle.
Yeah, I think this is the more mature option. Technically, you could have taken this emergency pickup actually with a circle like this, and you could have tried for one of those compounds along the road coming out west from Picardo as a whole. However, you don't have information on who's there. You don't have information on how competitive it is. So play edge, play this out. Shots come in from Godfrey. Try and deal with Vorpal Swords, who are just going for a mad dash against this. Zabilla's already taken down from Nixie. Oh, but he's alone, disconnected from the rest of VP. But Floyd Jacket goes down as well, and they follows through. These reinforcing angles are fantastic for Virtus Pro.
This is a great angle here for VP, actually. Nixie, in general, obviously having multiple knocks outside. I don't think he realizes exactly where they are and how it's going to follow up here. One-Eyed King, though, last player. That's a great ball for Nixie. Might be able to get in. Finds one player here. That's easy, but look at pick up One-Eyed King. Another knock is laying around somewhere outside. Yeah, it's falling apart slowly here. X-Racer is distance out from the rest of the guys. Correction might be spotted out soon and actually taken down by X-Ray, so I don't think they can expect this exactly here. X-Ray is sneaking, he's encroaching on him.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro completely knew that was going to be a lot of teams trying to crash in against their position. So sit tight, take as many kills as possible along with it. Circus Crew trying to find a way on in. X-Rays, as you say, being very sneaky, a sneaky snake. I don't think Urexy knows exactly that he's kind of waddling along near them. And Circus Crew also taking some damage, maybe even taking some tire damage here as well. Kiliakai sat above them, goes for a perfect spray to start things off. Got those easy pickings. Marcis next. Oh, he got crashed. Oh, he gets a second.
Oh, look at that damage. Chris also hitting tons of damage onto Arta here. He's actually out, but he's going to be able to get walled in and survive a little bit here. Kiliakai gets his 2 confirmations onto Circus Crew. Really falling apart for them. They're expecting just an easy send in here, but Ascender was just holding on to the... They realized that the entirety of the city was just absolutely abandoned, and they're just setting up for a perfect shot here. X-Rays are trying to sneak onto Corexy. Corexy still running with the MK in hand, meaning he does not have an idea that X-Rays is close. He might have a chance. And now another player is running in.
Way.
Nixie. Oh, did he spot him? Erlen hand now.
Heard something?
Yeah. Might have heard good shots coming in here. That's going to be an easy flush here for X-Razor. Does he know that Beam is close though? Sun is coming in.
He does now. Yep, looking for him. Realizes maybe he's on the ground floor here, all things considered, considering these footsteps. Trying to find a position to take a cheeky angle against him. Nade get cooked up there, though, from Nixie. And it does connect. Gotta be very careful about this. Tries to drop one down. Nixie's bailed away from that, though. Here come the reinforcements for Virtus Pro to try and shut down X-Razor. One thing, though, unfortunately for Volpul Saw is kind of that winner's curse of the previous game. They could be going out in 16th if X-Razor's not able to pull something out of the bag here.
Tons of damage done also from Joker Bonito in the distance here. Try to smoke up, trying to delay this fight here, but they want to get it done. They want to get the chip in and rest it because the rest is just next to him. X-Razor fights Nixie, but Lucarux follows in and gets this. This could be a quick res, but Joker Bonito is looking at them. Are they going to be able to get things done? And this next circle popped far away from them. Is it worth getting the res in and then maybe just driving? It's definitely not worth waiting for it. And now we see a full phase crew here with 3 of the guys just sitting inside here. Where's the last player? James is touched. Yeah, you're right. It's actually distance out.
Joker Bonito's moving in against Virtus Pro. That knock and that hunt for Virtus Pro definitely delayed their ability to make this game work. Just one player alone can really scupper your plans. Cristiani on the edge of this. Goes for a little peek around. Oh, just a bit too eager on those shots. Sees Beamy in the distance.
Whoa!
Goes for a brilliant little spray. Simon's already able to knock Lucarux as well. There's only one left alive for Virtus Pro. They sat around in Brickyard. It did pay off for kills, but now this delay has cost them dearly.
Cristiani trying to get up on the roof here. Nixie's half HP. Might have a great angle on him. He's half HP himself. Goes for the first aid. Maybe he's trying to delay here. I don't know what the timing is. Oh, good shots. Cristiano has to immediately go for the first hit again. Shots coming into. Wow, Nixie finds it, but he has to heal. I don't think he has time. It's phase 4. That's a lot of damage onto Arctic too. Phase 4 with 3 damage per second. Arctic just found here. Hello, my bat. Doing tons of damage. Slammed you with a great pull-up.
Trying for something. Coming around the corner here on this wraparound onto the concrete. See what they could do against this. Leo's just trying to hold the angle, trying to deal with it. Goes for a bit of a spray. Doesn't really connect with anything at all. A double spray does not go his way. Joker Bonito's down on the other side of this. Get things rolling, but win or die. Still trying to hold off this Slam G blast. Lyrics on the distance as well. Nade goes forwards. Boostix down as well. Oh, good angle hold.
Down to 4 HP. Levante's trying to go for the push here. Oh, that's a pants on hand for the... Oh my god. Lyrics tried to go for the jump here. Oh, okay, he got himself as well, but that's doing a lot of damage onto Win or Die here. No, teams are really close, and they are on the edge, so it's not really worth for any third party here, but Levante and Leia are trying to get this done.
He swapped out for the S12K. This is crazy. He's waiting for them to come around the corner. Goes for the heal. Wants a little bit more. Is he going to be able to connect with this? In the other building, in the concrete, that nade is perfect from Boostic.
Silas finds 2 players from the center now. Oh my god, Boostic just absolutely destroyed Layers with a headshot and follow-up here. More damage getting done in. Devante and Hello My Bad trying to backfill this, trying to get Boostic out of this. But I don't think... Hedrick's on the outside. Oh, shots are coming in. Oh, it's from Narnia. It's Eternal Fire doing tons of damage on him. Now he has to immediately stick for the rest here. Gedrox also might be a 2 versus 3 here, but they're outside the circle, James.
Yeah, at least they were able to get the guys up. Gedrox should be getting up in a second as well. James in the distance was not being able to join the rest of the phase boys. As now, boosting.
Oh!
Nade forwards. He's absolutely shredding them here. Win or Die has no way or rhyme or reason to be able to deal with any of these nades coming from Boostic. There's just one more waiting in the wings. Levante waiting on this corner.
Full 3 gear and barrel in hand. Can he make things happen here? Code Marco finds 2 on the Panzerfaust for GK. Very unfortunate for them to pull up here. Chrissy finds 1-2. That is GK out. That's a great defend here from Eternal Fire, but that might be an opportunity for some of the other teams to kind of push them. Boostic, 3 kills so far. Great effort for him.
It's not only a great play, here comes the Panzerfaust to see it once again. Code Marco blasting them upon entry. Great little replay here to watch how Geeke got dismantled in a flash. While that was going on, though, as well, Bushido was dealing with Kref as they were trying to make a move. Win or Die is still in dire straits with all of this. And Hive kind of caught on the edge as Chris is going for the man dash with a Panzerfaust in hand just in case they need to blast someone.
So he's maybe just trying to find kills here. With smokes over by FaZe, that could be a pull-up. But you also have to, I mean, on the pull-up, you will have to also get the reload on it. And yeah, that's a complete destruction here. Both Perfectix and Crossberg helped each other to make sure that Ascend went down in 11th place.
Shots from Batulins in the distance, trying to deal with Hive. Example connects to Rocks.
Boosting again.
Now, yeah, Hive is just trying to do something in this blue. I think they've not got much opportunity and not much chance considering how stuck he is on that tree is Presenti. Virtus Pro, he picked up again. Or did they res?
That's the res, and he survived for long enough for them to get in. Now they're just going to spread out the example res, you know. 3 guys land in each corner, land on a roof somewhere.
It works.
They should land on the 2 guys on Ascent, you know.
I mean, I assume they're flying really high at the moment, but you can see all 3 of them just kind of circling around, waiting, biding their time, seeing if they can find any opportunity. Oh. Karux technically is in the circle, but very high up in the circle.
Yeah. They're all just gliding. Nobody knows.
That's wild.
Nobody knows. I mean, you can actually stay up for quite a while, but if Twisted Minds wasn't on the northern side, the 2 full bodies from Ascent on the shack there would actually be better. But they can't see from the top, right? And they probably don't have good enough kill feed to know that that's a broken time.
I have never seen the emergency cover flare be dropped from that angle ever.
That's 1, that's 2. If everyone's shooting at them, that's BME. Not down to Correxy. Oh, it's a lot of damage done.
It's a nice try, but with the whole lobby shooting at you, you've got to descend, and then where are you going to go? Because once you hit the floor, you're going to be even more open, and there goes Correxy. A nice try from Virtus Pro. Nixie sacrificed himself in the blue for that one.
I think DB team got, and they didn't get placement points, mind you, but DB team got 3 kills from that.
If it works, it works for the teams that are getting those extra points. On the other side of things, FaZe is looking for extra points as Eternal Fire needs to make a move with this circle as well, and they need to make a mad dash over this road. That's why they're smoking up as much as they can to try and make that transition happen. But a nade, a blue zone, good stuff from Gustav to make sure Eternal Fire cannot make this transition.
Double blue zone here is huge, obviously, for them. Now the rest is coming. Shots are coming in from Twisted Minds. Code Marco down to just 10, 15 HP. Oh my god, that's a fantastic... That was so accurate, but it was outside. It didn't connect. Look at that. Just 1 or 2 meters outside. But they were inside and safe here. Twisted Minds just farming from this little ridge here. They are looking into everyone into the circle. Connect here. Got Dante. That's Hive out in 8th place. But that is placement points. Quetpa got up. Schiller alive as well, potentially. This couldn't be worse for FaZe. No more lethal. Not too much more lethal, actually, in a Panther on Vard, but that's a great headshot. Tons of damage done. Bushido finding a lot of damage onto Gustav, too. Luckily, Twisted Minds wants the points here.
Yeah.
They might hold Eternal Fire for FaZe.
Keep shooting at everything that moves. Example finds one already. Schiller knocked. looking to try and predict exactly where he is in those smokes, as well as the movement. Here comes the car. Now can Matt dash forward. There was a Panzerfaust in hand, but Vard instantly says, no, there's not. You have no hope with our own Panzerfaust to be able to deal with you.
Good points here. Example managed to snitch up one. That's good. FaZe is inside this circle here. If they get a shift, they might be able to survive. We have so many teams that's currently on the edge. Kref is also sitting on the edge here, but everyone has to move. Everyone is outside this next circle. Bushido does have a little bit of an advantage here, being the last team that's going to be forced to move, but FaZe also, with a few smokes, might be able to survive for just a little bit longer.
Very rare we get no one in a circle, but here we are. How are these teams going to be able to approach a position like this? Because there is very little cover to work with in that circle. If anybody makes a move, that's why we're going to see everybody move at absolutely the last second. If anybody makes a move, you need to have car forts up and running, but at the same time, Panzerfausts are absolutely a thing that could easily demolish your position as well. BB team, though, they've got a lot to answer for. How are they going to move? And Kref's going to be just ahead of them.
This reminds me of the movie where it's two opponents, you know, two different teams, or what you could say, looking at each other, but they got, you know, big armies behind them. They have to knife fight silently, otherwise everyone will shoot at them. And this is the time for that as well. If you start making too much sound, everyone's going to shoot at you. If you start moving too early, everyone's going to shoot at you. BB team, though, with tons of smokes here for this smoke wall across there, making a lot of focus. Oh, that's a Panzerfaust drive. Great drive by a doozy here. Gets tons of damage onto FaZe. FaZe still has two players up. Vard being one of them. Finds one, finds two. That's Besselog and a doozy down.
They're already popping and looking Molotocks away as well to try and shut him down. They know if they get that, then it's going to be an instantaneous wipe here for BB team. Damage being done. Great stuff.
My God.
But they were able to take them all. Brilliant here by FaZe. And now here
another
comes the
one.
next problem. Do they have another Panzerfaust?
They don't. Kref pulls up here.
BB team has one.
Yeah, BB team could have one. I think he meant to shoot it a little bit here now. Rest is coming out. Shots coming in. Kref, actually great defense here from FaZe.
What?
And he jumps into the BDM to be able to heal safely here. Great play by FaZe. Vard gets flushed by Example.
Yeah, they know
my bad. Finds Petulins.
So he's going to be playing alone at the same time. Looks like Bushido's probably going to end up cleaning up the rest of this, because there's only one left alive here for Twisted Minds. One left alive for FaZe as well. Bushido from that compound. They were the last that required really moving, and they're going to capitalize on it.
Yeah, obviously huge for them to be able to just come out and shoot everyone, because they didn't have to move just yet. Example, 6 kills, looking good. Gustav with a BRDM. He's going to try to go for the point that is Example, and the placement point that would be if he manages to eliminate him. He runs out. Can he drive in towards him? Takes a little bit of blue zone damage. Example does. He's half right now. And now Gustav's just going to continue driving around here. It's smart. Death by elimination of blue zone could be. That's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Example.
No way.
Remember the one Chris had?
It, or death by the cutest BRDM you've ever gosh darn seen.
Oh, here they go. The 8s there. It's done.
Bounty. Yeah, he just needs to post it through the letterbox as well. That is a molly, I guess. That's one of the mollies of all time. As Example, we'll just wait things out. He's keen for this Panzerfaust.
Don't get too close. He's running out for it. That's the kill. That's 2 points for either team here.
He's keen.
Oh, look at that. Sneaky snake.
Each other.
Oh, he hit him in the back. Hit him in the back.
It is burning. Gustav's going to have to get out here. He's going to go around the left-hand side. He explodes. There's a lot of damage.
Oh, he got him.
But it doesn't work. But Bushido in the end will take the victory. That was close between Twisted Minds and FaZe there. But, of course, Martin, Bushido from that compound was able to move out into the fields towards the end and get that win.
Yeah, what a great way to kind of finish it for them here. But then again, you had to fight for it. You had to put yourself out there. I will say this, though. FaZe Clan being able to defend the BB push multiple times. We saw teams trying to pull up with a Panzerfaust. Them getting and maximizing this amount of points here from our shack like that, that's just fantastic play for them.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, especially when you lose teams like who's over the other side of the circle as early as they did, right? Like that really does not play well into your campaign for a game like this. But Bushido being able to get the victory here, none of the big names starting things off super strong in terms of a victory, but they're able to accrue a lot of points with the kills coming their way, like a FaZe, like a Twisted Mind, from a game like this, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, difficult circle to kind of get things going, but yeah, VP, man. Having 3 guys float, they were hoping for placement points, but they didn't get any.
No, definitely not. All right, back to the desk. That's Miramar done for day number 1 of our grand finals. Let's hear what Sam, Mark, and Toby have to say.
Okay, so normally the plan is always to kind of think of a couple of questions to start the conversation, right? And I start trying to plan that around mid-game, and I thought, you know what I'll do? We come back as the desk when the highlights are up, boys. So when the highlights are up, I'll ask you what your highlight is. And as I'm saying that, Gustav comes driving into the circle, and I'm like, wait, there it is. That's the thing we're going to have to talk about, Mark. This example Gustav battle was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. They're not the first BRDM stall, and maybe not the last either, Sam. I was just like, please don't go that way, please don't go that way. Team up with and take on Bushido. But no, typically the solos will go head-to-head. Example, eager to try and get that Panzer kill at the end, but he actually did get the kill eventually. Good play. Just go back to that phase push, because obviously they had this defense first on BB team, so good. Obviously they were able to get the Panzer out, stop that one, fired outside, causing danger, and then they had the instant backfill as well, which was a good play. It was able to clean that up, and Gustav just saw a pink BRDM and went, Sam, I'm taking that.
It's so interesting for me, Toby, when you watch this, because I think that there is a level of experience that comes with a team like Twisted Minds, a team like FaZe, that goes, okay, we've got one alive. How do we best optimize our position to get as many placement points as we possibly can? Which is just that sort of big brain thinking. And I kind of felt like that was what we were seeing there.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely over the last couple of months been given more ways to survive. One being a BRDM, other being send 3 players mile high into the air and just hope that they can float around for long enough to get placement points. And luckily for Virtus Pro, they fell just 1 team short of getting placement points. But we are reaching a point where if you were to look back to PUBG a year ago and now, people would probably not recognize it anymore. I think we had more Panzerfaust damage done this game than we had like AR damage done. It was pretty insane. Again, of course, with these circles, when you're forced out into the open, you get a lot of pull-ups, but it is this game in particular was a real showcasing of a lot of the additions we've added to the game lately.
I actually wrote down here, I think early on in this particular game, I was like, Panzer, 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 because I think that was something I wanted to talk about there as well, Mark.
Yeah, there's been a change of how the game is sort of operating. So many Panzers are going in towards other util packs, going into the back of cars and trunks, and it seems like every team, arguably, because of the BRDM, is having to carry these Panzers around with them. So a lot of the late game action is being forced because of that, because people are trying to counteract that there's going to be a giant tank driving towards them. And then as a result, if they don't see it for whatever reason, it then becomes a very good use to either breach a compound or defend a compound. So again, very, very explosive either way you look at it. It's just these pros adapting to, I suppose, the tools that they've got in front of them.
I think, to continue off what you're saying, I think one of the reasons that we see the Panzer so much is that way back in the day, PUBG was a game of guns, you know? Like, you fought with guns, maybe you used utils and nades every now and again, but it was primarily you running around with your gun in hand. Then people got really good at using utility. We got mollies, we got the bluestones in the game, added as well flashes to cater more to utility first. Then you follow up with the guns. Now it feels like it's a game where you throw util, or well, I mean, if you're pushing, you push with panzers, then you throw nades, and then if you haven't killed all your opponents at that point, then you might whip out an AR or DMR if need be even, or MP5. So guns are really like the third tier option these days, I feel like, especially when the Panzerfaust are as good as they are.
So obviously on your screens right now, after 2 games, we have those overall standings. These will change. There are 3 days of competition, so keep that in mind. But I do want to draw some focus to the team sitting at the top. Bushido, obviously they were also top of our last chance qualifiers. Toby, tell me a little bit more about this team and why they're having such a good run so early on.
I think it's amazing to see them out in good starts. Also, I mean, obviously, because I said that they were probably looking to do that, and it's always nice to be proven right. But these boys, they have been together for a while, but they have been on multiple Turkish rosters throughout the years, and they've always, I guess you can kind of look at them somewhat the same way that some people look at Virtus Pro, of how they were players that were dropped from other rosters that then grouped up. You know, like Medibake, Heltic, Nailcup, and Crossberg, they all play incredibly well. Now it's the replacements that have found one another and found success. They have all weathered the chaotic open qualifiers. They've been there. They still play through those in order to make it to where they are here. So in these early stages of brackets, whether it be group stage, grand finals, last chance, you name it, they like the chaos. In this game in particular, they had a lot of circles come their way. They made the most of them. Good on them. But in general, too, like, they are pretty good at playing in these chaotic early on games. It's in the latter part of tournaments that they tend to struggle. When you get to day 2, day 3 of a tournament, of a bracket, that's when teams kind of figure them out.
Mark, what do they have to do in this particular event? Because like Toby said, they start off really well. They feed off this chaos. And then as everyone settles, they're struggling a little bit. Is there anything that you think that they could do in terms of their gameplay or style that could see them maybe hold on for a little bit longer?
Sit down, right? Because I'm the opposite side to Toby when it comes down to Bushido. And I'm going to add Eternal Fire into this conversation as well. I think we're right in the context that they kind of thrive under pressure and chaos. But I think they start a little bit normally slow, methodical, can't get to the tempo right, can't deal with the teams close to them. They know how to move. They know where they're going for the drop. They've gone past all that stage. So we see them normally early on not really get away with some of the stuff they do. What they thrive on is, and this is where I do agree with you, Toby, is the chaos, right? So when it goes down to the last brackets, when it goes down to the last couple of games, Bushido, and I'll add Eternal Fire also into that conversation, these Turkish players, they love the chaos, right? They're able to thrive. They always seem to find a way in, whether it's towards a LAN, whether it's towards getting themselves into the grand finals, they are always tend to be here. So what can they do differently? I think it's just trying to slow down their tempo. Like, can they deal with a calmer game? Can they try and maximize points out when they are in the center? Because we always have a laugh, because historically they used to go to the center compound, Sam, and just sit there and just wait for the game to end out. Whereas they've obviously had to change their game style, and as a result, they've got used to this chaos. It's kind of, they need to go back to a little bit of basics, like, well, hold on, if we was in the compound, how do we deal with it? How do we deal with a non-chaotic game and get the maximum amount of points? But also, when we need to dial up the pressure, how do we kind of switch either way for them? So I like Bushido, I like Eternal Fire. I think Bushido, if they keep the chaos going, Sam, I think they're going to be up there throughout this tournament in the grand finals.
I think my concern would be, and I'm sure Toby would agree with me here, is that there are more experienced lineups in this lobby who are able to do a better job at controlling the pace and the tempo. And once they take control, Bushido's chaos is gone, and then it's almost like Bushido's muted. It's kind of like turning the volume down on a speaker, right, Toby?
Yeah, I suppose, but you know what? I will say for Bushido in particular, seeing how they've played this tournament thus far, I want to call them a 2025 Howl. In the sense that Howl made it through to PGS, the first iteration of that being held in Malaysia last year, or well, the year before last year, and that surprised a lot of people. And I think should Bushido be able to do the same thing here and actually end in the top 3, not only would it surprise many people, but I think the way that they have come to it is very, very reminiscent of the way that that Howl did it 2 years ago.
Okay, there you go. Some thoughts. Now, of course, we are getting ready for our third map here in PEC Fall 2025. The grand finals underway, almost about to hit the halfway mark on day number 1. And Mark, do you know what time it is?
It's Tego time, Sam. I'm never going to let you down on that one, trust me.
That's why I don't give it to Toby anymore.
Yes, it's the northeast, starting towards the south, pushing towards the southwest. Does favour that south side, but Tego can be pretty spontaneous, should we say, with some of these zones, especially if we see one sort of play across towards Godok. One thing I do say, if we do see that river staying in, we see a lot of zones sort of trap back to that. These teams are getting used to how the zone sort of folds out. So good to see everyone on the outside split. I mentioned this in the group stages, is that kind of win or die and phase. That worries me, Sam, because those who live in close, as I said before, they do like to try and catch each other out. And we have seen historically win or die also push in to Buxan if they have the opportunity.
It's Tego time here at PEC Fall. Let's get into game.
It's time to Tego indeed. I was gearing up. I was taking a moment to gear up for the excitement that I'm gonna have here for something like a Virtus Pro drop, right? I mean, obviously they were splitting very far in last chance across some of those compounds down to the south of where they are, but it's a bit more condensed, Martin. They can't get away with what they were doing in last chance here on Tego.
Oh, they couldn't. And you know what? I almost died when, I realized how excited we were going to go for this match here, but it's not Tego time. It's time to Tego. That's how we do it. That's how we go about it. Yeah. But yeah, actually these circles here with the amount of river that we have in, it just leaves not that much playable space on that kind of southern side around where Twisted Minds is setting up. So that Twisted Minds split that is usually very good might now get kind of intruded a little bit early on from some of the teams that want to get some of the compounds. So they might have to get together earlier than they usually are. Might not have as much loot that they are kind of used to in this split, because I mean, some of the compounds are great, but right now Perfectix Killikai is actually driving quite close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, what's particularly unusual about it is Batulin's position far east, right? That is not the absolute go-to that they would normally do on a split like this. Normally they're a bit more west about some position like this, but they feel like, well, with this plane path, okay, we can swing out a little bit further, try and take up some more area with it all. And it could work out as long as they don't take casualties, and they even find Killikai in the end, like you're mentioning. So a good start here for the Twisted Minds boys.
Indeed, getting Killikai early on, yeah, rough a little bit, obviously, for the Ascent guys. Being, I would say, the second or third team in terms of priority getting into a good spot here, losing one player, not good. And if I'm Perfectix right now, I'm definitely not leaving that ship. I'm grabbing that and then either putting it in a car and exploding it, or, you know what, I'll just bring it with me and bait the guys in. You know what, you want your buddy back, you might as well come and get it yourself.
Easy peasy for them to get things a-rolling. And for Ascend, big split for them elsewhere, right? Like, Brex goes all the way up towards Shipyard to get himself loot on the board. Aniko and Chris on the tip of what is the mainland, looking towards that position. Yoga Benito might even be chasing them as well. We'll keep an eye on that for the moment, as Twisted Minds is concerned about Masters moving in below them from Circle Crew. So the split, yeah, it gives you a lot of room to work with. Yeah, it gives you a lot of compounds to try and play things out from, but you've still got to be cautious about everybody moving past you, everybody trying to find a little bit of a building near you as well. That's a lot of ammo, example.
I think he got plenty of bullets. Maybe it's the strategy, so he either later drops it and then he still has bullets, or takes out the EMEA and then you all of a sudden have tons of extra bullets too. It's just a spare gun here. Jogo Benito and Ace Ascend here very close to each other. Both of the teams have some sort of info. Whether they know exactly where it is, I'm not sure, but Nila with an AUG on a silencer on that AUG is trying to strike like a ninja.
I do like how it looks, at least. Silencer on the AR, but beyond that, let's see if Aniko and its Chris can hold on against this potential. Yoga Benito on the stealthy hunt through the brush. What can they find? Little jump scout here against Aniko's tree, maybe. Maybe Aniko was able to hear all this going down, and from there, they're looking straight south. And Yoga Benito might be backing off from all of this. The rest of them are moving away. Noddy can't find anyone. So, maybe Ascend gets away here.
Might be able to get out scot-free here, but still having lost a player, not optimal. And these two teams are kind of interlocking each other in a mutual, we're late to the circle transaction here, which is obviously not great. Brex has the information on the guys being on the top of the bridge here. So he knows now 2 guys, 1 car. If there's, more, might be 2. Native is actually pulling up. They have a Panther too, so we're going from mutual delaying each other to mutual distraction potentially here for Jogo Benito and Ascend.
Yeah, of course, Brett's car watching them disappear, and then obviously bring the car back. Now it's all red alert once again. This is a little bit scary for Ascend. I mean, the thing is that even if they don't push across, I think... Do they believe that nobody's here now? Yoga Benito, well, they don't now with those shots going through. Oh. It's going to get charged up against all of this. Aniko takes Naila very, very quickly to start things. Those reinforcing shots come in from Brexco. You can see them in the distance coming from the pier where the lighthouse is to try and do something about it.
Yeah, actually quite a lot of damage here, connecting quite a lot. Kristalny also getting connected on here. Now it's just trying to spam just a little bit. The 4x is not optimal. Smokes are going out. Actually just picking up Nailed, maybe putting him in the back of the car here. Getting him to safety would be huge. That's a great nade actually, but they're already out of that and already put into the car here. This is one of my favorite features actually when I'm playing with some of my friends that don't have as many hours as I do in the game. Put them in the back seat, taking them away to safety, then resting them, and then giving them, you know, a little bit of a shitfall, saying, guys, please don't get knocked like this, you know, and then getting them back into action. And woo, it's great.
Yep, I seem to recall once or twice, you know, you putting me in the back of the seat and just saying, it's all right, don't worry.
I got you, buddy.
Thanks, Avenger. Thanks for saving me.
Oh, Nixie absolutely destroyed here by Krev. Both Soup and Toyka are shooting towards that direction here.
Well, Kref is still got to try and do something from this spot. But with a circle like this is actually a kind of a rough position to be in for Kref, honestly. There's going to be a lot of teams ahead of you. Now we move back to the compound. What is going to be their game plan? I wouldn't be surprised if they had an E pickup ready to go for when the circle pops and see if they could actually use it to try and make something happen if the circle goes far east. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a difficult circle to play due to the amount of water that's in. Obviously, the teams that have somewhat close proximity to where the circle is at the center, they're going to take some compounds in there, hoping that it goes their way. But if we go north, if we go west, or even east, it's going to be difficult to kind of approach that because you're going to have to pass through all the other teams. And then again, as we saw, we've seen a lot of... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised here if we see a Young Chung ending or something crazy like that. But I'm definitely hoping for a kind of east terminal area circle for where the majority of the teams are, because the hills and all the ridges are kind of around that. It's accommodating quite a lot of teams usually. SlamG, Wobble Swords here on the south side, very, very slow to kind of move in here. With no priority or information about the teams or the compounds that's inside the circle. So they're somewhat blindly rotating here and getting close to Kangyang.
Can you imagine if we go back to the island as you're mentioning? Like,
that would be insane.
Brutal. You've got to take the shot. He's so still. You've got to take it. Okay, he hits for 40. Not much more. He was trying to go maybe for a tire there, or if he was going to be able to swing around that tree, but Zubila might get away.
I think they're going for a 3-2-1 there, but the other guys might not have that angle because he had the tree cover there. So I mean, usually like when you're standing that still, you go 3-2-1 shoot, and then everyone starts shooting at the same time. Boom, he's knocked right, and you're usually flush there. But Zubila surviving. SlamG again coming in from this slow southern side here and moving in slowly. Obviously, a team that with great mechanical power, great skill here. But I feel like if they were more center, they could actually not chase circles all the time. They would be way better with that.
So Virtus Pro actually went for the emergency pickup. Now Kref is all on top of each other right now. I think Virtus Pro beat them to the emergency pickup timing and was able to kind of take that off. But at the same time, now another one is coming in from, well, actually, isn't it coming in from the other side, or is it just the rest? But it doesn't matter regardless, as Virtus Pro here, it's going to be flying on in. Just a scout, actually. The rest are in cars below all of this, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously pretty great. You're trying to get the high ground information, and there's so many rocks, so much kind of open area to play that you can kind of pull up on here. Extends taking shots at face. Face is also draining towards Virtus Pro. That might be a little bit of a fight there too. Gustav finds Nick, so Nick correctly finds James. Lots of damage done here. Beamy finds Gustav and Fex. That's really falling apart now for Face. One more player. Face is eliminated out here. Super well executed here by Virtus Pro. Not losing a player, only getting one knock.
Brilliant cleanup, and Nixie being close after that emergency pickup kind of scout that was going on. That being said, though, Navi's found them from the distance, so Kurexi is knocked. They need some cover, some decent cover, to get their boys back up and good to go.
Right now I don't see them really pushing them, sending in, but Jogo Benito's also on the northern side. It's only Simon that's close enough to do any utility and put out any damage. He's being called back, guys. We actually have a good spot inside this circle here. We should hold on to the northern side together rather than trying to sneak a few kills here and there. So they are getting back together and getting closer here. Like one of the favorite boy bands of yours of all time. Getting back together with the Backstreet Boys.
That, or you can buy tickets for System of a Down right now. Oh, actually, the queues are super long. They're doing a European tour. Yes!
Did they ever split up, though? I don't think so, did they?
Well...
it's not a comeback either.
There's been disagreements between them. Let's put it that way. Let's see if there's going to be disagreements between some of these teams as Na'Vi is looking towards Bushido and seeing if they can drive on beyond the position here. But Na'Vi's got a great spot to be able to overwatch a lot of the teams that are going to be moving around below them.
Oh, BB also joining in on this fight here. This is actually this hill in general. Oh, look at that. Twisted Mind's actually doing tons of damage onto Orbital Swords. Lou also fighting on the other side. Farish goes down, fighting on multiple angles here. That's a lot of damage done without any damage taken.
Yeah, Vorpal Sword's having a hard time after that win and not being able to find themselves a spot. Example decides, you know what, because I had 500 bullets before, let's just spray through the smokes. And I use half of it. To it. He's actually spent so much for it and he's done 190 damage with that ammo.
the bullet to damage ratio here is going to be very low, but then
it's
again...
like 1-to-1 at the moment.
Yeah, if you have 3 gear. Oh, look at that chasing. That's a BDM once again. That did not connect here from Levante. That is going to be rough for them. Slam G might survive for just a little bit here. Winner disengaging from this fight. I don't really see it's worth it fighting on the eastern side here. This might. I mean, the circle might go east to them. They might have a good spot, but they're kind of driving around like it's Scrim Game 6. Panzerfaust chasing BDMs.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're going, but Mogul's going to be able to greet them.
Nice
swap. Oh, but he goes down anyway here, does Levante. It was a good attempt. Artix just drives on past him and finishes him off as well. Win or Die has to get out of here, man. This was too much time wasted.
It was indeed. And now we have a crazy northern circle. Obviously, next circle does go south here. Very difficult for most of the teams to make anything out of it. And I think, you know, Levante might have been the greatest magician of all time in PUBG if he made that swap of rule. Now I'm here, now I'm gone. It happened, and then he might have gotten the knock on him, but it didn't happen. And Twisted Mind is just looking at everyone, just so many teams driving past them.
Yeah, everybody's going to try and go for these coastal areas. There's actually not that much cover in some of this
Absolutely not.
Of the mainland that does exist that we were watching where End was before. But what was interesting is that Hive has already taken up residency with it. Presenti's been able to find himself a position where he can put some off angles in as well. Here comes a Panzerfaust though. Almost takes down Silas. Just spray on through and finish it off. Hits Chris, takes down one. The bridge could become an extremely important area for these teams.
So many teams already fighting. It's already down as well to Arta. Circuit Screw is also backfilling from the other side. I mean, this amount of damage coming in here. Kike might be caught in the middle of everyone here. So many teams shooting at them. Winner Die, Ascend, Orbital Swords, Joker Benita potentially too. They are just kind of caught in the middle of all the action here on this side.
I think, honestly,
yeah.
Ascend is probably as surprised as we are that this is the circle that we've been presented with, because they had what was an insane spot for a circle like this. They've obviously moved away. They're trying to get maybe some crates on that other side, but Win or Die is on the other side of the bridge alongside them as well. So there's not much room for them to really work with.
I mean, this is a crazy circle. Like the pizza slide that is kind of left inside has almost no cover. Tons of damage, a ton here. Spyro gets taken down by Sloy Jacket. Being only 2 players here, they should realize that. Nades are coming out, pushes coming in. PDD only half HP. Sloy with full should have an advantage here. Underhand Nade on the other side. Now more damage coming into the smoke. Is that a blue zone? It's a blue zone. Oh, Sloy Jacket just destroyed PDD with an AUG and a headshot there. He's half HP himself. Can't go for a heal.
Still, Shields able to hold on this down. BB team is going to be making a mad dash through all of this that's going on as well. Everybody realizes that there really is not that much room to actually play with here. As Orbital Sword sees him coming around the corner. Does take him down full first instantaneously, but Slow Jacket on this off angle is taken down full first. Hello by Bad, no, not Win or Die with the deployables. Please, no, not again. I think I need to get him up as fast as possible. But I mean, they were in smokes, they were in cover, so they had to try desperately to survive. You can see here the predicament that they're currently in. Oh no.
Oh my god. They lost it. And even with this spot here, with a little bit deployable cover, maybe a car or two, you would actually been in a decent spot. But Circus Crew pushed them quite offensively. Boostic finds Brexco too. And Ascend, that once had really high priority inside the circle here, is now being found on the other side of the bridge with the circle shifting away from them. Very unfortunate situation for them indeed to also lose one player early on and then not being able to defend. Diffix finds Phil first. EK obviously losing one player. They might be able to get the rest here.
Take a look back at this as Sloy Jacket, some great spray coming in from him against Geeky. They continue to try and make something happen. PWD. It's been unfortunate so far watching Geeky kind of play things out. I feel like they could be able to do a little bit more to get things rolling as our defending champions so far. That is why it goes down, but Geeky is still holding on to this position at the moment with Panzerfaust in hand, knowing that BB team is on the other side of this. Damage goes through against Molodok. He tries to jump to get an angle on the rock, but doesn't quite make the jump.
He's close here. Could he maybe get some util on that dead body? Through an underhand nade. That's an underhand Molotov. It's another smoke being deployed here. The other guys are defending well. Oh, destroyed.
Yeah. Ooh, well, destroying that deployable cover as well. As Quizzy does manage to get that Molotov on Molodok. That was so hard to say. I'm so sorry. I'm going to end it there. You continue.
The Molo on the Molo. Yeah, for sure. Kref now pushing on. Gets Lukarux down here. Good shots coming in from him. Trying to connect on Eternal Fire now. Oh, Hive also from a distance doing damage to them. They need to finish this fight on the western side here. In a difficult position. Beamy finds one. Kref. Oh my god. Great nade. Well done here by both Kref and VP to finish off Eternal Fire early on. That's an unfortunate sandwich to be against a team that's off the high ground and a team that's got the low ground. And you're in the middle. And then you just peek from both sides on you and just dump utility. Rexy trying to get the finish onto Kref here.
I don't know how much longer they can survive here. Toygar's going to need to do a lot of work for them to try and make something happen, as Kurexi and the rest of the boys are going to look to reinforce. That being said, though, Bushido is looking that way, so maybe they can put in some shots if they could find them. As Soapy Ocean down, Kurexi deals with it. Being able to get that flush as well. Not really much left here for Kref to do something. Wait, what?
He hit me on the other side. He was just spraying the smoke.
That was not what I was expecting. That was not on my bingo card. He's going to continue spraying. He's not got much ammo, actually. He's kind of wasting a lot of this.
Yeah, he's just trying to get it done and maybe try to get a little bit of heal to your nice nade from Beamy. Destroying Beamy's vest, though. A little bit unfortunate for them. And they got backfilled a little bit by Bushido, taking that high ground. It's going to be fine, though. Toygar's going to be on the distance, but Hive is going to be in that spot.
There is a moment where Virtus Pro strikes me as one of the teams that's having a lot of fun when they play almost at all time. Like Nixie, for example. Have you ever seen that guy sad? I've never seen him sad, ever.
No, never. And he's always laughing, having fun with things while top fragging, top damaging, so it's obviously great. That's why you need a vibe and a hype guy that is accompanying him for sure. Perfectix does find a Deuce and Phil first. I will see BP team and Twisted fight here. Great shots coming in for Lurex, taking down Circus Crew and Arta. And also Geeky here. Tons of damage done onto them. And they're going to be taken out as well in 11th place. Not the start that we were really hoping for sure.
A lot of teams on the edge at the moment, as Jogo Benito is going to be happy with their position, as you were mentioning. But some smokes go down for Toy Guys, trying to delay as long as possible. Nades go forwards. Actually, that might not be terrible. But he doesn't quite know the distance at which their opponents are at, so he's kind of throwing these a little bit blind. Only knows the true direction of where they were initially, as they do continue to push on. But Hive's just going to come and backstab him here, or they fight across where he is, and he somehow survives. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
With this amount of smokes, they surely think that there's a guy in here. So now shots coming in, connecting. Presenti finds him. Nice. And meanwhile, Presenti and the Poise are fighting Kref here. You know, VP is just getting absolutely destroyed by Bushido. That high ground was really paying off for them. Maybe they should have never left it. Bushido with 27 points now in first place after just 3 games. Fantastic amount of points already gotten here. Oh.
What is this new arc? What is this example M249 arc that we're witnessing at the moment? But Toolins might not be part of that story. He's not too careful. He's already down to a doozy in the distance. Coming through the smokes here to try and do something about it. Nade's sent forwards against his position. It's a brilliant one alongside the Org spray as well. Lou with a brilliant double to start things off.
Third party from Navi here from the high ground. 4 guys alive. A lot of damage done already. Trying to get the rest off here obviously would be massive. But again, a doozy has been spotted here by Simon. Simon, great. Oh, Lou finds Soset, opens that up. Is BB team gonna just get the rests here from them crawling just a little bit? That'd be insane. That's a great nade. Gets Example down and also the knock on Lou. Simon finds Molodok too.
Yeah. There's 860 damage, man.
Wow.
860 damage. Blue zone gets sent down. Maybe a second one here into these smokes. Seeing if we can do things, but no, they've relocated at the moment. This is dire times for Twisted Minds. How to get out of here? Almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they're going to get helped by either Na'Vi or Slam. More Phil first could have a big clutch here. I don't see them getting too many more points or kills from this. Extends finds Bushido. Bushido tried to third party with just one player, but Hillcop didn't get the most of it. Extends being that anchor player for the information. That's fantastic for them. This might be a great game for Na'Vi. Only 3 kills so far, but I'm pretty sure here that from this position they might be able to get at least top 2.
Slow as it does it. As Phil First is still down here lurking, lingering, waiting for a chance to be able to attack them. But they realize he is still there, sending some flashes down. Try and deal with it. There's maybe a backstab angle here for Slam G against Phil First. And then when he does expose himself, that'll be an easy one from Mogor, likely looking south. Twisted Minds technically might provide some cover for Phil First here for a second whilst they look the way of Slam G.
Surely they have the information and the kill feed tracking that Slam G, once they maybe see one, that's one. Once they see one, they are not a full team over there. Is this the opportunity for Phil First? Shots are coming in from Lyrics too. Slam G is not fully aware of Phil First. I feel like exactly where he is. Now they are for sure. Saw him. Shots coming in from Mogor, connecting. No damage yet though.
No. Beamy is, well, not quite the Bloomy of ages gone by. Just moving in slowly against this. Bushido is all looking away from him. There's no way. They're all fixated completely on Hive. Peek on over here from Lou. Phil First does start things off, though. Lou goes down. Can perfectly finish it up. No, he gets... Oh, the shutdown. Mogor covers Phil First. He will finish him off in the end, but not bad overall for BB team. They find themselves in 5th place currently on that leaderboard.
And VP getting 2 placement points from this spot here. Obviously great. Being able to survive a little bit. Feels like Bushido just forgot about them a little bit. And now they're going to have a big fight with Hive eventually.
Checking the boot. What's in here? Oh, no. He knows that they're coming over across here after hearing. Go down. Well, that's 1 going down. Will they be able to make something happen? That's 2 as well here. Bushido getting absolutely lathered by Beamy. This guy is a madman. We saw it in Last Chance, Martin. What a player.
Beamies get spotted here by Na'Vi. They saw that there's players going down out there. Hive seeing this knock and this flush. Crossberg's just going to try to hide just a little bit here with the AUG in hand. Mini on the back. No lethals. It's just next to him. The knock is still there. There could be 1 more point going his way. Celtic does get found by Hackatary, so that's a point going for Na'Vi. That was a knock from VP though, but still... That's, I think, 9 kills and some placement points for them that's going to go their way. Silence.
This is always it when it comes to Tago. These bushes, man, they're so thick. Oh. He does find him in the end, but you can hide in these bushes for a long time on Tago. So finishing him off, getting things done. They knew someone was over here. They just had to check every single nook and cranny that could come their way. Meanwhile, Na'Vi has the pretty decent high ground position, but wherever this circle goes, they may end up having to shift away from it unless it's hard south. And it goes to Yoga Benito.
Yeah, and sometimes bush hiders also get placement points. Not that many kills, but placement points come their way sometimes. Na'Vi, though, from this high ground here, surely has more points in them. But with the... Oh, look at that. It's a great headshot on Medibay. The barrel on this range here, barrel is just disgustingly strong. It's rare that it loses a fight in that. And look, with both some foldable shields here, foldable cover, and a good amount of crates to come their way, surely they are 3-geared out of their mind here for Jogo Benito.
You'd think so. And what a position this has turned out for them after having a little bit of a scary start in this game against Ascend. Realizing that they needed to get rid of them, dislodge them, taking 1 knock, retreating away from that, FAMAS in hand, 3-3, everything they would need. Na'Vi makes a transition. Now, they don't make a transition to a position in the circle. They're going to need to move once again as soon as they try and do something against this, but this is going to be what they need. They need Hive and Jogo Benito to start fighting one another. Maybe Na'Vi can make a move on this. They're going.
Yeah, this is the push. This is the third-party timing that they're looking for. I would love to see a C4 straight towards that, though. In there are so congested already. MG3, FAMAS, like, it's such a strong team at this point. It'll be hard to dislodge.
Foldable shield there, which was covering his position. Good usage of that. The MG3 will tear people apart given the opportunity. And Sosa just goes for the heals. He is the kind of furthest off angle Na'Vi has, but you can see the leapfrogs forwards, using the vehicles, using a few smokes as well to delay any kind of shots going their way, just hoping that Hive and Jogo Benito are totally preoccupied with one another.
All right, Na'Vi, Jogo Benito, Hive here. We are going to have one more circle pop, but I think we're going to see a lot of action before that too. Hive also being spotted just a little bit. They don't have too much cover ahead of them. Only a little bit of soft covers and some bushes and some smokes on them. Only 2 nades on Jogo Benito as well.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
I will say this, though. I recently had a game where 1 drop of the crates on Tego gave us 3 vests and 4 level 3 helmets. It was insane. Like, it's just too much. Oh, here it comes. Opens up here for extents. Krafton gets naded, and now the flush is coming in as well.
Yeah, I think if Na'Vi can continue to hold and control this space, this could be in the books for them. Hive really still wants to focus entirely on Jogo Benito, try and dislodge them, try and get them away. There is one of the Hive members looking the way of Na'Vi, but everybody's really preoccupied with getting rid of this team. They know they had crates. They know they had what was a better central position. You have to get rid of them.
Yeah, they're currently the patty and the burger right now. That's exactly what you don't want to be. When you have 2 strong teams pushing on the other side here, you are going to be the third party rather than the third-partying factor here. Hakatori is actually in a great spot. He's put himself extremely close to Nodi. Nodi does look like to have some 3 gear, but at least the FAMAS in hand.
They have to realize he moved up this aggressively, right? And with that, it means that they can't move right now.
Damage done to... Oh, that's a... And it's going to explode as well. Blue zone. And it's going to explode as well next to him. That's damage done too. I don't think he's going to have time to heal here. He's going to have to move out.
Okay, didn't go for the heal. I think he was concerned, as you say, about that explosion going down once that was all happening. He sees him through the grass. Oh, oh, he can't move. He can't move either way.
Oh, it's the blue zone. He looked down. That's an easy point for Hakatori. He comes out. Now Nodi knows he's close.
It's rough for Jogo Benito.
It is.
Like, nothing they can do here.
G3 could do damage here on Na'Vi, though. 8 kills for them. When are they going to spring on them? That's the question. It could open the door for Hive to really get a good start for this final here. Could open the door for a win for them. But the timing needs to be right. And right now, Hive are the team that is the furthest away from the center. They're going to have to move first. The blue is pushing them slowly. Shots coming in here. Simon gets found. Hakatori finds 1. That's Hive going down to 2.
He's going crazy. It's Hakatori all over. Just those 2 to be able to spring that trap. That's perfect stuff from Na'Vi. They knew that they keep them locked down. Hakatori, bam, there he is on the rock straight away. Down Simon goes. Nodi's the only one left alive. I think they don't know exactly where he is. Where they will get some damage and take down Hakatori. That's a big scalp to take if they can finish him.
Oh my god. Easy. Yeah, well played. Oh. Super well executed here by Na'Vi. 14 kills. I think Hakatori might have gotten half of them. He might have gotten 7 kills here. And you know what? In this fight here, in the way they moved, the way that they were collectively making sure that they were moving together as a team, slowly progressing and pushing in. And as it was getting hotter and hotter, as we were casting a stranger and stranger game, I had to throw off my jacket. Now I'm just sitting here in the least possible clothes that is okay for stream, but what a great game here for Tego. I gotta say, this was a perfect way to execute the end, and for, I would say also for Jogo Benito to get 2nd place there. They didn't deserve it. Hive should potentially have gotten it from them.
Oh, definitely. If they'd have been able to kind of crush down on them here. But Na'Vi, as soon as they moved, when Yoga Bonito and Hive were making that fight happen, where they saw a knock come in, perfect stuff from Na'Vi. I think if they don't move in that small window, Avenger, I think it's probably donezo for them. They would have been held on that south side. But anyway, let's head on over to the desk to break down our first takeover of the grand final.
My oh my, Martin, go put some pants on. We don't need stripping on here. This is not that type of Twitch stream. What an incredible take that was. Tons of fun. And while the highlights are running, I think my highlights as well, before we got to the final fights, was Kylaris' incredible gun sounds. I know that we are going to have some sound effect challenges down the line, but his little bang, 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 thoroughly enjoyed that. Mark is giggling like a schoolgirl. Okay, let's get into this right now. Toby, Na'Vi, they were dominant the whole way through. They looked mad impressive. They got so many kill points, and they take home top placement points as well.
Yeah, from a position that is not always a guaranteed win. Yes, you get the high ground. Yes, you get the hill, but many people eye that hill, and they got there very early on. It's very Everest on Erangel-esque in the sense that the team that gets there first, yes, they might be in the best position, but usually they're not the team to come out victorious because so many teams will have tried to take them out, and you just won't survive for long enough to get to the end game normally. But Na'Vi were able to keep everyone at a distance, and then in the end collapse on these teams down in the low ground. Really, really good game for Na'Vi, and I think a needed win for Na'Vi, because while they made their way through groups to finals, it didn't look pretty all the way through. This was a solid game from them, though.
Solid for sure, aggressive, really impressive to watch. Another team that was mad aggressive, Mark. Virtus Pro and Beamy, damn, the kill points are going to be good for them as well.
Yeah, they just seem to be able to salvage every single game at the moment. So it's good for them. I know obviously Beam was the final player there. That fade away at the very end was great. But yeah, able to get more points on board. 9 kills in total. So again, another salvage game from a very difficult position as they did try to climb the hill from the west. But yeah, Na'Vi, big takeaway from them. They were refused to give up the higher ground. I was screaming at the camera going, why are they not pushing? Why are they not pushing down? But they stayed on the high ground and they backed themselves a win.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard now, and you'll see that Virtus Pro, while they might not be in those final 4 fights, they are in a good position because of how many kills they are getting. And when I say good position, hell, I didn't even know it was that good, Toby.
No, it's amazing. The fact that they're able to jump all the way up there. I mean, Mark, you were saying it during the game as well. Na'Vi came into that match with 2 points, sat in 16th. Now they're in 3rd. So incredible turnaround for them as well.
This is insane. Well, there you go. That's what we're looking at halfway through day number 1 of the grand finals. 3 days of competition, 6 games a day. There is a very good chance this leaderboard could shift considerably by the time we get to Sunday. And with the strength of the teams in the lobby and what we've seen so far, that there is a very good chance that is going to happen. Right now, it is time to remind you how you can go about winning some G coins. We've got we're giving some away, and one of the ways to do it is to make the talent laugh. Now, no one is as skilled as Kylaris with gun sounds, so you might not get that girlish giggle from Mark, but you can try with something else. Make sure that you submit your memes and your funny bits and bobs, and maybe we'll laugh on Sunday. Who knows? And then, of course, your last day today to enter the history books, which is sharing your favorite moments from previous PEC tournaments. Toby, do you have a favorite moment?
Of all tournaments ever in PEC?
Yeah, what the hell? PEC tournaments.
We had a really, really good Twisted Minds. Just exactly qualified through to... was it a grand final or not? It was just northeast of Everest. I casted it with Kylaris a year and a half ago, and it was insane because they survived by an explosion taking place a half second later than expected. So a literal last second sort of thing, and I cannot remember the name of the tournament right now, but it was a great moment.
But I do love that you just pulled that like straight out of your hat so fast. I could not do that.
They remain there. Yeah.
Kudos for the great memory. Okay, boys, I know you wanna commentate, so we're gonna say goodbye to you now. We're gonna do a quick switcheroo. While we're doing that, if you're a fan of sound effects, I do believe we have some more from the talent. So let's take a look.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first episode of Sound Effects Challenge. I'm Toby, I'll be your host, and I'm joined by 3 amazing players in Crossberg, T-Bone and PewDD. We have had a mystery person contribute their version of in-game sounds, be it weapons or vehicles, and it is now up to our 3 players to try and see if they can guess what these sounds are. So players, are you ready for this challenge?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nuts. I'm hearing yeses. Yes, you know what? Let's go for it. Sound number 1.
150 times.
Crossberg, what was your answer?
M294.
M249. T-Bone, what about you?
M249 as well, yeah.
And PewDiePie, what about you?
Same as everyone.
Everyone got it. The 150 times at the end there might have helped a little bit, but we got there in the end. Everyone starting off strongly here in round number 1, getting it correct because it was, in fact, the M249. Now let's go in and hear round number 2. T-Bone, let me know what you go with.
I just went with VSS. It's impossible.
Maybe GS9.
M16.
From everyone being correct round 1, none of you got it right in round 2, because it was, in fact, the UMP. Let's go into round number 3.
I believe it was M16 this time.
M6. Okay, you know, I like this play. Just go for M16 every time, and eventually you will get it right.
I'm going with M16 as well. I think it's a good,
M16,
good choice.
okay. 2 people on the M16. Crossberg, what's your guess?
Me to M60.
Everyone went M16. Now, would it not have been amazing if it was, in fact, the M16? Well, it wasn't. It was the AUG. So, unlucky. No one got it right. So, let's go straight into round number 4.
Donk, 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 donk. That's got to be the SLR. That's all I'm saying. If it's not...
The SLR, okay. Quick guess from T-Bone. Respectful.
Same as T-Bone.
SLR as well. Crossberg, what about you?
Maybe
What's your guess? You also said SLR. Once again, a case where it would be phenomenal if it was, in fact, the SLR. And this time around, it also isn't. It's the Dragunov. It's still completely even. So let's hear what round number 5 has to offer. I love how the last bullet is a ta.
Barrel.
Barrel? Okay.
Yeah.
Crossberg, what about you?
M4.
M4. And T-Bone?
I'm just going to go opposite and just say ace.
Ace, barrel, and M4, the correct answer. It's a Groza.
Okay.
Well, you know what? That does it for episode number 1. We got off to a really strong start with the M249, but none of the guns could be recognized afterwards. So we'll have to see who managed to step away from the group as we go into episode number 2.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong. Not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island, special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to PUBG EMEA Championships for Fall Grand Finals Day. We've had a little bit of a shift up on the desk. Kylaris and Avenger are here. We're halfway through day one, Avenger, so it feels like it's a good time to talk a little bit about those PGC points because obviously everything's going to be shifting throughout the course of this weekend.
Yes, PGC points is huge. And if we ended it as we were just now, I mean, yeah, that would be pretty crazy if we had this this lineup here right now. Swiss and Mind's not getting one of those guaranteed spots, but then again, you would expect them to come in and take one of those PGS spots. But yeah, that would be a crazy lineup if this was to happen.
I mean, obviously it'll be a little bit different, Kylaris, probably by the end of the weekend, I'm sure.
Maybe, probably, yes. I mean, the thing is that if Bushido's able to continue on this kind of form, hey, amazing for them if they're able to take 250 points. Technically, they wouldn't need the whole 250 points to guarantee themselves. Something like 170 would be great, but again, that would be a second place here in the grand finals, which would also be massive if they can somehow do that here for Bushido, considering the names we have involved in our final.
So I suppose that is the question, though. Do you think Bushido can keep this going? Because I did pose this question to Mark and Toby Kylaris, and they were on different sides of it. But I think both of them kind of came to the realization that the Bushido may sort of taper off, if you like, as everyone settles into the lobby. Are you in agreement with them?
I think when you look at how they've gained the points so far, the compound on Miramar that were able to swing into the fields at the end, and then also the way in which Beamy just kind of dismantled them on the edge, I think it's going to be hard for them to continue being hold on to that number one spot for sure.
Fair points. Okay, Avenger, we're heading to Rondo now. You've had enough time, I would say, to see this lobby now after 3 games. But what are you expecting from them as we move into the second half of today?
I mean, it's already been pretty difficult for some of the teams. The hard shifts and the circles have been, I think, the biggest opponents for the majority of the teams. But there's still teams out there making great decisions. Na'Vi here obviously putting themselves into great spots with the win that they had. And I think as we kind of progress through, you know, the lobby will settle. We are going to see our kind of usual suspects at the top here. And we have to remember already from 1st to 8th, it's only 11 points difference. Like any big game for any of the kind of mid-pack or top teams will either put themselves into a great spot in the top or will set themselves apart from the rest here, right? So it's about consistency, and that's really what I'm going to be focusing on looking at. If you have a bad circle, if things goes against you, we want to see them avoiding getting those 0 and 1 point games.
But obviously, if you're talking about consistency, Avenger, that does mean the more experienced teams are probably going to have the benefit here because they do know how to keep those consistent performances up.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely what we're looking at. That's what we're going to be holding them up to, at least for sure here. I mean, that's also why 18 games is such a great final amount of points here, especially because we're sending teams to PGS, we're sending teams to PGC. It's going to be, you know, multiple times where it's like, okay, is it worth, hot dropping Neox Factory, Racetrack? Is it worth all these situations that are kind of happening? For some of the teams that are already going to PGS through the GPT system, sure, might be, but for the other teams that are fighting to get to both PGS and PGC, that would be cool. I will say this, though. For the majority of kind of the teams that are in here, except our GPT teams, it would be good to see BB team getting to PGS because they might be able to get another PGC spot for our region, considering how well they did at PGS.
For sure, something to keep in the back of our minds as we head into Rondo. Mark and Toby have switched sides, and they'll be casting this one for you.
Indeed, we will. Indeed. Mark, what are you thinking? Straightforward plain path, followed by, so far, a straightforward circle, but as Martin was alluding to here coming into the game, the circles haven't exactly been friendly, despite the fact that the initial phase ones have been pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams sort of set up. We've seen a lot of these zones already that end up a bit of chaos, a little bit of a crazy shift in a few, but for this one, most of these teams will be happy, confident. Interested to see what VP do. This is home turf for them, right? Eternal Fire also the same. They've gone for a wide 2-2 split. Marco sending his way up towards sort of Sheila to go maybe get an extraction plan underway. So intrigued to see how those two teams will phase up in the centre. But then we have to keep our eyes on the outside. BB team here, obviously, they've got a wider split, a doozy. Kind of driving that charge in the south. Now he'll be looking to try and work his way in, but he has to wait for the remainder of the team to catch up.
Definitely. And of course, I say it all the time, but I'll keep on saying it because as far as I could see coming into this game over on Twitch, we had around 3,000 viewers on the main stream and only a couple hundred on the map stream. So guys, get that map feed open. It is very, very nice to have it visible, especially here in the early game where there's a lot going on. And right now, we actually have a lot of teams in and around that middle that are already inside the circle, which is interesting to me because normally you see a big bunch of teams out east or out west, but right now on the sides there's nothing going on. It's all straight south, all straight north. But if you look at the entry points from the east and west side here, Mark, there really ain't a whole lot to play anyway. So where normally you have multiple kind of venues of entry come circles, here I mean, it's only really straight south and straight north that I would imagine the majority of teams are going to try and utilize.
Yeah, you've got those sort of bottlenecks that you talk about. Be cautious. Hive sitting on the outside of the stadium. They've actually sent 2 up towards the northeast. That'd be toward the gliders. When everyone's out there condo and they're on rondo, they need to make sure they get air support as well, because this map does provide a lot of verticality. And obviously, a lot of these teams will be extending their way out. Looks like Kakatori. Bam! He puts Nailep down. Looking for that confirmation. And that should be the first point underneath rondo.
That's quite a bit of distance to it as well. Good shots come through. Should be a chance for Nailep to get back up alive as the Pico with the entire Bonito crew comes over. And you can only imagine picks up Nailep's blue chip. Should be able to get him back into the game at a short moment. And Hagatori, I mean, he's pretty isolated, as you can see right now. They played, obviously, Neox next to Twisted in test track. And Hagatori is kind of the lead player here to go out and get info. So maybe if he can force these Yoga Bonito players to go elsewhere for the rest, then they can follow up and take that position.
So what I can do. So the rest of the BB team follow up towards where Doozy was, and they pushed their way a little bit closer in towards zones. Now they're going to hold on that sort of south side. And you're right, the reinforcements from the Pico bus will be able to pick up the chip, and the IGL for Jock Benito should be coming back.
Yep.
Most teams will take now working their way into B, but we still have a couple lurking around the outside edge.
Yeah, it's quiet starts, but that again leads back to what I was saying before. The fact that there's not that much room. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you look at the map, there is theoretically a full 360 you can come in from. But it's, yes, okay, now we're technically past the circle edge, but where do you go from there, right? If you look straight east, you're coming in off that riverside. And there's a reason why Navi gets to play as split as they are, because there ain't a whole lot to play for out there that's valuable when it comes to scouting further forward. Same thing happening on the west side, because all the way up towards Julin, you have such a big uphill going. It's very hard to really plan a route going through from there. So again, we're seeing the same few funnels being used by multiple teams to try and get an entry into this circle the safest way possible. One of them being Twisted Minds, who will surpass Navi on their rotation and try and claim a spot even further towards the middle.
Yeah, these two keep dancing the dance as they waltz on by. Navi obviously no need to really move further afield. I think they'll be waiting for a harder shift, and I'd be too surprised to see if they've got an emergency pickup ready to go. Back to your point on Yulin with VP. I'm always intrigued with how they kind of play this area, because they've got the high ground just on the sort of southwest and the west side of it, and they tend to stick 2 players and sort of overwatch, but there's a lot of area to cover. A lot of teams can sneak their way in, as we see Win or Die sneaking their way in, backfilling Twisted Minds as they now play into kind of test track, eagering on towards maybe Ninox factory. And I think Forrest has heard that, so obviously with Twisted Minds leaving, he now knows that there's another team that has backfield.
Yep. Navi will both see and anticipate that this would be Nailep coming back in the game. So maybe they get a chance to shoot him before he hits the ground. That would be unlucky. Oh my lord, excuse me. That would be unlucky. Came out of nowhere. Then he gets taken out twice by the same team, but we'll see if he gets to make landfall here or not. Twisted has eyes on him as well. Everyone's shooting. Tack's already connecting.
Everyone is shooting. Nailep is trying to dodge, duck, and dive as he tries to get boots from the ground. The tree gave him a bit of cover. Looks like Navi now getting involved. Can get a slight connection with him. Another connection. Oh, Lou picks him up though, but he's just close enough to take a short tumble to victory. And there, Noddy gives him the catch of life as he puts him in the safety of his arms and now the safety of the building.
Too many holes in his parachute in the end of it, so it hurt a little bit extra hitting the ground on that one. I respect that, but as you say, able to stay alive at least. I don't think. I mean, have we been maybe phase 3, phase 4? That could have been a pull-up potential, but it being this early and well, I mean, there being so much space in this circle, it's simply not worth. risking your entire game for potentially one kill in a position that you don't even know whether it's going to be valuable or not in 2 minutes time.
Gotta give it for Nate, though. God, how triggering would that have been? You've just been taken out long distance, you just get back in time, and you get tabbed out by either the same team or the neighbouring team anyway. Good shots, though. We see an example, take the first initial. And look, Noddy was there. Look, he had his arms open. He was like, oh, and it caught him. See? Yes, yeah, caught him straight in the arms. That replay was a little bit off-key. That was a spectator's blip right there, but saved the day. Noddy number 1.
What a catch. What a catch. BB team, they're still sat on the southern side. They have Slam and Vorpal Swords in their nearby vicinity. But again, this is... And that's really, I mean, what Rondo is. It's very Taco in the sense that you have a few very valuable compounds if circles come to you. And if you're lucky enough to get one of these compounds in the early game, you will sit in that compound. Like, you won't split too wide. You'll sit in that compound and wait. Wait and pray that that you've had enough circle luck come your way that you can stay inside these compounds for quite a while. Because that's where, I mean, I know we talk about chaos all the time, but I'll bring it up again. That's where things usually get crazy or hectic, is when we see these fights in the open on Rondo in particular, because, was that a headshot? At a distance?
Nice.
What? What? Okay, that was, okay. I saw that at Doozy. Good job. Too bad it was far enough away that he didn't get the insta-knock. No, but that's when fights like get really awkward. So it's so valuable to have these compounds, especially on Rondo, because there ain't always a whole lot to play in the open.
Yeah. A tale as old as the Battleground itself was always the argument of actually trying to find those centralized compounds. Are we seeing an argument there that the likes of VP, the Twisted Minds, the Navis, the BBs, etc., or Tunnel Fire in this case, are taking these centralized spots so they can get it? That's a big zone shift. Test track, though, magnifies.
Yep.
Now it's going to be a bit more of a test track to see if these teams can get back over there as the great migration's underway, and some of these teams that are in the air are going to be a lot more grateful that they extended out for the gliders.
And again, understand the circles here, right? Because yes, they have to go east. Yes, it's a far journey, but look at what they have coming towards them. Look at where they're going towards. It's an open field. It's a mountain on the western side. So for all the teams coming in right now, face Eternal Fire. I mean, VP to some extent as well, even though they were kind of already in. You can see here, they have had, they can't scout just 50 meters ahead of them by the time they come here, because everything is uphill. Your lines of sight are very limited, so they're going in blind. They have to send it, and well, who better at sending it than Eternal Fire, going right for the circle sender, but they're now in between Vorpal Swords and Yoga Bonito.
It's a cliche there, mate. There is a cliche there. They didn't get caught. Slowy trying to cause the damage. Now for Vorpal Sword, they have to kind of play this dance of playing peekaboo, keeping Eternal Fire down, but also keeping an eye on these other teams rotating. They extend over. They are going to get punished by the likes of Yoga Bonito because they are now centralized compound. And don't forget, Toby, that compound also has a recall station. So if they receive a knock, they have the advantage. They can. Here comes a Nado. Zubila opens up. The One-Eye King will not put down not just one, but two as the flushes come in. Vorpal Sword looking aggressive.
Haven't seen the last one. Sheila will get one. Do you get a flush to follow? Nope, not going to happen. And I was going to say, I like the idea. I mean, we've already always complimented, honestly, Eternal Fire for being good at taking control over some of those second, third prio spots early on. And then if circles come your way, they can get some really good games off of the back of that. But in this particular situation, I was like, guys, what was the plan? I mean, sure, you get there. You don't take any casualties. That's prime conditions. You get there to where you wanted to go without taking casualties. But then what? It seemed like a play that was only, you know, like there wasn't a follow-up. Then what do we do? It was just like, I just got to get there. But they hadn't really thought further. So a little bit of a misplay in my position. I think there were other spots they could have gone to or tried to contest that would have been more worthwhile. But in that case, not quite the case. And Eternal Fire out early on Rondo.
Out early, no recalls for them. I like what Yoga Bonito are doing at the moment. We see teams neighbour this compound that Nalip is now holding out. Maybe scared to leave the compound, the safety that there are teams lurking around him. But I like that they're not allowing the teams to neighbour. So many teams will kind of send it into the swamp, like we saw from Eternal Fire, and able to hunker down. The other point, though, so many teams have gone round the south side of this zone. Not many teams migrated towards the north. Ascend now clashing with the Circus crew, and now they're stuck. Outside edge is phase number 2, but they've got nowhere else to go.
Exactly, and this was just what we were talking about. Because of the topography, because of that big mountain, you can't really go straight west to east. Then you end up doing exactly what Eternal Fire just did. So all these teams now running into one another on that southern side as Aniko been playing incredibly well for us and through the group stages. One of the spearheads of that operation when it comes to damage. Able to do so here again. Able to find Arta.
Good find from them. And Echo, so good for his team Ascend. And as I said before, these guys are in the boot camp, don't forget. So Ascend are playing together.
High fives.
In arms. Extra buff there for the Rise Up Ascenders. They now have to try and dig themselves out of the fight and more importantly, in towards the zone on the south side. Geek Out on the other hand, though, one of the teams that obviously rotated around that sort of north side as not as many teams do. Oh my god, they get blessed again. The Ninox factory, though, is cooking up because we go back again towards the northeast.
Go back and look at that phase 1 and tell me that by phase 3 we still had Ninox factory, and that is that's unheard of. And if you're Twisted Minds right now, you go, wait, what? We were there. Now we have to fight into the circle. But again, the same story as we saw in the previous circle. Look at what these players have to work with. The circle center, I mean, look at where phase are. You can pretty much copy-paste that a kilometer further east. It is so open. It is so incredibly difficult to make use of, especially when you have the likes of Ninox Factory and you have the southern hills in play still. Those open fields in the middle, you can't use for anything. You have to wait until phase 6, maybe even phase 7, before all the hills are out, and you can actually play the low ground when no one has that high ground advantage.
100% right. This is open terrain. Yes, there are areas we can hide the cars in. There's areas like dips and crevices, and the topography does work out slightly. Good tire clip there from example, but it then comes down to the time. What time do you play into that position? Go too early, you're going to get backfilled, and it's going to be punishing. You go too late, get caught in the zone. Maybe someone's already taking that position as well. Hive. On the teams on the outside edge, now on this east side, very split for them, and this is a prime example. SlamG now gone in the middle, potentially, of the Hive trap. Can they provide the sting that's needed, or are they too far split?
It's the PUBG paradox, right? You don't want to go too early because people will shoot you, but you don't want to go too late because people that are there will shoot you. So what do you do? Like, do you
get shot?
Do you dare to commit early to get a position? As long as you can linker, just, you know, put your head down and wait it out and hope that a circle or two comes your way, then you can really reap the rewards. Where on the other hand, if you don't dare to go early and you go late, and those teams that did dare go, they just sat there waiting for you, right? So it's tricky, no doubt. Another tricky pathing here for FaZe as they opt to go over the top of the test track proper, looking towards win or die who are in the compound below.
That's good for them. They're taking their time. I think we've seen them kind of shift out already second, third gear yet. They've been caught slightly, so maybe taking a bit more of a passive approach now as they do come in to the high ground, especially on that north side. Hive getting caught as well. Circus Crew still on that rotation. We saw them clashing with Ascend. So they've got to be cautious. And Presenti, well, eyes in the sky. He's looking down. Trying to feed the information. Team are passing by.
Side-by-side race here. Now more of a hit run, I should say, as Hive are trying to turn the angle, trying to drive straight into the side of Circus Crew. They forced them to turn around. Great reactionary play here from Hive. Able to try and make more space for themselves, but I talk too soon. Silas spots Rox mid-rotation, trying to get to his vehicle and shuts him down. Silas playing incredibly well through that last chance as well. Good to see him get some success here in the finals too.
Yeah, definitely a corner pillar towards that team. So see if that tent will hold up. In the hard grounds of the factory, obviously, so Geek unable to sort of hold the hard cover or the line of the hard cover before moving, but Will Die still have an element in. Rest of these teams, unfortunately, it's a full send. W key down. Best lock. Let's pick up cross. Quick kill confirmed. BB able to claim a point.
Just to put emphasis on the ruthlessness of this circle, by the time it popped, we had 54 players alive, and there were 3 people inside the circle phase 4. That's absurd. And it's not even that off-center. That is how unplayable this terrain is that these players are currently making their way in towards. Well, good luck, have fun, guys. I hope you brought you the deployable cover, and emergency cover for that matter. Your Doritos, keep them coming, because you're going to need them.
It depends how much you've got. Bushido take a swipe at the sword as they find themselves in, but they'll be finding themselves soon far out. 50 players now remain, but we lose another team. 15th place for them. BP playing their way in towards the rice field that we saw earlier on. The Eternal Fire tabbed out. Great shots will come in. Lou does get nailed down. Util dump will happen. Does hear the off angle from Noddy as well. He gets caught, but the terrain is stopping the Util dump running through. Great shots though from Krexy. Not just a nade, but it comes through with the Orc Spray.
Great start, but the mission ain't done yet because Twisted has just pulled up on this from the other side as well, and that's what's slowing down Yoga Bonito. They couldn't really fortify on that southern side with Twisted Minds pulling in towards the north. Nail up goes down. It's just Simon left alone now, forced to prone it out in the building in the back, and then it's an important fight taking place here because this really is, I mean, effectively the only hard cover remaining on the very, very southwestern edge, but you have a really good ridge line. You can crawl up over towards just a couple hundred meters further towards the east, and if you get up there, if you get it to yourself, if you isolate that southwest side of the circle, you have a really good vantage point to do a lot of damage from there. Schenken, I'm not sure what just happened, but everyone's falling right now. Schenken finds a triple with a Panzer, of course, and then Slam runs himself. Oh, it's a C4 play. That's what happened. Okay, so Panzers and C4s, guys. Panzers and C4s.
People have died. People have died. That's all we need to worry about, Toby. The numbers are falling. And that's not one. Chris will get rid of Vorball's sword. Na'Vi trying to keep themselves clean. As Slam G looking for the breach. Molly will come out. We do see multiple Panzers, though, as Hakatori. 2 kills already against his name. Looking to try and get some more. Ferris. See the glider in the distance, like the cinematics it produces. He stands up, the Panzer comes through, and Artix, though, will put Sosi down.
Took him down through the wall as well. Beamy finds his 2 teammates as well. What is happening here? There's simply too many things blowing up. The game can't keep up. There's more Panzerfaust, more nades. This is a Dutch and Weave type game more than a shooting game right now. As Art finds Fairest. Na'Vi found 4 kills so far, but they won't get more. Slam G slams him down. Out goes Na'Vi in 11th place.
This is unfolding to be chaotic.
Yep.
Versus Pro, leaving Beamy behind because we don't have any more shots. Lucas has to find his way in towards what can arguably be maybe one of the few places that might be safe at the moment. Circus Crew now falling as well. 10th place for them. FaZe holding on to their edge, but not holding on to the edge for long as the zone continues to shift back towards that west, back towards that key position that Twisted Minds took away from Joga Benito.
And it's exactly as we were saying. Honestly, the previous 2.5, 3 circles. Let me hold that thought for a second. Though, as Pew, is he going all the way? No, he's stopping short. It's when no one dares to be the first mover, and the circles then force everyone to go at the same time. That's where we get this quiet time, and then the kill feed lead like completely pops off like a Christmas tree, with 4 teams going down pretty much right back to one another. Now it's happening here again. Only 3 players of the 26 are inside this next circle. No one dares to be first movers. Everyone's trying to, force third-party fights and whatnot, but it's just causing so much chaos when no one's willing to go early.
Fex stays behind the one-man Welsh army. Unfortunately, we're now full. PWD peeks over the top and gets the confirmation. Slam G sweeping the southeast side as well. As Vard, well, he finds a temple. Maybe he can take a moment to have a breath and wait the next game out. And hopefully these teams will fall as Geeke. I need to figure out how they rotate him, but they've got a little bit of a hill in front of them, but they've got to be cautious. Win or die now, spreading out across that north side. That's going to cause a little bit of disruption for some of these teams getting caught in the trenches.
DFX able to connect the headshot there, but the second one would have been nice. Could have maybe allowed them to push forward. He has 5 nades, but can't get over that second ridge line. Wants to stay alive here, though. He is the kind of the backside safety in this one. As good shots being coming in return. That Slam G's boostic able to take down PUBG. DFX again, nades available, but with phase 5 closing in on him, you can't really utilize them at all.
Ugrux did take out Brex, but Aniko was in the wings to try and help as well. So VP now down also. All right. In the charge, trying to go for the high ground. Has now picked up Boostic now in the trenches. Long distance shots also coming through, but Boostic does the damage. Also receiving damage from the util dump on top. Nade does that get a connection, and this is a very dangerous dance now. And why? Because they haven't got much to play, but more importantly, win or die. Now bullying from the north side.
I love how Win or Die currently kind of directing the flow of this battle.
Oh my god.
Now they're putting the pressure on the west side, but they're not ready for it. Diffix able to find one. Diffix finds a second, but Sketdrog with the triple sits them down with the M249. Never had to reload, never had to care. Able to eliminate Geeke, but they have to be swift about this reset now as they run towards the circle.
They've got time. They've got time. Don't forget, we saw Slam G lose some players as well. So, good play. M249 real was a key tool in that piece. And look, now for Ascend has to try and wait to make the dash. We went from 15 teams to 7 teams. 17 players left alive. And poor old Vard, he's sitting in the middle of the zone. He's waiting for someone to arrive. He's all by himself.
He's pulling a, was it Nail Quap? or was it Medibay in the last chance and, on the Takeo game? He was just proning in the middle. That's what he's doing. You know what? I mean, Martin was saying, and we've been talking about it so many times in the past, consistency, being able to get 0-point games into somewhere around the ballpark of 3 to 4 points at least. Well, that's what FaZe is doing right now. They only have 2 kills, and so far, it's a 3-point game. Maybe he can get some more, gets the knock on 1. We'll see if he can get more with it. Ooh, as he has now been found by the entirety of Twisted Minds.
VOD. The only problem he's had now is they know there's only one person sitting there as well. So Twisted Minds are going to get the opportunity to reset. And I'll be interested to see if they've got blue zone nades, because they won't want to leave someone lurking that close. VOD, though, he's gone aggressive. He's gone for the nade. Perfected, lands a perfect nade. And VOD, unfortunately, falls a bit too short in the fields of Rondo.
That's what I was saying before. That west side, if you can maintain control of that, the last team to come out from that fight, the 3-way fight we saw before, would be in such a good position. That's exactly where Twisted Minds finds himself now with this ridge line. I mean, they're going to be sat back here waiting. This should be Twisted Minds' game. Even with 5 teams left, you can kind of call it already, unless if they really drop the ball in this one.
I love that even... I'm going to go win or die. Let's go for a team. It's going to be chaos, right? West versus East side, all right? Win or die, as same as Twisted Minds, knowing there's teams that are bleeding the south, both are converging on to this position. Dante will launch a nade. So best luck, though, as he crawls his way out of the smoke, and he'll get put down with the York. Now looking for that confirmation, but yet Twisted Minds, and again, win or die, looking to close out these teams.
Yeah, Twisted are just slowly moving further. He's step by step checking every single angle, and they will pin all these teams up against the wall, up against the blue zone in that southeast corner momentarily. They're going to be forced to fight one another because Twisted won't give them the space to try and maneuvers. Hello, my bad peek over. Doozy, though, gets a double headshot in return. Great reaction play from the BB captain.
That might be the opening that actually Twisted Minds need. They can keep the pressure on. Jedrox, though, sitting in the back lines with the big gun of the M249. He's going to try and now hold. Levante, well, he's a bit more explosive as he charges his way forward. Only gets the confirmation, though, and Dante will fall. We're at the top 4. Now, Twisted Minds is the only team that has a full house of cards. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1 versus 1.
Art falls down, but he was in the blue for the longest of time, and the fact that he's able to get 4 placement points over this game is a good solo salvage as well. As now it's just solos galore. Again, Twisted Minds should have this one in the books, but Getrox with an M249 might have something to say about that. Batulid's down, and now we find ourselves in a 3v1. Getrox given the flush there in the end with his kill number 5 for win or die, but 3v1, 28 bullets in the M249. What are you thinking now as you pick win or die to win this one?
No, win or die. Win or die. Win or die.
Well, it is win
he had to
or
go
die,
get the flush.
right? So
facts.
And here they can only do one or the other.
He's got to be creative. I like that he's got rid of Baturians. That's information denied. And now he's playing sneaky. As he works his way, but he's running out of cover. And with Twisted Minds,
he's got the circle.
Getting close. They're going to exchange. But is it enough? That's the question, Toby.
My main concern is, did he get to reload? Because there's no world where he gets to fire those 28 bullets and reload. So if he has his 120-some, he might be all right. But no, shut down immediately. As Example finds him there in the end. Twisted Minds out victorious in a very well-orchestrated game for them. Some people will probably look back at this one and say, I was Neox Factory, that's where they land. Easy win. No, they actually rotated out of that. We saw them surpass Na'Vi rotating west towards the center, and then they slowly fought their way back into it. In a very Twisted Minds-esque fashion. Really kind of picture-perfect way to play a game if you like the way of Twisted.
It was very chaotic, very calm, zone playing away, and as you said, Twisted Minds sort of moving away in the action, but having to recall back to home turf, and that conversion for them, they'll be happy with that win. That's going to again start laying them up towards the top of that table.
It's like you have that bouncy castle, right? Where all the kids just sprint to it as soon as the door's open. Then you have the parent that walks behind them and go, oh, let the kids have their one. That was Twisted Minds in this one, as they were able to maneuver their way through, avoid the chaos, all the way through to the end to get themselves a win. And with that, it's back to the disc.
Thanks so much, Toby. Okay, Carlos, what do we think about our first rondo for the grand finals?
It's a Twisted Mind circle, and Twisted Mind's able to do it. Is it any surprise to anybody? I don't know, really, considering the way they were able to play this one out. Although, a very tough circle for a lot of these teams when they're able to come to it and try and work things out. This is some of the criticisms people kind of have of Rondo. Usually, it's like some of these areas pretty open. Admittedly, there is this ridgeline, this little hill to kind of play around, but we saw the carnage that went forwards in that circle 4-5 scenario, right? It was way too much.
For sure. So, I mean, Avenger, what is the ideal way to play those final circles if you are one of the teams that are in the mix?
I mean, if you're the king of the hill here, and you get the 249 out and you just absolutely slam. I will say this, though. After Pixelic retired, we did need another M249 Enjoyer. And both Example and GetDrugs have tried to pick that up and go in and say, guys, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Twisted Mind's obviously getting in and getting things a little bit more consistent here with the 18 points they're able to get in this one.
Of course, and Twisted Minds is I would say, the favorites coming into this Avenger because of their performance at Esports World Cup. Would you agree?
I mean, it's kind of expected, I would say, in a degree where we're coming into PEC fall and they should absolutely dominate this. But it is, I mean, this lobby and kind of our circles, there is some changes that's kind of happening for it. But, you know, slowly consistent here at Twisted Minds, even though they've done it so many times for so many years in regionals, 1-1 again and again and again. Why wouldn't it be another time for them to come in and show who's boss?
We'll talk a little bit more about Rondo and what we saw here, but first I kind of want to focus in on the overall point standings at the moment, just to see where we're sitting and what these teams are looking at. Because I do think it's important, even though it is day one, Avenger, and obviously everything can change, it gives you a good feel if there are teams getting a lot of points. And you can see there, look how quickly that victory pushes Twisted Minds up into that #1 spot.
Yeah, and look, Bushido already down because they went up with 0 points. They're already down 6, right? We're talking about how close this lobby is already. One big game is going to push you up far here. I mean, even Hive and FaZe Clan on, 24 and 20 points. Even one good game, 13 points from 2nd place to 10th. There's it's still super, super close. The other teams kind of in the bottom, they have to start getting things going for them, especially GK here. Obviously, our defending champions from PEC Spring. It needs to get going early on soon.
Kylaris, I mean, if you had to pull out your crystal ball and start predicting, do you think that it will be pretty close all the way through to Sunday? Or do you think some teams are going to probably pull ahead, I would say about sort of midday tomorrow?
I feel like we've never had a disappointing finish of a PEC or a disappointing end of any other acronym you've called PEC in the previous years, right? So I think it will be down to the wire towards the end. Be it, 2 horse race, 3 horse race, 4 horse race, who knows what it's going to be. But this region never disappoints. People will keep up with Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds will feel sweat, and we will be down to the wire on the last game.
Okay, so obviously any PUBG enjoyer knows who Twisted Minds is, or you would assume that they do. We know how successful they are, but just in case maybe someone is completely lost and not sure, maybe someone casual has popped in and is watching now and wants to know why we talk about Twisted Minds with so much awe. Avenger, what is it about this lineup that makes them so much stronger than everyone else?
I mean, it's just the pure fragging power alongside one of the biggest minds in the history of PUBG, both being able to frag like Batulin's in, and also with the amount of knowledge that he has when the game starts, but piling on from game to game and day to day. This man only gets smarter and is breaking apart the information that he's able to go from okay, day 1 is done, let's look at the games, let's see how the other teams were playing, so we can apply that to our strategy for the next days and games, right? And that's really what makes him one of the best ideals, if not the best ideal in the world right now.
I mean, I'll kind of expand on that topic just because it's always something that's interested me. I mean, in your opinion, Kylaris, what makes a good IGL in PUBG?
You've got to have the experience, and Gallup Batulins has that in spades, right? You've got to be able to, oftentimes actually, when it comes to these regions advancing, be able to think outside the box a little bit as well. And that's what really set Twisted Minds apart. For a long time, everybody else was having to play catch up, and there was definitely a start of 2025 where people had caught up, and I think Batulins had to kind of go back to the drawing board a little bit and kind of think about, okay, how are we going to approach things? Do we then have to go back to relying entirely on what we were going to do mechanically instead of these kind of big brain plays and being able to make some wild rotations? And I think they're back to more brawn, I would say, in recent games or in some EWC as well, compared to the big thinking, but they can definitely handle it brawn-wise as well, I would say.
Avenger, for you, do you think that and Kalaris mentioned they're the catch-up to Twisted Minds. Do you think that they are back to being quite ahead of the pack, or is it still pretty close for them? And the reason I ask this is because obviously they had quite a demure group stage, right? We weren't exactly talking about them a lot. They qualified, but it wasn't the big grand performances we've seen in the past.
Yeah, nothing's really on the line for them until you get into the finals, right? That's when they really start turning on here. But yeah, looking good for Lou and Example already, obviously, with the damage done. But I will say this though, in my opinion, it's more so that everyone else is catching up because we have so much information readily available through Twire, PUBG, OPGG, like all these sites where it's just like, okay, game is done, day is done. We can now go in and see exactly what they are. So there's a lot of kind of counterplay to where teams are, and a lot of information is going out. Like when you're playing at the absolute highest levels of games, so you're like, okay, these two teams are looting here. They might be ahead of us because they have better priority into the circle. Like there's so much information that is readily available. The thing is, for me, is assimilating that information and then applying it to your games while live, while kill feed tracking, while expecting and kind of calling where you're thinking teams are. There's so much information in PUBG that the best brains in PUBG is able to assimilate all the information at the same time and apply it to a strategy live as we go while fragging as well.
Okay, so here's a question for you, Avenger. Other than Twisted Minds, who else in this lobby do you think is finding a way to absorb all of this information and then utilize it in the best way possible?
I mean, there's no denying that Adus is also a fantastic player. He's a very different IGL than Tupatulins, right? But he's a very, very good player too, assimilating that information. I think another big brain is Beamy. Obviously, having worked extremely close with him, I think the kill feed tracking and map awareness and map knowledge and kind of where teams are now and how many are alive currently based on very little information is something that is also very very close and easy for him as well.
We're getting ready now to move to Erangel. 2 more games remaining today. Kalaris, from your side, what is the pace that you're expecting now? Because I do think, in my opinion, normally at about this point in grand finals, everyone sort of settles and we see a tempo change somewhat.
Well, especially going into Erangel, because again, I feel like our teams in EMEA just kind of metagame each other pretty heavily on Erangel, more so than any other battleground for sure. I'm impressed so far, though, to see Virtus Pro start off better than 3 of their days. Better than 2 of the days in group stage. Better than 1 of the days in last chance. So at least for them, like they're kind of subverting that to get things rolling. Of course, that last day and last chance was awesome for them. It's only 31 points so far, but that is enough to keep them in the top pack here across 4 games. Now, if they can keep on with that, despite not getting any victories, I'd like to see Virtus Pro continue.
I mean, I kind of like that aggressive style from them, Avenger, that we've seen today, because I thought we were going to get that in the group stages all the way back when, and we didn't see it. But this is like the benefit of Virtus Pro, right, is they have all of that firepower and they have these really experienced players. So I was like, why weren't we seeing that way back when? It should have been happening already.
I mean, they're tied for first in kills right now. They have as many kills as Twisted Minds with 26, but it's still, again, we only have 4 games. We're not really going to see it kind of settle just yet. I mean, you know, we have from 2nd place to 7th, there's 3 points that's separating 6 teams currently, right? So if they continue to frag out, we will still see them, you know, get the games where, okay, that was an easy placement points game for them, but they're also fragging out alongside it. And that's where you're like, that's why 18 games is amazing here in our finals, because consistency shows over the course of, 10, 12 games is kind of stabilizing there. And then in our last day, that's why, as James said as well, usually we have so good banger games on our last days.
In terms of, let's just go back to a team that you mentioned when we were looking in overalls, Avenger, and we can chat about them a little bit now while we wait for the game to load up, and that is Geeke, obviously. Do you think coming in, knowing that you're sort of defending champion, if you like, because they obviously won in spring, has put a little bit of pressure on their shoulders that maybe they're not handling very well?
I don't think it changes for them. I think for them, it's like, how do we approach the game where we can get as many kills as possible, right? And then again, we can have a bad day and they can turn it around and then go absolutely ballistic day 2 and day 3, right? So it's a team with explosive amount of mechanical skill and firepower, and if they're able to kind of collectively point that in the same direction and fight together and play together as a team here. Because if GK is, in a position where they can fight and play from foot and going kind of deeper, they're gonna absolutely destroy things. Obviously, Diffix already 1,000 damage here. We know these guys are, great fraggers, but coming together, playing as a team, that's really their downfall right now.
I mean, as you said, right, obviously in PEC Spring, they started off disastrously and then were able to come back and win it, right? So they are capable of doing those kinds of plays, having those kinds of moments and stuff like that. That said, though, with only Diffx only having the 5 alongside the boys, we know that all 3 of the other components of this team are definitely capable of way more kills given a decent spot to play from. I think that there's been moments where they've been trying to chase some circles here. I think there's been moments where they've got sandwiched in some bad spots as well. So the 4 games, really not a great sample size to be able to read into and say, okay, well, they're dead in the water, because we know that they won't be.
For sure. Really quick, if you want to win some G coins, don't forget we have our art contest currently underway. So all we need from you is to come up with your favorite skin, design it, submit it, and you could win some G coins. And there's a nice little QR code on your screen for you, so you can scan that with your phone. It'll take you straight to the social media post where you can enter. Right, let's get into it now. We are getting ready for Erangel. Any teams in this lobby that maybe we haven't spoken about, Kylaris, that you have your eye on as we move into the final 2 games of the day?
Griff.
Well,
why? If you want to steal it.
Martin.
I mean, we haven't talked about them yet. I think we've talked about the vast majority of the teams so far. It's a team that were the last team to kind of qualify, and I mean, big amount of pressure and a lot of eyes on them, obviously, to come in here. It's not one of my teams that's thinking that, okay, these guys are definitely going for a PGS qualification straight away, but the way that they're able to qualify in the last game, that's definitely talking to that they're still going to be able to play with the rest of the teams in the lobby, for sure.
I mean, yeah, it was good. The only problem for me is, do they kind of enter my radar without being able to do something big in a grand final like this? They need to have gone through that last chance, qualify the way they did. Yes, it was fantastic to watch, but they then still need to do something of importance here before I can say, okay, are they worthy of talking about alongside the teams that are at the top, right? Because it will take quite a stretch for them to be able to rival some of those top teams, even though they're great individual players. No bones about it.
I love that you followed Martin up there, because as he stopped, I wanted to be like, why, thank you, Kylaris, for that insight. I really appreciate it, because he just jumped in there. But it was a good time. We obviously are now in game, so walk me through what you're expecting here, Avenger.
Yeah, obviously a northern plane path here makes it difficult for some of the teams to grade into their usual spots here. And as we take the time to talk about some of the teams we are not going to have too much of a chances, once you get through the games today and tomorrow, it's going to be a very clear focus on who's going to be the big contestants for the top here. So obviously taking a chance to talk about some other teams. Otherwise, they're never going to get talked about, Sam. So that's why we're doing it.
Okay, so who else is never getting spoken about, Kylaris?
Ooh, that's a tough one. There's some teams that I think that we've spoken about all of these already. I mean, SlamG is technically one that I would say flies under the radar quite a lot when it comes to this lineup as a whole. However, I mean, they look good. They've looked good so far. We've got to see really good plays coming out from Boostic, of course. And then I guess, obviously, off the back of that, you would normally also pick someone like Vorpal Swords or Circus Crew. But Vorpal Swords are also started off with a bit of a banger and has teetered off a little bit. So they've got to be careful about this west side drop, I would say. But even though they get the circle, whoa.
Well, there you go. We're ready to get into game. Mark and Toby, I'm sure, have lots of teams that they want to talk about. So let's hear from them now.
Plenty of teams to talk about, Sam. Not plenty of teams inside this circle. I'm trying to think, like, how often do we get this where there's 4 teams in circle 1 on Erangel? Mark, that is a rarity if I've seen one.
It's rare because we obviously get a lot of these zones that do come down this neck of the wood, but because of the flight path being so northern here, obviously we saw the Vorpal Sword, we saw the Circus and the SlamG will go for that late drop, steal the cars, and SlamG's running away, right? But I think because of the flight path, mate, we're now seeing a limited amount of teams being able to get to these spots.
Okay, Mark, alongside chat, whichever channel you're watching on right now, join me in a quiz. how many teams are gonna try and rotate towards the circle and to some extent go over Millie Island?
Oh, you think it's gonna be a wide rotation?
Yeah, just how many teams are gonna do any, like, in any way, shape, or form touch military? You say only one?
One. Ascend.
Okay.
I even call the ascend rotation.
Ascent rotation. Feasible, definitely.
Where would you go?
I like the idea. I didn't necessarily have an answer. I was just theorizing.
Just throwing questions out there.
Again, exactly. So if you look at the map and you look at the funnels that we have, kind of the choke points in these rotations. One of them is here, which is obviously already quite far circle center. But you have to swing south around Pochinki Hill, or you have to come through the highway valley through North Pochinki South Ruins, or you have to go all the way north over. Anything south of that, it has to be, military all the way wrapped around. And if you look at how many teams are currently out towards the east, Na'Vi, Bushido, I mean, GK already now setting up an epic up there saying, screw this, we're not having any part of this rotation at all. We're just going to fly towards the west and hope for the best. Ascent out there as well. BB team too. I mean, how are all these teams all going to funnel in on those two rotation paths to try and make this circle? It's going to be incredibly difficult.
It's what comes down to timing though, mate, right?
For sure.
It's going to be who, where, what, and how many. SlamG moving such early. We saw Eternal Fire, obviously, in Pochinki, and it kind of reminds me of the old school Liquid, right? They used to hit Pochinki, and especially if we saw a military, they used to get straight in the cars and get going. That's what we've just seen from Eternal Fire. So they've gone quite early. That's given the other teams a little bit of space, especially in that northeast corner, to rotate through. Now,
did they get there fast enough?
I'm going to say, I like what I see from GK. I love what I see from Ascendo. Initial shots come through. He gets a connection, but he clicks stride. Get it, guy. Not enough bullets in the chamber.
Oh, had he had just an extended mag, because he was hitting something with the last couple of shots in the chamber there, but nope, not quite. Ascent, they had a chance. Didn't end up going fast enough, and with that, no points given over. But for GK now, that means they're going to be landing with, I think, 2 of the players are going to be at half health or below. So, of course, that's something to take into account, that before you get boots on the ground, you're already wounded. Trying to make your way through this. Make matters even worse. Now we're getting a red zone down in the woods, which I think is where they're planning on going. So, not going to be an easy time if you're a GK player, or a GK fan for that matter.
I find this zone, again, going back to your point, obviously, about the rotation pathing and timing, right? I find this zone really interesting because we don't really get as many sort of those quarry endings. So a lot more teams might try and play center here, but try and get themselves to a centralized spot. And those woods around the south is actually some of my favorite areas you can play up. If you play it well, if you time it well, timing is key. But if you set that position up, it becomes kind of a fortress. You can catch so many teams on the rotation path, or get involved in third-party action because people will be looking at these compounds around them to try and take hard cover.
Yep, completely agree. I think one of the things that I like so much about this particular circle in this particular game is how far off the playing path it is as well. I mean, in general, that's something I really like to see because it forces so many teams to kind of think outside the box when it comes to your expectations from where teams are trying to path in from. As I say that, Bushido, they want their west side of Ferry Pier, and they're going to come and try and see if they can claim it. Little do they know they're going up against Na'Vi and trying to take it. And again, look at how center all these teams have opted to go. There's so many fields out east that if you aren't west already and the circle swings off you, you're doomed, effectively. So everyone is really right now sending it for a phase 2, maybe even a phase 3 position, because they know sitting east, if the next circle swings west, you're done for. Well, speaking of done for, here's GK, and they're in trouble.
Yeah, look, from an energy pickup, you kind of look at Primorsk right as the go-to avenue, because normally we don't get as many teams play in here. They kind of play on the hillside and where we see Bushido and Na'Vi taking on the beaches. So I like what they've done, but at a cost, they've lost the body at the moment. Now remember, with the recall system, though, Toby, it's not about obviously keeping the bodies up. They just need to win the fight here. If GK can find out and gain the information quickly where Vorpal's sword are, then they can get the body back. I worry, though, Vorpal's sword potentially know they have one isolated now out on the east. Can they punish it before a team like this, Bushido, comes taking that hillside in the northeast corner?
And again, butterfly effect, right? Because you saw PewDiePie just go down. He fell to 11 damage done by Razor. So had Ascent not hit them early, then maybe they would have still been all 4 up. Well, Bushido, they tried to commit to the shoreline Point of interest, being Fairypeer early on, they gave up on that. Then they go Primorsk instead. Little do they know there's already 2 teams here. So from one fought for spot into arguably even harder position to play Bushido, I don't feel like they're feeling home anywhere right now.
It's very intriguing as well. Taking a POI, taking a town so early on when you don't know the zone's going to come here, and you have to factor in the water on the south that we're going to see it play away, and you have to factor in that we've got a Diffix already in the town, and so he's getting as many as he can. He knows they're going to go for a great shot though from Diffix, puts him down to 1-2 HP, and now he's looking to claim a point. That's the first one for Geeky despite losing a player.
You'd have to imagine that Bushido will try and either get out of here or come to some sort of full reset on it. There is a rest station down on that southern side, but the rest should be possible here for Nailcorp. But again, obviously they didn't expect there to be 2 teams in here already. At least I don't imagine that they do. I think what they want to do here really is try and swing all the way west around, go along the shoreline, but it's going to be hard, or maybe not. If Quizzy will do enough damage to Opal Swords that maybe Bushido can actually third-party this.
Remember, Geeky, champions of the spring, 16th to 1st. This team is difficult to unhinge from a location. So Bushido, no information, come roll into this town. Obviously find themselves with Diffix looking down the barrel. They'll be aware that they are down a body already. Diffix with one body going in the window, forcing him to the other. Nailcorp was able to preemptively fire. He caught a good amount of damage here to Diffix.
Oh, nope. Able to get off the staircase. Here comes the sawn-off, though. Good on you, Nailcorp. I was gonna say, if you're running up those staircases alone when you're a 4-man team pushing the building together right now, you, my friend, are making a mistake. But he held his fire, anticipated the push come through the other side, and now there are 2. But having said that, 2 is not always enough when it comes to those staircases. They can be pretty unforgiving.
Yeah, they're just checking off each side at the moment. The more time Diffix can buy, Quizzy, Sparrow, able to sort of close the gap there. She's trying the reinforcements. Diffix though puts another one down. Now the charge comes in. They'll be screaming. He's 1 HP. He lays down though for the shot, but they catch him on the run through. But look at the rest of Geeky. They are sprinting over to this position.
Oh, missed timing on that push up the staircase. Not sure if there was a flashbang thrown that actually baited their teammates off the end of it. I think what they're going to do now is get Celtic back on his feet. Like, take that, run back to the rest station. You have it on your side of the city right now as well. So do that before the next circle pop, before you're forced to go elsewhere. And elsewhere you have to go, because we are headed west on this one. And BB team, from being the furthest northeastern team on this server, they now find themselves as the 2nd most western run, having done a full northern wrap on this one. And look out towards the east now, Mark, and see how many teams are going to have to try and see if they can squeeze their way through Quarry.
Yeah, but back to your point, this zone is chaotic, right? Where are we going to go? Yes, we've seen the zone play back towards the northwest, but we've got so much water left remaining in.
Yeah.
Like teams like if they're okay, they're on the west. Yes, they've got no one else really contesting them. But do you kind of like stick or twist if you're around Quarry? Do you sit tight, or do you try and play a little bit more to the west here and get something else?
I think it's fold your hands, pray that the next circle is gonna come your way. Because if you're already kind of hunkered down in the compound, especially around the former circle center, like in and around Quarry in the southern swamp area, you already now know that there's so many teams around you that it's practically impossible to make big plays out of there as it stands right now. Ascent, though, being on the outside, have to look inward, and it's a hard time doing so. Hagatori able to find one favorites there, finding the second off of it. And Ascent, I mean, you have to expect them to take casualties and trying to make that play happen. And I think they knew as well that getting through that with 4 up was probably never going to happen.
Yeah, because it's just the path and the bottlenecks are so critical here, and they're last in. Hopefully they're not first out. Still 16 teams, so not as chaotic as your Rondo that we had a second ago. Circus Crudo don't move too far, but they do leave Quarry. They're one of the teams that have played a little bit more towards that west. VP, huge 2-2 split, and for Ascend now, they just need to find a little cubby hole somewhere they can put their heads down and rest for a little while.
Going into the open, 2 players up, hiding in a red zone now. That is brave. And not only that, but Gillica is proning next to his car to make matters even worse. Might as well extend those explosions a bit. Opal Sword, they went for an E pickup and have committed their remaining 2 players into this shack. We'll have to wait and see how long they're going to be alive for. Doozy has eyes on them, so that door probably ain't going to last much longer. Circle already closing in. And, yeah, I mean, again, there's still a vast majority of players out towards the east-hand side right now. And with this only being phase 2, of course, we could still continue to go west.
Intrigue here. If we do see that west rotation. Geeky, on the other hand, though, said they sprinted over, but obviously with the fight ending, he did pull back because he went towards that north. So outside of the zone, Bushido, early rotation as they want to try and take that hillside, maybe stop this team leaving. I think they'd be part of Geeky, maybe hoping, praying that those blue chips haven't been destroyed just yet. And they might have an idea to get them back, or they might be sitting on top of that mountain and a bit more of a prize if they can claim it.
I was just going to say, I mean, they have the rest station on that southern side, and time hasn't run out yet, so unless if there's something I don't know, then, I mean, Celtic died out on that road. They ran to him instantly. But, of course, now out in the blue, and with the circle still to fight for, you just imagine that they had time. Like, it's been 2 or what minutes since he fell and was rest, so they had time to try and get that rest on up. But they have gotten him. Now we'll see if they can find a place for him to join them.
So, as you can see from the little scoreboard, guys and girls, obviously if it's yellow, obviously people will be coming back. So worth noting, if you are new to it, great update from the production team to be able to see that. So again, it keeps us an idea of who's coming in. You can see him coming back. I'm intrigued, Geeky, maybe not leaving just yet, or more importantly, if Bushido have been very cheeky and they put those chips in the car and they're maybe giving away their position, but they're not allowing Geeky. We'll wait and see. Zone does go back towards that east side. We do lose the water, but we are still holding on towards Quarry.
Bushido going towards the east. Are they going to stick to the valley, like swing around west side, or are they going to try and sit up on that cat hill? I think they're going to continue moving, and indeed they will be. Maybe eyeing the shacks, maybe eyeing the valley side. I mean, you have Celtic flying in now. Maybe he can be an eye in the sky for them to kind of dictate their pathing into this one. BP team now rotating towards the circle center. BP already sat here ready and waiting, but are they ready for the amount of teams coming their way?
Send go down, first team to fall here. VP extend out. And now they get caught. Nixie comes out on the top and he does put Doozy down, looking for best knockdown, and he clears it. But FaZe are in the wings. They know there's knocks. They know VP's bleeding. And for a roll of the dice, mixing with Bushido as they now pull up into the compound.
Bushido rotated out of Primorsk, east of Quarry, and came here at the literal split-second perfect timing. I mean, VP has to back off. They have to give space. That is an absurd amount of things, like amount of stars that has to align in order for that play to be possible. And yet, here it was. Ascent, well, they tried to claim the shack, but Sloy's like, no, we've been here for a circle and a half. This is our shack.
Yeah, my shack, back off. Yeah, look, wacky races, Bushido.
Wow.
They found themselves a new home, and the home was arguably safe because VP had to go defend against that push. Here comes the mortified. That one's going to be short, but arguably some people do like to. Well, people do like to sneak there sometimes, Toby. So maybe he's trying to find the football store players, but wherever it came from. Intrigued to see how this one unfolds. VP have got the reses, so FaZe didn't push in. They didn't come on that north side. VP not leaving the safety of their shack. So a little bit of a Mexican standoff to a degree. And GK, well, they've got one of the recall chips back. And now they're trying to rotate their way around on this sort of southwest corner. They don't have any information over here, and unfortunately for them, they already have positioned players.
They are a little lucky, though, because Krev is split pretty wide in their 2-2. Silverus and Dakwall is further up towards the north, and obviously they don't know that, so as soon as shots are fired from that edge of the forest, if you're Geeky, you have to instantly imagine, wait, that's got to be an entire team set that also can't get inside the circle, right? Luke, gonna go back to Gatka, try and see if they can get Effectix back in the game, and given how well he's been playing through the day, you want to have that man up and alive as Hive now. Try to make their way over towards the compound, but are gonna opt to stay, you would imagine, down on the roadside.
I actually like these teams sort of pushing their way into this position, right? Because we see teams live here. And I also want to give massive shout out to VP, the ability to push out and get BB gone really quickly. And yes, they did take a couple of knocks. They got the reses back to the compound. They're trying to stop any of these teams holding out. Shido with that wrap round, that's going to stop that now, Toby. They're not going to be able to be as aggressive. But unfortunately, as a result, they're now a bit of a sandwich. They've got Hive towards their south and Bushido sitting in the compound towards their north.
I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Bushido, not only did they get there with the best timing ever, but also they get there with Celtic landing at the exact moment that they back off. They are there now with 4, and it's what a turn of events seeing them try and dip out of Primorsk then to that. That is arguably one of the best type rotations we've seen in a long time.
Michael. Now working his way down. Example's about to get breached. Lux, let's find him. In a nice position to play from this top side. We see this area held for arguably a lot of zones we've had in the past. Gets a spray. Mogor takes damage. You will double up and go. Mogor understand that he needs to sometimes push forward into the danger. And actually, he sends the danger back himself, and there's one. It's a bit more of a basketball game. Mogor gets Batulins and loses. Have one back right at his feet.
So much damage being done by him, but the team just ain't in a position to really capitalize on it. They had a chance to push up. If you can dislodge Twisted Minds on your side of the circle, phase 4, you have to take that chance. There's no world in which you want to have them as your neighbor come the mid game, which you're kind of already entering now. They're down to just 2 players. Perfectix did get rest, but I don't know if he's still floating or if he has gotten back on the ground. No, he is in fact here already, but seems like Slam are gonna back off at least to get inside circle. Now sat here waiting for Twisted to make a play.
Yep, they've positioned themselves now back on the right side of the zone. Twisted Minds running low on util. Obviously, Lou only with the 1 smoke remaining. Let's give them a bit more time. I think they might just try and find a new path in towards the zone. Do they maybe just try and wrap around and take the high ground away? Slam G will be waiting. Purple Sword, unfortunately, only waiting for Gustav as the 556 says goodbye, and Bushido also involved.
That's why the mortar came through. It was just 2.5 minutes early. Little mistime in that shot there. There's 2 ones now. Try to see if they can get the better of Slam G there. I love the fact that he's wrapped around on this one, run on the southern side and try and get a good off angle, which he has successfully been able to get. Issue is Blue falls on the north side. That means that he is now exposed to the south.
Double blue zone, trying to stop the push here. Molly comes through, but he's able to back away. Lays down, should be able to get a med on. Util will go past, but I think that's gone too far. The second Molly, again, too far. But Toolins, he's able to get a med on just in time for Arctic's nade to land at his feet. Twisted Minds, as you say, dislodged early. Nosy Neighbor out in 13th place.
Yeah, but now Slam, assuming that they can maintain this space for a while, they should be golden to sit exactly where they are now. Like, it's very edge of circle, but look towards the south. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that are not inside, that all have to come in via Quarry into that south side swamp. And Mark, effectively, we're talking 1, maybe 1.5, 2 teams that can play that southern side. Like, for Slam G right now, this is top 5 guaranteed territory, you'd have to imagine.
This is going to be a bogged down brawl, though. These teams are going to have to deal with these fights quick and, more importantly, run the gauntlet, which is going to be the swamp. Geeky, they're going to take the 4x4 option. Actually says goodbye, Quizzy. You can run on your own and have a med for your travels. Spyro, we're going to try and fly across this, but he gets caught, though, in the marshy lands.
Yep, not easy to transition through here. You're not going to be able to maintain high speeds. But sometimes there just ain't a lot of other routes to try and make your way through from, and little to spare nobody's a route to run into the entirety of phase line. Just sat here, ready and waiting.
Dance to dance, though. He's found himself in, but he's backed up. He was nearly out of sight of FaZe, and he reverses into the danger path. Vard, well, we'll put him down. And lucky enough, he done the Uber delivery. He dropped off the meds for quizzes. He have to run through the gauntlet now himself. One at a time. Move out slightly from Quarry, now find themselves in a defendable position. They've got the danger from the south as well. Eternal Fire, Jogger Benito, all these teams need to get moving as well. That's also why we're seeing them pop these smokes out to deny the shots from Na'Vi, trying to capitalize on a crash.
Speaking of Na'Vi, I'm not sure if Fair is DC. No, he is moving now. Okay, he was just hard committing to look towards the west. They've left him behind to try and make sure that their pathing is safe. Maybe keep an off angle in the pushes.
Oh no.
From one push to another, Eternal Fire try to make their way towards the north, but Slam G, that's what I was talking about. They've already dislodged Twisted Minds, and because they have the space, because they have a chance to now sit here ready and waiting, they, without a sweat, take out Eternal Fire.
It's so difficult. Like, I've got to give massive respect for Eternal Fire's rotation there. They could have just got hunkered into a fight on the south side. They chose to make that rotation path, and obviously the cars got split up, and Slam G taking that position, you say early, that's allowed them to dislodge that team.
Yep.
Na'Vi, big split for them. And obviously Solo going down, so they'll find themselves now as a free. Now they've got to draw their attention towards that south, but they hear the footsteps, and here comes the danger. Win or die. One blue zone won't be enough. Util bounces also Sadidos. He kicks it down to the south.
MP5 in hand. Aim punch supremacy available for extents as he does find the first one. Gets the flush with it as well. We'll see if he can find layers as well. There are multiple other players coming through, but a little love of nade bounces off the table, and that will be Na'Vi falling in 10.
I think that was hell of my bad for launching a final nade for the team. Nearly eradicating his own department there. Look, it's going to be interesting to see for win or die now. Does Free have a big factor? Because getting a recall is going to be difficult for them. Back to the other side. Back to the Chaos though. There's FaZe. Have to now try and get rid of the team in front. Krafton got on the drawing line. James wraps his way round. Gets one. Kref, unfortunately, lined up for FaZe here. They need to try and find some way to stop him.
I love that he's smoking the south side. I think Silas was seen earlier, so they don't want to allow, even if he's a solo, don't want to allow for any open angles while they're trying to make this sweep happen. And as you can see, as soon as they try to wrap around that side, they're instantly shot. I love the flank play initially, but also great read and understanding. We use that angle. We have to come up with something new now. Like, it's not a surprise anymore. Now we play it slow. Now we play it smart. The element of surprise is over. We've got our point off of it. Now we see if we can get some more perfectly placed nade by James, but a little mistimed on the hook. Good thing Gustav's nade is there to help out as well. Super Risk goes down. Again, very calculated, very careful playing here from FaZe, and it's working.
It's so working for them. Slam G, trying to... careful! Oh, break! There goes one. Hive already here. So nosy neighbours now find new. That's the reposition here. Bushido outside the zone. They can't allow teams to neighbour. They have no other path in unless they want to go through VP. Here comes the smoke wall. Here comes Bushido. They're going to try and backfill. Have to lay down. VP get involved though. It's Nixie puts the first one down. They've got no option here, Toby, but to keep pushing forward.
Dante with a triple flush off of the nades. You see Bushido trying to get something off of making this play happen, but VP is starting to realize that Bushido is pushed out now, so they too have to try and see if they can make a play while they have the time to. Bushido able to, I think, reset at least to some extent, but the circle is closing in, and you still have one of the players from Slam G left alive. Back grill try to send it circle center, hoping that the chaos, or in the midst of the chaos, he could squeeze his way through, but he was seen a transition and will fall, and so will Crossbow.
Look at how the interest in VP. Again, my natural instinct was them to go wrap round that east side. They've gone the other way. They've got involved in the trenches. Dante, Store refusing though. He's holding Hive. King B himself will try and stop this. Now Panzer will be ahead. Util dump Store coming out as they will go back to their cars as quick as they can. Potenti finds Nixie. Rocks goes down as Beamy returns to favour. But the Util, definitely on VP side, is running dry.
Only FaZe knew they had a game-winning push to make towards the north right now, but I think they're still expecting there to be more players down in the swamp towards the south. That's where they're prioritizing the majority of their firepower right now, as VP gets to reset at least to some extent with 3 left alive. You can see they really wanted to take Hive's position. If they could shut them out and then just sit on that southern side, wait for the compound to get shifted out fully, that would have been perfect for Virtus Pro, but not to be. Hive stays alive with a little help from Win or Die out towards that east-hand side. And Circle now shifting south. This is looking real good for FaZe Clan.
It's refusing it, staying in the sludge fest. That's the swampy area. And FaZe, as you say, they're in prio spot. Win or Die, we did lose one. Again, the down to 3, so intriguing to see. Does that have a big effect come to the late game? Will they have the numbers to hold FaZe? An opening knock might be the argument they need. What we're going to see now is this teams from the north. VP got to try and work their way down. Hive going to be looking to do the same, and Hive having a worldy of a game at the moment, and Dante really holding that team up.
Yeah, FaZe are flexing back out of the circle actually to try and make sure that that VP don't come their way. Right now, it's not so much about taking the head-on fight with Win or Die as much as Gustav is popping some tires. It's making sure that the fight up here, whoever comes out victorious, does not push your direction. You want them out on that eastern side. You want them to look towards Win or Die to kind of help you out for that final circle to come. So smart on FaZe to understand that yes, Win or Die is inside the circle. Yes, they are the like lines of sight threat right now theoretically, but we play the edge. We need to maintain this buffer space. We need to keep our back safe. And here we have him, Celtic, the man who flew in late with shotgun in hand and a single band-aid to work with.
Love that he punched a window. Luke Rux, high IQ play. He punched a window, forcing him to think he's already jumped out, and he just positioned, waiting and watching, and sends him out in 5th. Now FaZe do what you say and do what FaZe do best. They're going to try and close out. Luke Rux will now fall. 4 bodies are up here for FaZe with only 6 kills. They are eager to ensure that they will farm all the points they can and ensure whoever comes out here wounded from the north has no more space to the zone.
Panzer in the hands of Schengen. Always terrifying, seeing that icon. But on the other hand, there's a P90 in the hand of Beamy. Equally terrifying, depending, of course, on whether it's going to even have a chance to go off or not. Half health gone with the lob of that nade. That's Correction. Beamy now slowly trying to make the way down forward, but the circle's closing in. Dante finds Correction. We'll get the flush on him as well. Now it's up to Beamy. But if Presenti wasn't going to do it with the Orc, then the Panther would have probably taken him out in the end.
It's difficult. These guys get pushed into the field. Win or die, itching their way towards FaZe, but also eager to ensure there's no entry point here. Vard gets Dante down, Schengen confirmed out by Fex. That's 10 on the board. FaZe group stage is back here. It's a 4 versus 3. Let's see if they can close out. The risk, though, Toby, is they've played outside the zone now to try and get rid of those kills. Can they play their way back?
What I love about what we're seeing in this phase right now is that they're back to control phase. They're not taking any unnecessary risks. They're not going for maybe not so smart hero plays to, oh guys, I got this, don't worry, and then you lose one and all of a sudden you lose 2 because the second guy is trying to rest him. No, they play very calculated. Again, it's all about risk management. It's all about getting the safe points. They have 10 kills here, but believe me, I mean, had they dared, had this been old FaZe in one of those really good games to get every now and again, this would probably have been more the likes of an 18-kill win, because they had the chance to go more aggressive, but they said, no, we will get kills, we will get points, but we have to get late game. We have to be smart about it, because that's what wins you tournaments in the end. It's the consistency and it's the ability to minimize risk.
That, for me, is FaZe, the 2 different halves for FaZe this year. How many times did we say FaZe are great at getting kills, struggle to get placement? I feel like they're finding that balance. Now, is that balance Vard? He's an outstanding player. There's a honeymoon period. I think they're past that. Can they dislodge here? The damage getting done by Gustav. Hell of my bad. Steps up, though. There's a nade. He hits 1, he hits 2. Win or die, refusing to go down. And FaZe's hold gets bogged down in the marshlands of madness.
Timing couldn't be better. He peeks up and over, has already lobbed the nade up. Does damage to one, finds the knock on the other, and now Win or Die has to make an aggressive play on this. Fex is committing to the rest here, but that should be him going down because of it. It's gonna use Gustav for cover, at least for now, and now it's up to Vard. Vard, my man, when do you manage to make this peek on through? It's a 2v1, make it a 1v3 now for Vard. Has to find the off angle, instantly see, but finds the double headshot. 1 down, 2 left to go.
Vard returning back from Narnia now. That huge rotation route for him. He's now going to try and catch the 2 versus 1. He's got the position. Can he get across? Oh, he just misses the cross. Hell of my bad. Is now able to try and stick the res. Now it's down to timing here for Vard. He uses the last smoke. He has 1 nade. That nade needs to be pinpoint accurate if he wants to stand a chance to get this back to a 2 versus 1.
He's trying to get more util now, I think is what he's going for as well, but nothing to work with. All these players that are on that southern side have been fighting in the open for so long that they have burnt through all of it already. It's a 1v3. Vard had a chance there after the first headshot. Had he found the second on transition, it would have been a straight-up 1v1 against Leosh, but now they know where they have him. They have the circle center as well. All they have to do, if they want to play this one smart, that is, is sit on the hillside and wait it out. Leosh shuts him down. Win or die. Out victorious here once more. Incredible game from the Win or Die team, but equally so, even if FaZe falls on that one, incredible game. Very consistent playing throughout here for FaZe Clan.
Look at the faces of FaZe, how much that meant to them that they got second place. They were so committed to be the winners of the madness of the marshes, but it came down to Win or Die. They were able to hold out for the period of time. Remember, they rotated there quite early and played out towards the north, and we saw that zone shift. Yes, they lost the body, but when it came pushed down to shove, 3-man did beat the 4.
It's the thing, right? I mean, and it's in these tournaments in particular, they know they have to finish in the top 3 in order to make it through to PGS, and it's those results. It's the one where you know, oh, we had every right to win that game. Everything was going our way, and then you don't. Well, that might be the difference whether you finish 3rd or 4th in a tournament like this one. But that's going to be it for our second to last game on Erangel. So once more, let's hop back. Sam and the boys on the desk.
Thanks so much, Toby. Oh my gosh, the highlights are on, and I kind of wanted to wait till we got to look at the final fights, but I can't because this question has to be asked straight away. Avenger, why didn't he use the nade?
Realized too late, was too focused on maybe there was a peak, and yeah, as you said, like he knew that he hit him twice, knew damage was done. If a nade was placed perfectly, maybe he was in doubt that he might not be able to throw it far enough or put it exactly where it should be behind the tree to get it. But yeah, that would have been a crazy 1v3 clutch if Vard locked it out. The bigger one was for me though, I don't think Fex could have committed for the rest there. Like they had the rich, they had everything kind of connected and locked down, so a 2 versus 3 might have been the better play for FaZe to have a chance of winning that. That's unfortunate for them to lose 2, obviously.
Carlos, you want to jump in there and break down what you were looking at in that final fight?
Yeah, it was cool, right? Because there was technically a world where if Vard does kind of go for that nade and kind of keep them pinned on that one location, Vard's the kind of guy that, given that what would be one angle, could have maybe taken that 1v3. However, this from Hello My Bad, this 2 versus 1 here, to be able to shut them down, instantly causing them so much problem. Really impressive to see Hello My Bad be able to deal that damage to FaZe and be able to shut them down. And again, Win or Die is basically one of those teams that's on the cusp of kind of breaking through to that upper echelon, that top tier here in EMEA, to be able to get enough PGC points and then try and push themselves on towards a PGC. And if they're able to do it in this region, more power to them, because they're looking good whenever we get to see them on the Battlegrounds. 23 points, damn.
It's so impressive. I did ask Toby and Mark this earlier, and I suppose we can ask it now, because eventually I kind of set Win or Die up. I said they're almost like the gatekeepers, if you like. You know that they are going to be in the grand finals. They're always going to take the spot, but what do they need to do to take it to the next level? So I'd love to pose the same question to you. What do they need to do, Avenger?
I'll be simple here. More of that, please.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, that was a great game for them. Obviously, getting 13 kills here. Winning a 3 versus 4. The Hello My Bad opening entry on that fight there was amazing. And yeah, if you're able to do more of that and you know, consistently get that amount of points, I think they're going to end on 53 or something like this with one more game to go. We're averaging more than 10 points per game here for Win or Die, but obviously FaZe also having a big one. They needed it. They were in 10th place going into this.
For sure. We'll talk a little bit more about Win or Die, but first, let's take a look at that overall leaderboard, because this is my favorite part about day 1 and day 2, is that it changes all the time. So you saw earlier what it looked like, and straight away you can see there, Win or Die, big game Kalaris, all the way to the top spot.
Yeah, fantastic. Really good so far. 53 after 5 games, considering the lobby as well. I would love to see these guys continue this on. The thing is that if they do continue this on across 3 days, get a top 3, get to PGS, it would be very interesting, intriguing to see how they would fare on an international stage. But it's early doors yet. 53 points is great, but there is still wolves knocking on those doors.
For sure, and as Avenger would say, consistency. One big day is not going to be enough when you have 3 days of competition that you have to perform and deliver. Are we concerned about Eternal Fire on the other side of this leaderboard, Avenger? Because they haven't really shown up today.
Yes, I would say if you're below 20 points, I mean, we have a pretty big cutoff from 10th to 11th with 15 points separating 10th and 11th place here. So Bobbled Swords, one good game. Like, they're only 14 points from second place, right? So it's very doable. But for the rest of the teams, they're going to need to have a GK PC Spring 2025 level comeback for day 2 and 3 for them to have any sort of chance to get to PGS here. Obviously, it's done before, but yeah, I'm sad to see GK down there again. They're going to have to replicate what they did in spring here.
There's surprises on both ends of the leaderboard already, right? Slam G, quietly kind of in third place at the moment. Every single game long, we've seen them being able to get themselves a boatload of kills. Not necessarily a huge amount of placement points here and there, but Boostic's been able to hit some amazing stuff alongside the boys, and I'm very impressed to see them in what is effectively podium position right now. Again, whether or not they can hold on to that is debatable, but they looked good in group stage as well. I think it's pretty undeniable.
For sure. So quickly, I want to move over to our G-Coin giveaways because we're obviously giving away all of those codes throughout the course of the weekend. So remember the art contest that I spoke to you about a little bit earlier. This is just a reminder. You design a skin, what your dream skin would look like, and you then submit it and you could win. The top 8 submissions, I hope we get to see them because I am the most excited about this one. And you can use the little QR code there on the graphic if you want to go straight to the post where you need to submit. And then the other option is to submit questions to our desk. Hylaris and Avenger are ready to answer them at the end of the day. You can submit those on social media as well. And if we choose your questions, you will win. We have one person who keeps submitting the best questions. They have already won G-Coin. So I'm constantly trying to choose new people, but their questions are really good. So I'm starting to think that maybe they should host their own podcast. I'll share their name at the end of the day.
Nice.
And maybe they should start a little PUBG podcast. Think about it. Let's get into the conversation around our team that we've just seen win. They're currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard. We are moving into the last Erangel, so we'll be curious to see if they can keep up the big numbers. But it is win or die. This particular lineup, Kylaris, what is it about them that just makes them so fun to watch?
I think they've been, again, quietly consistent amongst themselves when it comes to the region, in a region that is heavily competitive. I think that they're being on that gatekeeper, on that cusp position, as you kind of described it as, has really lit a fire under them. They've really kind of not deviated from their game plan when it comes to even now what is years on years of practice and play in this region, and they've refined it, and it looks good so far. We get to see them in PPT, we get to see them here as well, bringing the same kind of stuff, and I'm about it. I hope they were able to go further with it.
Avenger, for you, who is their star player?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's Levante. It's so many situations where it's just absolutely destroying, like double headshots. Hello, My Bad obviously has some great moments, but I think for the across the board, all these guys are capable of the clutches. They're capable of great things. But Levante has been again here 10 kills in 5 games, very consistent.
Very consistent and a team to watch. So keep your eye on win or die as we move to this last Erangel. Obviously, the big names in the mix as well. We're starting to see them activate. Avenger, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds already have got those victories under their belts. But we had a chance to see FaZe really sort of wake up on Erangel. So it's going to be, I think, quite heated now as we move into the final game of the day. What do you think?
It could definitely get heated. But then again, with this playing path and it being a wrangle, for me, the reason why Erangel is staling a little bit on me is it's so figured out. Give me a melee game. Give me a melee game.
He wants Millie. I can hear it in his voice. He's like, when do I get this in there? But yeah, I mean, it's undebatable, right? Like, that would also cause a bit of spice, of course. But for a circle like this, for a plane like this and stuff like that, it's unbelievably fair. B team gets to go back to one of the locations where they're a bit more familiar with compared to like that Stalber split drop that they were doing up toward the top. And let's see what happens.
Avenger, am I getting a small taste there? You're talking about spice, wanting the Millie Island. I mean, would you start saying you're a little bit of an undercover agent for Chaos?
Nah, absolutely not. I despise the word of Chaos. No, I'm joking. I think the reason why, for me, Erangel it's so figured out. All the teams, it's basically dependent on where the circle lands, who has priority, who's going to get the better spot. We get Stalber here, which is also a little bit of a curveball, considering the low amount of players we have in. That's why I actually love these kind of different circles, like Stalber, like we had a North Jaw Saki ending, like military. And that's why I like it, because we see and get out of dodge for some of the situations.
BB can't catch a break. They dropped Stalber before and it was all the way down to Quarry, and now they're in Millie.
Let's get straight into the game. Toby, Mark, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yes, Levante able to find the first, so they start off where they finished off here, Mark. Able to get double win. It almost get the second as well. Not oftentimes you see the first 2 kills in a game be with a mutant, but hey, you know what? With the DMR nerf, maybe, just maybe we'll get to see more of the double bullet burst mutant. But of course, it's not safe just yet. Not safe just yet. There are still Kraft players around.
He's killing people though. That's what I like. Nearly getting a double. Ace in hand. One of my favourite guns actually at the moment. There's win or die. Normally, on the aggressive stance for FUT Esports, if they land here, we see this quite a few times. So, new neighbours. They're trying to find out if they can underpin their activity. Shotgun in hand. Now, it's at a distance at the moment. Levante needs to back away slightly, but he also needs to cover in angles. And for the guys, they need to get as close as they can as they take one container at a time.
Easy. It's like full TDM. A rear fight we see right here, but ace in hand finds one, finds the second as well. No vest, I believe, on the side of Subarus there. Makes it easy for him. Leosh finds the last, and just like that, Kref, well, they probably shouldn't have landed here because Win or Die knew exactly what was happening. Good on them for shutting them down early.
Let's go back to that point, right? This is replay yourself. Oh my god, he got one in the air. Get to the chopper. Gets him down. One. Nearly for a triple. Two.
Oh, he went for the double bullet. Had he instantly swapped to the second player Toygar there, then maybe, just maybe, he would have had him. But didn't matter. In the end, he was able to
catch
find
production. Good catch.
Definitely.
We do need to go back to that point now, because I think Martin is an agent of chaos, right? And more importantly, he's more like a sleeper agent.
He just doesn't like to admit it. That's the thing. He wants 100%. To come off as this, you know, cool and no guys, I really like this. But then you see him smirking, like,
only like military items,
like rubbing his hands together every time there is the least glimpse of a moment of annihilation taking place.
Or an opportunity for a military island. A bit like you and the islands of Miramar. Like, between the two of you.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing. That's I'm never gonna get him, and that's just how it is. I've come to accept it as it is now. I do like what the desk was saying and Avenger was saying as well. The fact that Erankle is so figured out. And then when you get these sort of curveball circles, it changes things a bit. But to go off of what he's saying, and I guess maybe to play devil's advocate on it a bit, because I do agree with him to some extent, I like the idea that when you put players in a more comfortable environment, aka Erankle, a map that they know better than any other map. Hold that thought for a second. Aniko is about to get a double kill.
Go for single. One and done. Never car went through.
Single. Fair enough. Thank you, Aniko, for that little break there. But no, I mean, when the more comfortable the playing field is for the players, the more you can focus on all the other stuff. I like to think, and I don't have any stats to back this up, just from a pure casting and watching the game's perspective, the best fights we see in PUBG are on Erankle and Miramar. Whether it be pull up on houses, whether it be fights in the open, because teams all know the position so well. Because teams all know how to counter a certain angle, because they know everything, every single tree they've sat behind, they've healed behind, it opens up the opportunity to see some much more cerebral PUBG, where, you know, Takeo, Rondo, sometimes people fly over a hill, they go into a rock, and they all blow up because they just don't know what's happening there. Whereas to here on Erankle, and to most extent on Miramar too, I think we get some of the best quality PUBG that we can. And I think that's because the players are so accustomed to the surroundings.
I 100% agree. I also believe a tree is not going to provide the cover that Chris is getting from the other guys from underneath the bridge, as he will scrabble his way towards the car. I do want to go back, though, on Claris's point, James's point. I feel for BB. I really do feel for BB. It doesn't matter where they go at the moment. The zone says no. We are going the other way.
BB likes to play edge, and the game knows that. So had they gotten the Stalber circle, they were like, guys, I don't know what to do. We're in the middle. And had they gotten a melee game, they were like, how to center? You know, like it's not in their playbook. That word doesn't belong in their vocabulary. So you see, even now, they had a chance to fly further sender, but they took the E-pick up from all the way down south, and now they're set in Kameshki because they want to be on the edge. And there they are once more.
I love it. Same as Eternal Fire taking that emergency pickup. A bit of a boat rotation after Vorpal Sword losing one. I don't think they're going to be able to get that recall chip as Ascend will scurry their way out underneath the bridge and now work their way across Military Island on that east side. We still have those Slam G all the way down in Primorsk, hoping, praying to see a zone go back there, but not going to be the case. So I think they might be hoping and praying for an emergency pickup. Very different style of game, this one, though, Toby. Yes. With the high ground of Stauber, with water in the north, I think it is going to come down to, again, positioning and teams like Eternal Fire taking an emergency pickup. They need a big game here. They're in 15th place, man. They need to pull big kills and a win.
Also worth mentioning here, as we talk Stauber, and that's our main focus, because obviously, I mean, it is very central in the circle. everyone seems to agree. Like, everyone except for the very slow rotating teams, the likes of GK, Ascent, and Vorpal, everyone else is in Yasnaya or further north. There is an entire southern half of this circle that is completely unoccupied. And if we get a southern hard shift, we're talking Yasnaya fields, we're talking mansion circles, heaven, you name it. There are so many teams that I feel like are already now so kind of dug in on Stalpa that in order for them to get south, we have to like do full-on interweaving. You know, like on the highway after a crash where 2 lanes become 1, they have to figure out the perfect interweaving strategy to drive south if we don't want to lose half the lobby before phase 3.
Here comes the agent of chaos coming out of you there.
No, I'm trying to orchestrate my way out of it. That's what I'm doing.
It's going to happen now. You've called the zone, Toby. We've had it the whole way through PC full. And unfortunately for the likes of BB, that means they've got a mass migration back. Here comes the point we need to talk about.
Yay.
The RDMs. So for taking the victory from our kind of a drop, they get rewarded with a double tank
as well.
Jeez
This
Louise.
is dumb. You know what? Now I just wanted to go to Hive. Like, just go Severny. Let them drive around in the open in their tanks and just have fun with it. This is unfair. 4 kills already.
The Western approach.
And they get to wrap in slow on the East. Well, we'll see what's going to happen as Nick C finds Batulins. Where does that take place? That's very circle center. Okay, able to get a flush on that one. And Vorpal Souls, after rotating for an eternity, already losing 1. Here they come as soon as they hit the circle. Navi is there, ready and waiting.
They're all ready and waiting. Vorpal Sword, despite starting the day really strong. And a team like the Des mentioned about Slam G, like one of these kind of teams that go underneath our radar, and I feel like they need to get close. I feel like it sounds really bad, but I feel like they need to have a close loss to come back like a win or die, because they could be that win or die team. And unfortunately for them, they are going to fall in 15th place here today on day number 1. But a good team. And again, I want to follow on from what Des is saying. Like Slam G again, like they just seem to go underneath the radar. Like Toby, they're always there. They always kind of make haste. James, great shot. Oh my days, that was like pixel perfect. It's just unfortunate that like they don't get the bigger wins, they don't get the late games, because it is kind of that placement they're struggling with. They are more getting kill points at the moment. I think that's why they kind of fall underneath the radar.
Yeah, I mean, Boostic and Mogul right now both set in the top 7 in terms of damage done through the day so far, so definitely up there, swinging as hard as they can with the big boys. As well, speaking of big boys, Twisted taking on Virtus Pro here. Virtus Pro took out Batulins just before, but now it's Twisted Mind's turn to have the high ground. Sat here, ready for this push to come through as a circle swung further north.
Do an example. Finding the opening on the push here. Lucarux comes around the outside. Now, he has done some damage with that grenade. He's going for a way. Example does more than damage. He puts one down. But look at that. Lucarux refusing to go. Lined up one. Lu has fallen. Nade from Example goes over the head. That one's gone too far. Looking for a mid-cook though. The silence from Circus Crew gets involved. And it was just enough to potentially put off the perfectly cooked nade from Example.
And I was just going to say, it's so awkward to take fights in this area of the map when it's this early on, because you know if this fight doesn't get over and done within 5 to 10 seconds, we are going to be shot at from afar. And that's exactly what's happening now. Everyone is hearing the shots fired. Everyone is seeing 2 very big names in the kill feed, being Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, and they want a piece of this. Not only do they, of course, want more points for themselves, but if you can take out both of these 2 teams in a game you know is going to be played on foot in the open in an area of the map where both VP and Twisted are incredibly competent teams, you want to do everything you can to make that happen. So Yoko Bonito now coming in from the eastern side. As you said, Circus Crew in the north. And honestly now, Bushido could be joining in on this one as well, as Batulins is coming back in. But my oh my, what is he coming in for?
Yeah, oh God, did you go for Yaz? Did you go for close and then play up? Like, yeah, it has to, right? Just anything. He has been looted, but anything at this point. Or if not, at least he's getting information. That is also a valid point. Perfectix plays in from the south. So now he's going to, again, provide a little bit of reinforcements. The reset has happened, apart from Crexy here, for VP. Just out of reach, for example, we'll get that confirmation. So both these sort of powerhouses tighten up. Just for a little bit of a reset before we see other teams, because there are third-party teams coming in. Like I say, Slam G coming in from that southwest corner, and then you've got Jogger Benito eager for points.
They know exactly where they have him. They see his toesies and just Like that, Lucarux has been found, and I guess good on Twisted to make this play happen when they do, because as we can see on the map feed now, Bushido and Joker Bonito are actually fighting one another. They would have had an angle spotting this path, like this rotation come through towards the shacks from that southern side, but as soon as they heard the shots fired between those two teams towards the east, Twisted made that run happen. The timing couldn't be any better.
I mean, couldn't be any better. Ascend, trying to get the timing now as they have a car convoy led by the glider. As Chris will be able to provide the information as they do find their way on this northeast corner from Kremeski, so they'll be following that kind of BB rotation in. Yeah. Hopefully Chris does find him, because if he doesn't, and then BB lay low, say that they are taking shots at him now, so that might change the direction of how Ascend want to enter the north side of zone.
Parts of me always wish that if you put the emergency pickup too close to the wall, they just get bounced into the building and instantly get knocked. But
you do die.
Yep. Circle. Oh my wow! I was gonna say there's plenty of space to the north. Well, that don't matter no more, because we are going back towards the southwest in this one. Main hill of Stalber just barely in out there towards the east, and then it's all downhill towards Nolene, which Slam G, the compound down there, has claimed position over, and this is going to be so hard. Look at the pressure of teams coming in. They're all going to have to fight over the hills of Stalber going in west, because there's nothing to try and swing south around in this one, unless if you sit inside Yasnaya proper. But that is a death sentence in and of itself.
It's going to become kind of the battle of the peaks, because obviously with that update with Stalber, they've got that divide, that canyon that is out on the west side, and I think we're going to see teams, and BB's going for one of them, and we're going to see teams like Bushido maybe take the other. On the far west side, though, we have a win or die, maybe herding teams together as the double BRDM play from them. Maybe more having fun, maybe more bullying teams into out of the position that they want to take. But at the moment, with the fortification that is being provided to them mobily, they can do it and they can get away with it.
I think if you're win or die right now, you do exactly like you did. And honestly, quite a few of the previous win or die games we've seen, stay on that edge. You know you have the space right now. That's why they're driving around, trying to make sure there's no one around them. Now they just heard Hive shoot. I think Hive actually, I mean, they were the ones that out of the E-pickup, opted not to take it when they saw Winner Die in front of them. Issue is, Winner Die is turning their attention towards Hive, and that's allowing for Ascent to creep in from behind, and they might actually get the high ground on this. So even if they have two tanks to roam around with, they have, indirectly allowed Ascent a foot inside the circle on the northern side. They're not aware of this yet.
Yeah, they've just rolled into a double tank. They're going to be careful. Hakatori will put good stuff down. As we'll get that confirmation. The FaZe obviously looking to try and work their way in on the east. I do worry there's so many more teams are on this sort of east. We do have the water in the southwest corner. And obviously with the higher ground, the expectation here is going to try and play up. FaZe have to try and take something. When they take a shot in the back, though, from Joker Benito, as they are trying to take on Geek, and Vard has to run as quick as he can, because he can't catch him, because PWD can.
No, there's no way for them to go nowhere at all. Vard shut down in the tracks there, trying to make the run forward. Vex and Team's still alive. They know Navi's on that eastern side, because they just lost Gustav to them. And now with EK coming in the south, they have to just try and wait this one out. Issue is, as you can see here, if you try to stay hidden from one angle, you're exposing yourself to the other. So Vex, nothing he can do to try and stay alive, and now it's all James left alive, trying to make more happen for FaZe in the last game of the day.
It's difficult. It comes to time in this type of zone, right? They're trying to find themselves that sort of the south side of that compound where Joker Benito are, and they're just not going to be able to get away with it, because Geek, Navi are also trying to play their way in. Hakatori now seeing the smokes over the ridgeline, looking to try and get involved as Diffix opens up the shots towards Joker Benito, towards his north.
Yep, circle centering up, of course. We were going to shift away from the lake towards the south, so only so many places it could go. Twisted Minds will be pleased with this shift, not forcing them to really go anywhere. Geek, on the other hand, tough rotation for them to make there. I imagine they're going to try and swing south around right now, but does Twisted spot them and stop them in their tracks or not? Because if you're Geeky, you want to get on the inside of that double barn compound. Oh, that's a good night. Good night.
Oh, it bounces back.
Dreams, my man.
Oh,
it was
I feel for you, brother.
Full-on magnetic on him. Nothing he could do. It just kept creeping closer and closer, and FaZe fall in 14th.
Well, a team that you'd always be prepared is a team like Ascent. There's a Panzer trying to get rid of one of the tanks. Second one doesn't quite get the connection. Will whistle past, but he's taking huge amounts of damage. As he has to try and get back to cover. He jumps out and he gets into Narnia. He's gone. Kinikai gives him a kick down the hill as Leosno will try and run him over at the slowest pace possible. Will die falling apart and Ascend refusing to give up their space they've conquered.
So they've taken off the turrets on the BRDMs, but they've added catapults. I was not aware of that, but the more you know. Plenty of ammo available for Ascend, who hasn't fought too much this game so far, so they should be able to spend a few, try and take out this BRDM, but it's barely even smoking yet. They're just having a good time here, and Eniko is down to under 100 bullets.
Catapults. Come on, Toby. It's an ejector button. It's James Bond style.
That's what it is.
Go on, out he goes.
He clicked the red button on the gear. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Ejecto rights. He's gone. They've kind of fallen in their tracks. I think Will Die might have done enough today as they're just having a little bit of fun now, trying to control out some other teams. As we do go to the other side of the zone, Na'Vi is driving their way forward. Eternal Fire did take the emergency pickup to this location first, so they are kind of the high ground havocs at the moment, and they will pick themselves up 4 kills here. Na'Vi get dispatched, and they will fall out.
Yeah, not anywhere for them to go. And Eternal Fire, honestly, I mean, a good thing they win this fight here to make more space for themselves, but they have to very turn this one around, and now you see them realizing that they do have pressure coming in from the north. Eternal Fire jumped. I mean, they flew from Pochinki all the way to Stolper, and have now been fighting their way in on the edge ever since. Usually a team that will sit center and try and keep teams at bay, so not their natural habitat being out here on the edge, but ooh, some help coming in from Circus Crew now. This should be a north side push for Eternal Fire. But I think they're aware that Bushido is around too, so can't be too swift on your actions here.
This is Canyon we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
dividing the peak, so BB team able to kind of get off, but it's not just putting one on, he's put a second down. Can he do a third? He has to find his way back towards cover. Best Lock though does find the opportunity to go for the repeat. Swaps towards the MK as he will try and tap shots either sides, but Masters gets involved as he moves towards the other peak. He's going to put down Best Lock, and the push from BB team has allowed Eternal Fire not just the breathing room that they needed, but the ability to get reloaded. Now they open up onto Bushido as Meta Bay will fall. They need to try and stand up here, but Celtic is refusing to shift the line.
The population on the eastern side of this circle is insane compared to the west, and to make matters even worse, the circle has just swung west again. It is a rainbow of colors on the minimap right now. We have half the server fighting, trying to stay alive outside circle, and they know they have to push their way on in after this is all said and done. I would be surprised to see any of the teams that are currently outside the circle towards the east to make it anywhere near top 5 at the end of this game, because this is going to require so much from them, not only to get the kills on the teams in front of them, but to then try and reset for the fights to come. It's going to be nigh on impossible.
Flash comes through. Just a bit of a throwaway for Code Marco, and unfortunately for Eternal Fire, not the day for the Dragons. The fire in the belly has been extinguished as they will now fall out. 14th place for them, 4 kills for them in the last game, but it's not been their day so far. BB team having to swing back round towards the south. It's only Aduzi and Phil first, trying to find any Romanian points as they can, as Joga Benito gets body back to their feet and now claiming the kills.
This is the issue, just talking about it. Everyone's so wounded to try and make their way in from here. I mean, they're already down to 2 players. They've been fighting for the last 10 minutes here in the open, trying to make it to where they are now. Circus Crew is the next defense line. Masters able to find one, finding the double as well as BB team goes down. Kristalny able to take the last point away from him there. But they too are down to just 2 players, so how do you make your way in from here? First aids, first aids. He's dropping nades for extra first aids. That's how you know he's a desperate one.
Oh, it's going to be chaotic on this east side, you say. It's a sea of colours. Joga Benito, 5 kills again, having not a bad game here. Bushido, Ronan has to send its way back towards the north, but in towards the heart and the soul. The Circus Crew, and with the Circus jump, it is going to be no more. Actually, Slam G also on the defense and dispatches Geeke out in ninth. And we do enter into the placement points here, so a little bit of space, but not that much so far.
Yeah, I saw Geeke try and pull up on the southern side. I actually kind of like the play, because you know and expect Slam G to be on the northern side of the compound, looking for a place to go for themselves, because they too are most likely to be out of the next circle. So they tried to pull up in 2 vehicles, but Mogol had a pretty good idea of where those guys were coming in from. So shut them down on approach, never even made landfall.
Just been told off by production. I'm not allowed to make any sound effects, people.
Sound effects?
It's been told a no. Pew, pew, pew. I can't do a Claris. I can't make the good gun sounds. Mine's more futuristic. Slamgy obviously going to work their way now in on the south side as they will try and extend towards Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds obviously getting Batalions back, able to now try and hold the line as well. So zone should shift away. We are giving up the high ground to a degree, and Slamgy unfortunately loses all of the compounds. And nice play from Artix to try and find himself a new home for the team.
Now, real question is, does Aniko go for that crate? I don't think so.
Always.
But we'll have to wait and see.
Always.
Simon
Always get the cookie.
shut down to the blue, try to make a run for it, but as you can see, I think he got tagged because they were both just healing to stay put, but got tagged and fell to blue. So Godfrey not going to be able to get the point off of that. But Circus Crews, they've played a good game. They came in on that northern side as well, and again, they haven't over-aggressed. They've just played contained. Everyone that's come to them, they've shut down. That's up until now. Crystal need able to get the flush onto Masters as well. That's the most bloomy thing I've ever seen. Takes one out, falls out himself immediately after. Just puts a spanner in the wheels for the Circus Crew play here.
There might be a spanner in the wheels. Moment, Circus Crew with 6 kills. They've done so well in the group stage, and that is a spanner in the works. Not checking off the rock, and there's a Nixie lurking in wait. He'll be happy to take the additional bullets. So the steeple hold of the team goes on to 1 HP. Now needs to get himself back up, and Lou will again dispatch VP. So 7th place here, Virtus Pro. All in out, a good day. So they find themselves above that cutoff line as we speak. And that cutoff line obviously is down to 4th. I know people have asked that, but that's because we've got Twisted Minds in here.
Yep.
And Navi finds him way in the top 4. That little line's going to drop back down. So again, big shout to production.
Definitely.
This little dynamic live leaderboard on the left.
Definitely appreciated. Big shout out from here as well. Twisted Minds, the ones with the high ground, the goats on top of the mountain. But that mountain is dwindling by the second as the circle is closing in. We were talking the praises of Circus Crew a moment ago, and now they look as terrified as everyone else in the server. Because they're down to 2, and they have Twisted now pushing in on the northern side. Perfectix and Lou both looking the way of Silas and Arta, and I don't think they're long for this world much. One nade.
Yeah, one nade
to doom them all.
The price of 2. Yeah, it's gone by, whistled. That was a rocket. It wasn't a nade. The Doritos are going to come down more like Indiana Jones. Silence has to dig deep again one more time. Perfectix will find that perfect nade. As Godfrey, well, he has to try and back up. The smoke will provide the cover at the moment. Perfectix running low on 5.56, so he's really eager to try and get rid of these 2. Good flash. Now they charge down the hill.
Not wasting any use here. What a perfect molly to follow as well. Nothing they can do. The double nade just to secure the kill. Again, I mean, Twisted, if there's a team you want to look to for who has the best utility usage, don't throw a flash if you're not planning on doing anything with it. Don't throw mollies in neutral if you're not sure you're going to be on point with what you're wanting to do. Great execution there by Twisted Minds, who once again now claim the high ground. We'll see if they get to keep it with this next circle shift mark.
There comes the zone shift away. There's a little bit of high ground still. I suppose next target acquired is going to be Hive. Yeah, it's going to be the next on their target. I think we're all waiting to see, because only Kings can stand at the summit. Would that be a Twisted Minds at the end, or would that be our double BRDM sweeping from the west?
What do you call
it? In the top 4.
They're repelling, right? They're repelling down the side of the mountain, taking teams with every single new platform they get to.
Every team is an additional point. Every additional point. It's the goats of EWC on top. Wait and see. We're on top 4, and it is a full house nearly. Win or die, despite the ejector button earlier. Finds him in 3. It is a 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 3. And good to see Hive and Slamgy. Again, we mentioned these teams that go underneath the radar slightly, staying alive here in the final game.
How much longer do you think they're good to play inside that wizard? I was just going to say, there's a lot of util coming their way. It's a double blue zone. They're set inside. Is it a triple? No, I'm only seeing 2.
Single.
Only seeing the double, but another nade thrown on the backside of it. 1 more to follow, 4 more to go. Immediately after, again, the masters of utility. Not a single chance in the world for Hive to stay alive in this beehive, which has, well, been lit on fire.
They are the kings of the summit at the moment. I know the summit is going and the sun's going down, Hive, 4 alive, down to 1 at the moment. Win or die, getting involved, trying to capitalise up on the goats as they come off the mountain, as the Mono will go through, and Hive will say no more. Last sting for them is going to be in 4th place.
11 kills with a chance to reset and get Batulans up alive. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Who's coming off the hillside and spotted by Win or Die, so he will indeed be found. Twisted Minds, though, again, given how many fights they've had to take, how much they've had to run their way forward, 1-2 punch again from Effectix, and Lou here adds them up to 12. Given how much they've had to do in order to get to where they are, so many fights they've had to take, and they are still alive with 2 and 12 kills. This is the EWC championship team, but also if they can play like this for the rest of the year, potential PGC champion team.
Again, like, how much util? They're trying to find bodies to get util.
Yeah.
Like, util is kind of clearing ahead of them at the moment. And with Twisted Minds on 12 kills, yes, they're down to 2, and they're going to try and avoid all the util that's coming towards them. Not just one molly, but it's a double blues, and I think it's gone in as well. Definitely seen one. The second, there is the second, but there is a split. So Perfectis will be able to live in 1 and get the med back on, as it will not dissipate down. He should be good to go. And Lou, well, I think he gives his position away slightly.
And Leo's just sitting in his BRDM. I just saw the icon there for a second. He was like, no, I'm just gonna chill over here and get
Nothing
myself a top 2. Hopefully he's saying maybe Twisted can take 1 or 2 down with him, and I can make a hero play with the BRDM, assuming SlamG doesn't have any Panzers left remaining. We'll see if it's gonna be a BRDM win for Win or Die, a back-to-back Erangel win. That'd be pretty impressive for them. But this one, else for right now, doesn't really have Win or Die winning in my book.
It's got the repair kit.
Yeah.
Intrigued to see if he uses it on that helmet or passes it over, maybe. He needs to get off. It's phase number 8. There's an argument to say, actually, does he have the time?
Yeah, exactly.
Just spotted Lou on the outside. So Arctic's in a critical area here, Toby. There he has to try and hold, but he has to juggle, like, hold versus blue zone, because phase 8 is going to sting.
I mean, Twisted has to come off this hill. There's no reason to over-aggress. You know they have to come off the hill. You have the perfect position down on the low ground to hold them off. They have to run into you. You're 4v2, v1. They know there's a solo, and then that's the main issue right now, right? Because if Leosh wanted to, he could peek up on this side, and that's why they can't be too eager on the north side pushing. With that in mind, particular, I think they should just back off. Let Twisted get out on the ledge. I know it's going to leave you vulnerable for a second, but they're going to have to run off of it 10 seconds later. They do have some utils to work with. This is the threat. This is the danger. If you over peak, they will hit these shots. 2 damage from 1,000 for Perfectix this game. Great.
Charge! It's a charge. They now start to work their way forward, though. YouTube comes back. Lou goes down to a 1-shot. Another nade will come through, trying to guess where they're running off. Perfectix takes some of the blue. Now the M249 is front. 2 versus a big boy gun. Perfectix dares to look for a peek over. Lou goes first over the top, but Mogor launches shots back towards him.
1,700 damage done between the two of them here in this game. And Example got quite a bit in the beginning of this match as well. So closing in on 2,000 damage done by Twisted Minds in this game alone. Low, Perfectix, plenty of smokes to work with, making their way down this hillside. Now on the bottom side with it, but Mogor opens up. We saw Boostic doing a lot of damage just before as well. Keep in mind that we still have the BRDM roaming towards the west.
Here comes a nade from that BRDM. Mogor's there. Trying to guess where Perfectix is. Boostic will get rid of Leosh, though, so he goes out. Unfortunately, 3rd place. And the kings of the summit will fall as SlamG, the underdogs, will find themselves a 19-point game, and they've slammed their way up into 3rd place.
Good game for them. Good game for them indeed. They swung around the southwest side. They came in, they claimed no lean when no one really seemed too eager to try and maintain control of that combat. I don't think anyone expected the circles to keep shifting back down towards the southwest side, but they fended off against EK, that was, when they pushed in to fight them as well. So they really did all of it. Fight up in the open, fight up on the hillside, and then, of course, close out with a win.
I love it, though. The fight from the peaks, the summit of doom, as they did divide. I did feel for teams like BB, obviously that long extension, and more importantly, our eternal fire. But the kings that stand on the summit were the ones that fall, and SlamG, they're the ones to get that confirmation at the end. What a great final game. Let's throw it back, though, towards the desk. Sam, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mark. SlamG, not on my bingo card for a team that is going to now be contesting for one of the top spots on our main leaderboard, Kylaris.
I think what's super exciting is that to me, this is like a mini GK situation where for GK, all of these like amazing names came together to try and kind of make a super team. For Slam G, it's a bit more quiet than that. None of them were really on like the big names, as it were, but we've had our eyes on guys like Artix ever since he was on Tokyo, Manjigang, Exalt, and all that time ago, when they were able to run off some people in the field and make them spin out on a bike, and how crazy things like that were. We've kept an eye on Lurex, when he was on LOL W back in like 2021 or something like that. So they found this place together, and it's all coming together, especially on this day one of the grand finals. Awesome to see.
Absolutely awesome. Avenger, let's walk through how they were able to secure that win. What were you looking at in that final fight?
I mean, it's a difficult circle to kind of log out, but when you have a full 4-man stack and you're holding the majority of good grounds there, yeah, you're just able to log it in. Twisted Minds were looking good for a good portion of the game, obviously, but yeah, 12 kills for Twisted Minds. But SlamG, the 9 that they're able to get, and the amount of control on the kind of southwest side of the circle that they're able to get out of was obviously fantastic here. But you know what? For me, like, this sort of game here is also about you being able to get to where the circle is a difficult circle. I think a lot of teams expected a military game with the plane starting on the south side.
What did you think from a Twisted Minds point of view, Carlos, they could have maybe done differently if they wanted to change that final result?
Oh, tough from that hillside, right? Like when you're having to deal with a team that's having that low ground position, coming in from no lean and having those lines of sight on you, I'm not sure what else they could do. I mean, there are situations where even the very best teams think to themselves, okay, we've done enough. It's going to be hard for us to kind of approach some of those spots. So 12 kills, really can't fault them here, Sam. It's brilliant.
I mean, yeah, double digits is good for them. And obviously the overall leaderboard now at the end of day one is where the fun is going to happen, because there are some teams that I think are or have been, Avenger, more consistent than others, which is going to allow them to sit in really good positions. And you can see that now.
Yeah, for sure. The top 3 here separate, but just 3 points. But they have an 18 points separated down to 4th place. And if we were to lock everything in and ship it right now, Twisted Minds obviously being a GPT team, it would be Win or Die Slam G and Virtus Pro that would go to the 2 PGSs that's coming up here.
Crazy.
That'd be crazy. Yeah, for sure. Not having a FaZe, not having a GK, not having some of the other big teams like BB team in there. It's kind of wild. But then again, it is very close, and these guys needs to hold it up. I mean, you're coming off a very hype day, and if you're able to keep it together for tomorrow and for the final day, that'll be amazing for them.
I do like that throughout the course of today, I've been asking everyone, like, what does Win or Die have to do to move away from that gatekeeper name and be like a competitive force? We need to end the whole of PEC on day number 1 of the grand finals, Carlaris, and there we have it. Win or Die cracks the code.
They've done it, guys.
They've done it.
I'm excited for them. Like, if they can keep this up, because of course they were in last chance and they got themselves 100 points during that last chance, right? I mean, admittedly, having to fall down to last chance is definitely not where they really needed to be, wanted to be. They are a good enough team to have gone through in groups, and it just didn't quite go their way. So I'm hoping that they can continue at home.
Is there any concerns for some of the teams that are maybe sitting on the other side of the leaderboard, Avenger, or do you think it's a little bit too early for us to start getting worried?
I would say there's concerns for all the teams on the right side of the leaderboard. Sam, now 35 points, obviously, only 9 points from 4th place, and that's the story. That's that's the conversation that's coming in between the teams, because it's still doable. Like, it's very much open, and we have 12 more games. So many things can happen. Remember what we saw in spring with GK? We're like, yeah, these guys are done for, and they came in absolutely smashing, getting 60, 70, 80 points per day in the 2 following days, and just won the whole thing. So it's not done yet, and I would say for teams like Win or Die, Slam G, like, this hype and excitement here needs to be packed up and be repackaged for more confidence tomorrow, because otherwise it's going to fall off a little bit.
For sure. So, like, obviously the hype and excitement needs to be toned down completely. And what has to happen this evening is you have to sit, you have to go through all the data, you have to go through all the matches, look at what all the other teams are doing, how they moved around, all of that information that you mentioned earlier today, Avenger, and then get all that in your brain tomorrow so that you can come back and do this all over again.
That's the difficult thing, right? Because you're coming in against teams that might have done it a few more times or more experienced in taking things away. But then on the other side, there has been teams today, I would say maybe in 4 or 5 games have been chasing circles. Like there are some, BB team, one of them, being super far away from some of the circles you saw, especially here in a Wrangle.
Oh yeah.
And when you're chasing circles, that can also break your mental a little bit. But it's gonna come. Like circles are gonna come, circles goes. But if you stay steadfast in your capabilities and your kind of approach to the game, eventually it's gonna come. And as a very experienced and good team like BB team, like GK, like these guys are gonna come around for sure.
Yeah, and that's the team that I think is most likely to bounce back. BB team, like 35 points. Technically, it's not even that bad a day, really. But I think that BB team obviously are a PGS champion. Obviously didn't have the easiest of EWCs, but they looked good in the group stage, and I think that they will be bouncing back tomorrow pretty hard.
I'm in agreement. So we'll see how this all changes up tomorrow, but that is the end of day number 1 for PEC4 Grand Finals. And now we get to move on to the best part, really, for those of you watching, the opportunity for you to pose some questions to Kylaris and Avenger. So remember, if your question is chosen, you win some G coins as well. Please make sure your DMs are open so we can slide on in them. But let's get into it. First question. This one comes from Retro Moo, and they want to know, if you could change one circle mechanic to make the game more competitive, what would it be? Kylaris,
did we not answer this already?
We answered something similar. I think you brought it up, but it is slightly different. Yeah.
And this is why I'm always scared, because Avenger, if he wants to, will go on for 20 minutes about this. What do you start, Avenger?
No, I mean, I think we already went through this, and my suggestion was something in the likes of, like, force the center of the circle to be away from, like, water. So it's not like that the center of the circle or some of the circle or the majority of the circle or the whole circle can't be in water at all. So it's like, make sure you have more playable space, something along the lines of that.
So I think that the question before was what you would change in the competitive things, and you brought up the circle mechanics and went straight into it. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Kylaris looks confused. That's concerning.
Yeah,
was that not an Avenger answer?
Was that not sufficient enough for you when I already answered it before? I didn't want to go on a rant, It
was so short.
I'm perplexed. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, now you come with a suggestion. Let's hear how smart you are.
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Like, I think there was always the theory of, you've said it before, of like having the next circle smaller and then the bigger later on, blah blah blah. And that was what I've always also adhered to. I think if you want to go wild, then you do what other BRs did in the past, which is you suddenly have the circle move beyond the boundaries of the previous circle, and then you only, not crazy amounts, just slightly, and then it forces rotations. But that would be insane for PUBG. That would be crazy. So I don't know.
Toby's suggestion, he's obviously in the green room. He has sharded square circles, but we'll take that up with him later. Let's move on to the next question here. So this one comes from Light Movies, and I actually chose this particular question just because I love hearing some of your stories. Both of you have been involved in competitive PUBG since the beginning. So what's the funniest moment you've seen or heard during a pro team's comms?
Something inappropriate for the stream.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, right? I'm filtering.
I think, it's always fun when you hear other teams like, these guys are bad, or these guys are rats, and all the other worse stuff you can say about teams, right? Because you're trying to heighten your own confidence against this team, so you just this is just an easy fight, we're just gonna win, kill these guys quick. So like when they call them bad names and bad words or whatever, I think it's fun because you can hear how it's just we're trying to big up ourselves so we win this fight fast, you know what I mean?
I like that. So basically what they're saying is we can't put anything we've heard on the stream because it's super funny, but we'll be in trouble. Is that where we're at, Kylaris?
Yeah, for the most part. I think something that gets lost for the viewers at home is when we're on LANs. And at the very beginning of the game, I don't know if you can hear a lot of this, but there's a lot of screaming and shouting and making animal noises and random things from like the whole lobby just at each other. You can just hear it in the arena. So I would go with that. It's not necessarily team comms, but it's everyone just shouting and being weird.
And
Shouting
hot
and
dogs
being
too.
weird. And hot drops. Those are the things that are the most entertaining.
Yeah.
Okay, so final question is from Hakameri _. They asked, if you could predict the most game-changing strategy or tactic for this tournament, what would it be and why, Avenger?
So I'm assuming newer things, game-changing strat or tactic. As in, I'm just trying to assume the question is in terms of like emergency pickups, like BRDMs, like all these things. What has the biggest impact is recall, all these things. I'm assuming that's where the question is kind of leading us. So I'll just say I think the biggest impact that we've seen from like the bigger kind of strat tactic changes that we've seen this year would be recall, even though it doesn't have a biggest impact that you're kind of seeing. Or the question is something like new strategies or tactics. I'm not 100% sure.
I think there was there was a really great social media post that Mark did during Last Chance qualifiers revolving around hot drops, and he was kind of pointing out that like if you know you've qualified and you can hot drop a team that's in contention for PGC points, and by hot dropping you would ultimately assist by taking them out because it would assist you further down the line. Like, is that something teams should do? I'm paraphrasing at the moment, but I think that that's maybe also something we could look at is, are those sort of strats that come into place, especially on the last day, right? The opportunity of going, okay, so we're out of contention, but we could do X, Y, and Z and completely shake up the lobby. Like maybe that's also something, do you predict that those sort of things would happen? Because I feel like in EMEA we don't have some of those crazy moments, Kylaris. Most of the teams are focused on just playing the best possible PUBG, right? There aren't like these weird game-changing strats or like crazy moves that they're going to try and pull to see if it can help them jump into the lead.
Yeah, not necessarily for this tournament specifically, right? However, I think there has been an evolution in pro PUBG, kind of almost forced by the hand of the developers, which is, you can look at that any way you want. But actually, first thing, if it is Hakameri from playing in PPT, enjoy your games. Secondly, I think that what we're addressing here is that players and teams and pros have had to really, especially with BRDMs being in, especially with some of the other changes and stuff like that, really utilize boot space, having a vast array of weapons and tools at their disposal, available to them at a moment's notice, and being able to quick switch on those things as fast as they can, right, to deal with certain threats that are coming their way. And I think for 2025, not necessarily this tournament, but 2025, that's the evolution of where we're at right now, right? It's a small thing, but
I'll just follow up on that, Sam, with the hot drop and stuff. Like, it has to line up perfectly. In PGL 2018 fall, Cloud9 was in such a far lead where FaZe Clan had to hot drop them to win and get all the kills. And Cloud9 had Puchingi, and FaZe were in second, so far ahead of third that even if they lost, they third place wouldn't be able to catch up. So it lined up perfectly that, okay, we'll just hot drop on these guys and try to kill them. And they actually, Cloud9 was just, scared, and everything kind of crumbled a little bit for them. Cloud9 still won the game, but, it has to line up perfectly for what you're trying to achieve. Okay, we're trying to win a tournament, or we're trying to directly limit a team. I don't think we're seeing any qualifiers or any PC or any regional where, unless a team is, directly benefiting from it. Because remember, there's a chance where they fully wipe them, and now with recall, they get their fourth guy back, and all of a sudden they're 4 points up, and they might have a chance with a big run, So many things kind of change to that. That's why hot drops will have lesser impact now than it did before.
There we go. Hopefully we answered all of your questions, and you can keep submitting those. And if we do choose your question, there will be G coins up for grabs. Gents, thank you so much for joining us. You'll be on the desk for the first 3 games tomorrow as we move into the second day of our grand finals here for the PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. There is more action. The Americas are coming up in a little bit if you want to stay up late. But don't forget to join us tomorrow, bright and early, same time. We will see you to start your evening. For now, good night.